So this is just regular smooth Zin.
What do you think about Jelly Roll, Chris?
Wait, you really don't have flavors in California?
No. Really? Yeah. You guys got spearmint and shit. That shit's amazing.
It's because our governor, Antoine Jameson,
Yeah.
won't fucking let us do shit. Fuck him. Shutting down business, no flavors.
Yeah. I'm voting for Antonio Banderas next time.
I'm voting for whoever changes our state song to Jelly Roll.
Golden State Killer.
Yes. Somebody grift with me.
Shop. Chris, can you tell us if you like Jelly Roll, or if you do, what do you think about him?
I mean, the only time I've ever heard him is when I've Shazammed a song in the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of tells you where he's at, right?
He's huge.
He's the grocery store guy.
Yeah.
Damn. And you're the guy Shazamming it. That's crazy.
So you can put it on in your car. Driving around, listening to Jelly Roll. I know what you do.
Yeah.
Hot.
Bye.
Oh, man.
Have you ever checked if you're related to Jelly Roll? I think he is.
Yeah, dude, I wish.
I just see all white people as Jelly Roll.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Jelly Roll is one of the whites that a lot of us look up to.
Yeah.
Try to emulate. Did you know that Brennan Schaub's dad is from South Africa? We found that out in the stream today.
I don't think I should know.
Yeah.
Scientific. Yes.
Nah.
What's the proof that you have?
I can't get into it right now, but it's something that I can DM you. You can DM you the birth certificate.
But it's 65% vibe.
Yeah, and I just want to know that you just started that. I wanted to say that I really appreciate you starting. Well, I mean, it's controversial, but you started that nonprofit, the Drive Innocence Project. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to get into that.
That's so inside.
Yeah, I know, it's not worth saying. But, so, do you think Branko Poppy or You Should Be Surprised is better?
I
think you're surprised. You'd be surprised.
I think the sketches that he did at the beginning of You'd Be Surprised are so bad that they live in my head from time to time. Like the wig and the snack truck, what in the bar top, him talking to himself. Why was that happening? Why was he dressed up as somebody else talking to himself? None of it made any sense. And it kind of brings me back to a theory I've held for a long time. And I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of this. I'm sure the cats are going to be like, obviously. But I've long held the belief that what's his big name? The Diddler, Chris D'Elia.
Oh, yeah.
So, and Brian Callen, I think that they were in on this building Baba up from the very beginning.
Okay.
This guy is so regarded that he will actually believe us when we tell him that his sets are killing, that he's the first comedian we've ever seen in our entire lives. Figure out stand-up comedy in the matter of months.
Right.
Let's fast track it to doing its first stand-up special. I think they've been in on the joke since the very beginning.
Damn, I never really thought about that. I mean, I did say the thing about Rogan earlier.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah, he surrounds himself with that.
Yeah, I mean, that was just that's what I think. So it's kind of similar.
Brian Callen, I think he's kind of a smart guy. He is capable of pulling it off.
Okay, you're off the stream. That's it for you. Smart guy, really?
Well, I don't know. I maybe by my standards, it's just, yeah. I'm closer to. I would say I'm closer to.
Just a small thanks for all you guys do and all the entertainment you guys provide. Shouts out to all the hawks. Sincerely,
Thank you.
Shout out to you, Dr. Paul. Thank you very much.
I think I'm closer to Shaw level intelligence than I am Brian Callen.
We all are.
I would look at him as a smart guy.
Sure.
I think Brian Callen relies on the white savior aspect of American culture. He just knows how to sound smart. But at the end of the day, He's just a silly goose.
What's the sales guy? He's like, his buzzwords. Yeah. His buzzwords are like Javanese or like how to
Trust science, type shit like
He's
that.
always selling, dude. He's like, he's got he sells constantly. The toe hold thing, the sandals, and then he was like going off about, he had an argument with Rogan recently about vaccines and the usage to try and get people to come see him at Covina.
Yeah.
He's just always selling shit. Can you imagine driving to Covina to see Brian Callen?
My toe already hurts.
God, I should have just gone to fucking Dutch Bros instead. Way better.
I'm probably the first guy to think of this, picking apart shops and stand-up comedy. But I was looking back on the date of this year, and it was April of 2022.
Yeah.
And he was still doing vaccine jokes.
Yeah, he missed the boat on the time for that.
It's like, don't you guys remember coming out of the pandemic, listening to all these different comedians talk on different podcasts about, well, I got to throw out all of my pandemic jokes because they were topical for the time, but clearly now they're dated because they are of a time.
They did better in those parking lots.
I just completely missed that memo.
Yeah.
I mean, I am literally sitting in a hazmat suit making fun of a podcast from 4 years ago or whatever, and also doing a 24-hour stream of a podcast that came out God knows when, 2019. I have no idea. So can I criticize that? Yes. Yes, I can, because I'm not a bot. Never was a bot, never will be a bot. Human blood pumps through my veins. So,
But shout out to your mom in the comments. I know you blocked her, but I did not block her.
Oh man, how long is the longest you've ever streamed, Chris?
3 hours, maybe.
When was that?
There was probably a 5-minute break in between, but yeah, we've definitely done a solid 3 hours in a row a couple of times, but not often. But yeah, I could never do 24 hours.
IDM, you're saying? You and Open did it 3 hours?
Maybe if I sat, by myself, especially if I sat there and just spit out whatever thought was in my head, but I was like a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that we are at the 11th hour and we've been going the whole time.
Yeah, we never stopped, and it's crazy that you think it's 11 because you can't count. I don't like
I think the true goal in all this will be looking back on it. Those down moments where it's like 15 minutes, like you guys trying to like gather the strength in your limited brain capacity that's left over, and you're like, what do we pivot to next? And you're almost thinking it out loud.
Well, there's nothing to pivot to. We're just watching the same thing over and over. Adderall. Watching the stream, I kindly asked you to finish the show. You didn't. I'm angry at you now for not hosting the rest of the show. Now I'm not sure whether you're a bot or my friend Chris. And I don't know where to go from here, but you should offer to do the rest of the stream. Figure out a way to do the rest of the stream now.
Hey guys,
Welcome back to Tim and Sean.
are there any cats out there?
Teaching his boy the finer points of the sport. For example, no dessert if you don't strike out
We tried.
We gave you
behind the scenes at the
and that actually was
new
11 hours.
storage room studio. Tensions are
We're actually at 33 hours. I thought we were going to finish at 24.
Callan to lead a bombing raid at Twitter.
So how many hours removed from this do you have to be before you start seriously questioning
He
yourself?
had violence
Right
in his
now.
DNA.
Before we the next guest is a psychologist, I think 2 more hours.
Would you actually have a therapy session tomorrow?
No, I was joking.
Somehow jealous.
I mean, I never question anything. I just tell myself
started
peace.
undermining him.
But, dude, the stream started like this. I woke up early, and I went to get baked goods.
battling his
Yeah,
Like
abilities
11:30.
as a
No,
against
no. 4:34.
sad to see once a great
maybe
Standard time.
distant
Heard of him.
The hat band is putting in work on this guy.
the way he treated Cal.
I don't know why they don't like hats inside these guys.
Dude, the haters who don't read bots.
They're bots.
Realizing how much dysentery is in his rings.
But it is pretty great that you have bots that you must.
I'm trying to set up more bots to set up the
Financier and OG
But all right,
MMA
so
fan.
I wake up super early. I go to get baked, right? And I fucking start paying the parking meter. And after I pay the parking meter, I realize that it's not on. You know, so I just pay it for no reason. It doesn't start until 8. So that's how it started. And then Gerardo was asleep. So I had to break into his house, wake him up, and then Oathman never called us back. And it was the greatest pod I've ever done in my life. Brian Campbell is great. Blue Shorts is great. Alex Strickland-Williams is great. Brendan Walsh is great. Mark Harley was great. I mean, just so good, right? And it's like, it's crazy that it's hour 24 already. I'm just so happy that you were here to share this with me, dude. You're a great guy. I've never met you. I hate Chad Dukes, but we don't need to talk about that.
Do you remember playing that until like 3 a.m?
Yes.
Back in the day.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, the hack that Brandon figured out was that he just had to wait until I got drunk and then he could just run up the score.
That's so funny. Did I do that? That sounds like something I would do. That sounds like Cooney. And I take your controller and mess with you. Oh man, oops. Looks like I won again. Oops. We were roommates back in the day. We had our own garden. Can you believe that? We had a garden. I still think that bit was funny. We lived on Edison Street, and it was this. The garden was in it really was a rectangle, but we called it Edison Square Garden.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Skits and bits. You're doing skits and bits even back then.
Brandon pissed me off so badly one time. Because back then I actually cared about, optics and how I came off in my young, flourishing media career that went nowhere. And he tweeted everybody that I worked with. He goes, Blue Short doesn't want me to find this, but I found this dip, and it was literally just a tin of skulls sitting on like the kitchen sink or the bathroom sink.
Yeah. It was a bathroom sink, but I moved the skull so it looked like your toothbrush was on it.
But I had gone through great lengths to hide the fact that I did had any sort of like heinous bad habit like that. And he just blasted it out to everybody.
I sent it to the sports junkies. I always try to get the sports junkies to talk to me or talk about you. That was my goal at living in that house. I was like, did Lurch see it? Was Lurch there?
Back when I used to, drive a station vehicle as my personal vehicle 24 hours a day. And we would, I had a radio show with those men. It was called the C&O Show. And
Great show.
And Cooney and I would just run errands in that vehicle. And there'd be like a string of people on the sidewalk in a heavily populated area. He'd roll down the window and shout out, C&O Show, the guy that drives the C&O Show, which was a Sunday night show at 11 p.m. The guy who drives the C&O Show is in this vehicle right now. So humiliating.
Yeah. Fucking the crimes that you committed in that vehicle. We won't need to talk about them, but you didn't use it the way you should be using it. I'll just say that. It wasn't used officially for official purposes only.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Blue Shorts? Yeah. Do you mind if I call you Mr. Blue Shorts? That's not the question. What if Cooney's teeth as a kid were actually bigger than his adult teeth? Were Cooney's baby teeth bigger than his adult teeth? I'm so sorry.
I don't know if he'll know about baby teeth. He knew me when I was, 20s, early 20s.
Yeah, his teeth used to be like much bigger. I think they've actually shrunk.
Damn. Just like his thyroid.
Yeah, dude, where's my thyroid at? That's who didn't show up on the show, is my thyroid. I tried to book my thyroid. It's like, cool story, bro.
But we do have that Graves.
The Graves showed up, that's the thyroid.
You got any chronic diseases yet?
No, I'm working on like heart disease for sure.
Oh, okay, that's a good one. Yeah, you should keep doing that.
The years and years of dip and now Zins I mean, my whole bottom of my beard is so white. And that is a surefire sign of artsy. So all
Or genetics. Did you stop doing dip?
I stopped doing dip. I strictly do Zins, but between quitting alcohol and quitting Zins, I couldn't do both at the same time. So
Yeah, I mean that's a big step, dude. It's good.
I don't necessarily know this forever. I'm not in deep waters, but
Right.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
You're just trying to figure some shit out. That makes sense. Like Theo Von.
Well, that's
I
good.
used to hear it before he was like famous. He used to go on when Opie and Anthony, after it was the Opie and Anthony show and Anthony got fired, and it was Opie and Jim Norton. He used to be a very regular guest on there, and he came in one time and he was just completely strung out on cocaine.
Whoa.
And I just remember thinking, man, this guy's going somewhere.
Well, he snorts that shit from right field, like I do with Pozole. He's always been. That's his guy. That's a guy that he is always very festive.
Brandon, you're an office manager, right?
No, I'm a homeless cat full time.
I can never remember what you actually do, but besides, obviously, the cat's entertaining.
I work for Hail Mary Pizza. Yeah, I did that.
Well, dude, I wish you luck on your sobriety. Keep them Zims out your mouth. You know what I'm saying, Brett? Send them over to me right here. You feel me? Because I'm gonna fucking jump on some Zims all night and shit, Brett. Oh, you still have Zims. Never mind. Then keep doing the Zims. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for coming through, dude. We should do an episode with you guys.
Yeah, we'd
one
love
day.
to do another.
Record Tweeties with It Doesn't Matter, dude.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'll probably drink for that one.
Oh no, never mind.
So boring for the past 30 minutes. But thanks for the time, guys. And again, if you guys would like to watch a man's life completely fall apart and then rebuild his temple in the course of 4 weeks, patreon.com/IDMpod. Would love it if you guys checked it out.
Yes.
Keep supporting these guys, TMOS. They keep me entertained every single month. So,
And, the feeling is mutual because we are also subscribed to your Patreon. The few Patreons that we are subscribed to is IDM. And I got to say, I love hearing whenever things go wrong. I'll just say that. I don't like when things go right for you guys. I like when they go wrong.
Yeah, I don't really want things to go right either. It's funnier when they're wrong.
Yeah.
it's the realest podcast you'll ever hear.
Real ass podcast. Let's all give it up for Mr. Lingbach here, guys. Yeah. Later on, Blue Shorts.
All right.
We did 23 hours.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
What the
That's
fuck?
fuck, dude. 24 hours, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we ate, dude, what else? What haven't we done? We ate some Mexican cookies for y'all, you know what I mean? We watched 22 and a half hours of the Gringo Poppy because for 10 minutes we interviewed like BCE, 10 minutes of Mark Harley, 10 minutes of some ASW for that ass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, did we market a little bit? Yeah, dude, marketing geniuses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Follow It Doesn't Matter podcast.
Yes.
Listen to It Doesn't Matter podcast.
Record podcast.
World Record podcast with the homie Brendan Walsh. Ran through on vinyl.
Yes.
Ran
through it by it.
That got me laid on several occasions. I'm gonna say yes, dude. And it can do the same for you. I put in my bio on Facebook, I listened to Ran Through by ASW, and when women read that, they stop at I listened to, and then they have sex with
It had the opposite effect on me when I wrote that I listened to Jeff Dye.
Oh, yeah.
My dating profile
Yeah.
was rough for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, and then also, while you're at it, join our Patreon, dude.
Please do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see where we. White girls speak to
Oh my God, it would never work out. Now freaking this one, the voice goes, dude.
Bro.
Latino, bro. You know what? They're fine. They're spicy.
No doubt. Spicy.
Right?
Spicy. You know what spicy means?
Assholes.
I'm sorry, bro.
Dude, when we first got the other shoes, what's up, Dallas?
Come on.
Yeah.
Round through Tall Rapwit's girl.
Thanks to the Great Courses Plus for supporting this episode. Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/religion for breakfast to check out their huge library of lectures and courses taught by top-notch scholars in their fields. Kabbalah, sometimes anglicized as Kabbalah, is often defined as Jewish mysticism, but it's one of those concepts that's not only difficult to define, but constantly exoticized and stereotyped. For example, the pop star Madonna embedded Kabbalistic imagery into her 2002 music video for the James Bond film Die Another Day, which we'll examine later in this video. Generally speaking, though, mysticism refers to an experiential, spiritual endeavor to encounter or invoke the divine in this world. So this would include religious experiences of the divine, like ecstatic visions, rituals to try to access divine presence or to trigger transformative inner experiences. Mysticism can also refer to works of literature related to these themes, and though many Kabbalists could be described as ecstatic visionaries, the earliest Kabbalists were Jewish teachers, theologians, and philosophers. Most were the educated elite of medieval Europe, living in Spain and France, writing new and innovative studies on Jewish texts and concepts about mystical contemplation of the divine realms, the nature of God, the purpose of humanity, and the creation of the universe. The Hebrew word Kabbalah derives from the verb to receive and could be translated as that which has been received or simply tradition. The scholar Joseph Dan writes that Kabbalah is thus a claim by Jewish spiritualists from to this day that they received a tradition that was held secret for many centuries. Secret or hidden wisdom that they believed was originally passed down to Moses at Mount Sinai and transmitted through the centuries to medieval Kabbalists. Kabbalah should not be described as a distinct branch of Judaism, in the same way that we talk about conservative Judaism or Orthodox Judaism or Reconstructionist Judaism, nor should it be defined as a unified or coherent system, but rather traditions encompassing several modes of reading, a library of texts, a series of concept range of practices within Judaism that is concerned with mystical contemplation. There's a lot to cover, so let's get into it. First, the origins of Kabbalah. Kabbalah emerged in southern Europe in the 12th century in several major centers of learning, including Provence in southern France, and areas on the Iberian Peninsula, including Girona and the region of Castile. But Judaism has a long history that stretches back hundreds of years before this. You can find mystical texts in the Hebrew Bible itself, such as the or the vision of the prophet Isaiah, when he beholds the throne room of God, surrounded by divine beings called seraphim, crying out, "Holy, holy, holy." Then we have the so-called Hekhalot literature and the Merkabah literature. Together, these include a few dozen Jewish mystical texts stretching from the Second Temple period all the way through the late Antiquity. Book of Ezekiel, or the vision of the prophet Isaiah, when he beholds the throne room of God, surrounded by divine beings called seraphim, crying out, "Holy, holy, holy." Then we have the so-called Hekhalot literature and the Merkabah literature. Together, these include a few dozen Jewish mystical texts stretching from the Second Temple period all the way through the late Antique period. These texts focus on the creation of the universe and journeys into the heavens to reveal the structure of the divine realms. There's also late Antique Jewish magical texts like the Sefer Harazim, the Book of Secrets, which describes, among other things, how to conduct magical incantations using the names of angels. But despite the body of Jewish mystical texts, scholars do not consider them to be Kabbalistic texts. According to Ger Shalem, the father of the modern academy of Kabbalah, the first true work of Kabbalah is probably the Sefer HaBahir, which dates to the late 12th century. Scholars argue that the Bahir is the earliest Kabbalistic text because it introduces three new ideas into Jewish mysticism that almost all later Kabbalists adopted. Number one, the idea that the divine world is composed of 10 divine powers known in later texts as Sfirot. Number two, the idea that one of the divine powers is feminine, which formally introduces the idea of gender dualism into later Kabbalah. And number three, the idea that the divine powers can be described with the allegory of a tree. You've probably seen schematic drawings of this tree around the internet if you've done even a cursory study into Kabbalah. The Bahir was not created in a vacuum, though. It reworks proto-Kabbalistic ideas found in earlier books, such as the Sefer Yetzirah, which was probably composed sometime in the late Antique period. We're really not sure, but by by the 10th century, Jewish scholars were writing all sorts of commentaries on this book. The Sefer Yetzirah laid out the groundwork for Kabbalistic speculation about the 10 divine powers or emanations called Sfirot, as well as the mystical meaning of numbers and Hebrew letters, both topics we'll return to shortly. So the general takeaways for the origins of Kabbalah: Kabbalah emerged in the 12th and 13th centuries in southwestern Europe. Following the appearance of the Bahir, several circles of Kabbalistic teachers and mystics emerged, including around Isaac the Blind in Provence, Nachmanides in Girona, and Abraham Abulafia in the region of Castile, who was known for experiential ecstatic Kabbalah. Each and every one of these men deserved their own thoroughgoing examinations, but in general, all of them were participating in a scholarly endeavor, writing commentaries on the Torah, essays on rabbinic law, sharing prayer techniques and sermons. In other words, they were writing the same sort of genres that Jewish writers were making for centuries. It's not like there was an official division between Kabbalistic texts on one hand and non-Kabbalistic texts on the other hand. The scholar of Kabbalah, Dr. Joseph Dan, argues that these three components that I mentioned earlier are generally useful for identifying a work as being part of Kabbalah. But here I'll add the disclaimer that this is not a perfect rubric because Kabbalah is so diverse. There's almost always an exception. But let's turn to some of the most prominent ideas. First, one of the main ideas shared by almost all Kabbalists is the concept of Ein Sof, literally translated as no end or infinite. We can think of Ein Sof as an infinite impersonal God or supreme entity that we cannot describe with our own human faculties. In the words of the medieval French rabbi Isaac the Blind, Ein Sof is that which is not conceivable by thinking. To use an example from astrophysics, Ein Sof is kind of like dark matter. It's a placeholder for something that we just cannot perceive our own senses. Ein Sof is important not just because it illustrates how mystics viewed God, but also how they viewed the universe. The great 16th century Kabbalist, Isaac Luria, developed a theory of cosmogony, or in other words, an explanation for the beginning of the universe, and he based it on Ein Sof, calling it Tzimtzum, translated as contraction. His theory of Tzimtzum goes something like this. First, in the beginning, there was only Ein Sof. Ein Sof then contracted, leaving a space in which our world developed. This means that our world only occupies a small portion of the universe. Between Ein Sof and our world, though, there are things called Sfirot, which I mentioned in the earlier discussion about the book Bahir. Now, it's impossible to define Sfirot because Kabbalists throughout time have held many different ideas about them, but some think of them as layers of existence, 10 divine powers or emanations of Ein Sof that are ordered in a hierarchy that together power of the Godhead. Like I said earlier, you've probably seen depictions of the 10 Sfirot, since they're often portrayed as a tree or corresponding to different parts of the human body. Some scholars would say that the concept of Sfirot is the clearest indication of a Kabbalistic worldview. If a text mentions the Sfirot, it's a pretty safe assumption that it relies on Kabbalistic tradition, though again, there are always exceptions. We can think of the Sfirot as divine intermediaries between us and the ultimate unknowable Godhead. The one at the top is the closest to Ein Sof, and the one at the bottom, called the Shekhinah, is the one that we humans most intimately interact with, the divine power closest to the material created world. Interestingly, the Sfirot are gendered. Kabbalists conceived of the Shekhinah as feminine and often described as God's bride. Each of the Sfirot is male or female, but most have both male and female parts, and each one can in relation to one and female in relation to the other. This gendering of the Godhead gives us a look into another important part of Kabbalah: sexuality. The best example of this comes in the most important book in all of Kabbalah, the Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. One scholar of Kabbalah calls the Zohar the highest expression of Jewish literary imagination in the Middle Ages. It's considered by many the core text of Kabbalah, and although I call it a book, the Zohar really should be described as a body of literature. The Stanford University Press translation and commentary of the Zohar required 12 volumes to publish it. So yeah, it's not a book in the strictest sense of the word. The Zohar emerged in the 13th century from Castile, one of the major centers of Kabbalah. Most critical scholars today agree that it was composed by a rabbi named Moses de Leon. De Leon wrote it in a distinct dialect of Aramaic, mixed with Hebrew, and he framed the text as being written in the 2nd century by its main character, Shimon Bar Yochai, a real historical sage living in the 2nd century. Many Orthodox Jews today maintain that it was written by Shimon Bar Yochai himself. The Zohar is primarily a commentary on the Torah, but it reads somewhat like a mystical novel. In the book, Shimon Bar Yochai travels with his disciples around the Galilee, meeting different characters, learning and sharing mystical teachings. The Zohar develops many of the major themes of Kabbalah, including the gendering of both the Sfirot and the mystic's ultimate mission. The connection between Sfirot becomes erotic. Some are givers, some are receptors, and the mystic's ultimate mission is to initiate an erotic marriage between God and the Shekhinah. Even the search for mystical knowledge becomes sexualized in the Zohar. In one romantic passage based on the intensely erotic Song of Songs, a man passes by the house of a female lover who is a metaphor for the Torah. The man waits time and time again for the woman to reveal herself to him fully. The text says, "Hence the Torah is revealed and concealed, and lovingly goes to its lover to arouse love with him." This passage is an analogy for how some Jewish mystics view Kabbalistic practice. The Kabbalist peels back layers upon layers of understanding until the most hidden and therefore most holy knowledge of the scripture reveals itself. One way to describe this layered approach to the Torah is through an acronym called Pardes, which means orchard. In this acronym, each Hebrew letter stands for a different level of meaning. We won't get into what each letter stands for, but the last letter, Samek, stands for Sod, which means secret. Sod refers to the ultimate esoteric knowledge that every Kabbalist seeks. Kabbalists try to reach Sod through the text, literally. The 22 Hebrew letters, biblical passages, and Hebrew names of God are central to Kabbalah. For Kabbalists, Hebrew is a divine language, and the Torah is a living divine document. The school of the Kabbalist Abraham Abulafia believed that each letter has mystical meaning. Writing or chanting letters in specific ways brings them to life or can help you achieve communion with the divine. Abulafia wrote, "When you begin to recite the letter Aleph, since Aleph points to the secret of unity, do not lengthen its recitation except according to the measure of one breath, and chant the Aleph and every letter you recite with terror, awe, and fear, coupled with the gladness of the soul in its comprehension, which is great." From this quotation, you can see how meditation on the letters was experiential. It was a technique involving breathing and head movements, and meditating not just on the meaning of the letters, but the sound of the letters. Even with years of study or practice and chanting, like from the passage above, secret mystical knowledge is nearly impossible to gain. The prophet Ezekiel is held up as an example. In the first chapter of the book of Ezekiel, often called the Merkabah vision, we see a strange description of creatures and chariots that later Kabbalists viewed as evidence that Ezekiel actually attained Sod. But testimonials of visions like this are relatively uncommon in Kabbalah. In fact, many Kabbalistic circles prohibited describing visions for fear that revealing secret knowledge could be catastrophic to the wider world. Thus, many Kabbalistic circles.
This sucks.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open up free iHeart app and listen. From the Princess who brought you Princess Herself becomes The Second, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Cardi B and Christian Levine. Whatever rejection, emotional giving interactions. There's a curator, his true love, art, his biggest fear, everything. When the perfect man walks into his life, he actually is too good to be true. then you go ahead and allow people to be off the wall. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just your job? Listen to the setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Some secret direction also covers that person
will allow, remember there was a said, for example, one heat says it happened on Saturday, one heat says it happened on Sunday. You can allow for that, right? Up until what point
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. Even with their own drugs, see a path forward by telling someone else. The CIA system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm doing our investigative reporter for Washington Spotlight. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world. The story of one city at the forefront of America's growth.
That explains the very discrepancy.
This was Spotlight. Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Your tasker helps you scratch more off your to-do list.
I put off until tomorrow. You can do it today.
Previous month was probably on hustle, right? That's hustle. The one that doesn't know, you know about the show. I love the nice stuff.
Just
I love the nice stuff.
Post your tasks on
airtasker.com or download the app. Connect with local taskers for any type of task.
Can I take more than one deep
Everyone
breath?
knows about the show. And therefore, again, I love the nice stuff.
Thinking about selling your home?
Say that somebody
Seller's
didn't know
Advantage
it.
makes it easy. No agents, no commissions, no open houses, no cost to the
Possibly one
Seller's Advantage is their competitive cash offer. No surprises. Check out what their sellers have to say.
Sold
Seller's Advantage is a lot easier, faster, and more rewarding than listing my house.
Look at that in there. I'm going to check the channel and check the bottle. I have to find.
Highly recommend Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage SellersAdvantage.com for your free no obligation cash offer.
Look at that in there. I had enough on the check the channel. Then the stuff it's been on. Let's go to the
As the #1 podcaster, iHeart is twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, or message, plus only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing model.
Look, Shankar. Color on bad.
Hear your message. Time to response rate equals your results. Now let's get those results. Think podcasting can help your business? Think
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kod B'Chol Elabed.
Says the say Kiddush action procedure. In terms of what does that mean? says Afghanis up until 7 days into the month. And there are going to say up until 16 days into the month. So the Gemara says both hold it, but you open up Chagune Habeki Yisra, Chagune Habeki Nafya. One says that it has to look like a boat. So that's it has to be up until 7 days. And then our God says something C. Up until one say like you did the 7th of the month, because at that point began the deficiency of the month. Looks like a bowl. Looks like a bowl. Deficiency is complete at the middle of the month when the moon is completely full. So let's go back to this. So maybe the bracha that you make of the moon should be at Tova Haneitiv. So it's actually quite beautiful.
Circles in the Middle Ages were made up of small groups of elite rabbis and intellectuals that were already well known in the community. A crisis in the 15th century moved the center of gravity for Kabbalistic teachings eastward. Although the Iberian Peninsula was for a long time a major hub for Kabbalah, it came to an end when the Spanish and Portuguese Christian monarchies expelled or forcibly converted the Jewish communities and their territories. Those who fled settled primarily in Eastern Europe and the Ottoman Empire, leading to new centers of Kabbalah. The town of Safed in the Upper Galilee region became one of these hubs. The Rabbi Isaac Luria, also called the Ari, moved from Jerusalem to Safed in 1570 and formed a group of disciples who went on to revolutionize Kabbalistic teachings. He confronted head-on some of the biggest philosophical questions you could possibly imagine. Why does anything exist instead of nothing? Why does God exist? Why does evil exist? What is our purpose as humans here on Earth? He put forth revolutionary new theories like the one we already discussed, his creation of the universe theory called Sim's.
Remember, by definition, right? That's a completion of the ring of something objectively defined, which would then have to mean the converse would have to be true as well, which is that the diminution of the moon is something objectively diverse or negative, right? And therefore, again, as the moon fills in, you're going to have to go ahead and say Diana MS as the moon diminishes, which the Gemara says, okay, so fine. I don't know, maybe yes, maybe we should see that. Let's go ahead and say that.
Is it possible if you knew where every atom was in the solar system and its position and knew any kind of external forces that might affect the solar system, to be able to run a simulation to be able to predict future events on Earth?
It's not per se a bracha in the completion of the life. Well, something negative. The chest is the way that it works. So I said, to me, I was take advantage of this major show. Sure, I'm going to start in the I said, one of your years of shul. I was here last night. Who was somehow back in there, but just to put up with this almost fly in the face and look at how people don't think. So you're telling me now, like, just kind of program certain things. It's bigger, it's smaller, it's not bracha, it's not klala, it's just is so close on taking care of parents. Because as soon as it feels like it's not the way we're programmed to think, the third program to think is that it's one of how we see direct everything, and everything in this world fits into a bucket. It's either like a good bucket or a bad bucket, or positive or negative, or bracha makes sense on some of the there are certain things in the world that just the program. It's just the program. Like sunrise and sunsets, right? In other words, it's not good, it's not bad. Just it is. There's certain functionalities in the world that just by definition is. Just by definition is. Now again, is the feedback, is the execution, is the messages, absolutely. But it's interesting that I think perhaps what you're not trying to teach us over here is
I still think it can be done if you had powerful enough computers. Maybe even more powerful computers than even you know about.
Relationships is we calculate at all. And so somebody spends the night with their basically every night. Says something. This is kind of why they're planning to go back to church. Why they just this was why they outside that with the past. But again, right? There's all of this really interesting things. Sometimes set aside and the meaning to right? There's no like double country. There's no hidden like I don't think my faucet fixed the like what is that was sex how it was said. Sometimes it just is what it is. It's not just for meaning every single way. So I want to say something Christmas model is for us. You know what? Let's drop one. And there are messages in it, but again, you don't have to die on the MS or October. Incredible. Let's go back. Whoever goes ahead and recites this Kiddush Levana, whoever recites Kiddush Levana at the right, Kiddush Levana, it's as if he's receiving it's such a booking. They can go ahead and recite Kiddush Levana at the appropriate time. Now, what's the appropriate time? That's our focus. Right? Like you said, 7 days in our class like the Narada. That's why we do have the ability to say Kiddush Levana up until the middle of the month. The middle of the month. We actually ask the that's going to nice on the 15th. How it goes. But I love how nice and that's how we pass it.
I still think it could be done. Tell me a way of how it could be.
Says all again this way this and it says second Chodesh Tabachim, which is and Sekiva. Isn't it fascinating? Only one of the most elected tefillos is Kiddush Levana. What is Kiddush Levana? Kiddush Levana is what stands for tall. Right? It's the avoid eye contact with like that's true, right? Get out of there. Let's say, isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? So right, it is the tefillah where some seventh of the population goes off, or she doesn't do it, or just if it's done, it's like right? So fascinating. That's the tefillah that the Gemara says. If you say Kiddush Levana, it is as if you are receiving. Sometimes whether we recognize many of us live a spiritual peace. We live with the fear of closeness to Hashem. Because we're scared if I get too close, the expectations get low. If I get too close, I get to search. We're spiritual. Why? Whether we realize it or not, back to the part of a little bit at a distance. The old talk about somebody who is so first, let's say shoppers that just kind of run out or this, that, and even if I say it, like, it's just like, that's this, like, it's a second, right? But when I say, like, what is it? What is almost as if, like, there's like a, not the version, what is it? A lot of us have intimacy issues, spiritual intimacy issues. I'm scared to get a little too close. I'm scared of what that's going to do. Why are we need to give to
about how the universe was created by Ein Sof contracting. What was so transgressive about this theory is that he argued this process of creation actually damaged creation and introduced evil. Thus, the purpose of existence is to repair this flaw through human action, or tikkun olam, which translates as repairing the world. Luria's Kabbalah inspired several movements in the following centuries, especially a movement founded by a Ukrainian man who rocked the world of Kabbalah and all of Eastern European Judaism, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, or the Baal Shem Tov. In the early 18th century, he jump-started what is now known as the Hasidic movement, a movement that quickly spread across Eastern Europe. The Baal Shem Tov disagreed with the idea that mysticism should be reserved for the intelligentsia, and instead taught that everyone should try to commune with God. Hasidism taught that communion with God, or knowledge of the divine, was possible even for the masses during ordinary everyday life, especially through prayer. Another core change that Hasidism makes to traditional Kabbalah is the notion of divine transcendence, which teaches that God is wholly outside our universe. Hasidism, by contrast, professes that God has an immanent quality, meaning that God is present in our world and that we can climb toward communion through our everyday life, through everyday actions. Hasidism is still thriving today and exemplifies modern Jewish mysticism and practice. Now, I should be clear, Hasidism is not synonymous with Kabbalah. It does include mystical practices and beliefs, but it's much more than that. In fact, if you read the Holocaust testimonial, Night, by Elie Wiesel, you can clearly see a distinction. In the book, Elie describes how he grew up in a Romanian Hasidic community, but throughout the book, he mentions that Kabbalah is a supplement to usual religious study of the Torah and the Talmud. Today, scholars generally categorize Hasidism under the broader category of Haredi Jews, often called ultra-Orthodox Jews, but the two are not synonymous. Okay, now that we've covered all of that background, what's the deal with Madonna? And here we turn to what I'm going to call pop Kabbalah, but it's worth mentioning that stricter adherents would not even call this Kabbalah in the first place. Throughout the 20th century, Kabbalah hit the mainstream in pop culture. One big neo-Kabbalistic movement is the Kabbalah Center in the United States, whose members included celebrities like Madonna, Britney Spears, Ariana Grande, and Ashton Kutcher. Started by Philip Berg and his wife Karen Berg in 1984, the center sought to popularize and spread Kabbalistic teachings, even outside of Judaism. Madonna became one of their most famous adherents, and that's why we get her James Bond music video. During the video, she is being tortured in a North Korean bunker of some sort, which is featured in the film itself. She is depicted wrapping her arm with tefillin, and at the end, the Hebrew letters Lamed Aleph Vav are burned onto the electric chair where they were just trying to kill Madonna. These letters are from one of the 72 names of God according to Jewish tradition, a tradition that became especially popular among medieval Kabbalists and are mentioned in the Bahir and used in Kabbalistic magical practice. Though her performance sparked controversy, in part because most within the Orthodox Jewish community viewed a non-Jewish woman wearing tefillin as sacrilegious, or at least viewed it unfavorably. Other movements of modern Jewish mysticism have also sprung up in the past century and a half. The Neo-Hasidic movement and other revival movements have sought to reimagine mystical doctrine for a modern era. Some have even likened mystical experiences to the effects of psychedelic drugs. The Jewish scholar and leader of Neo-Hasidism, Arthur Green, shared one of his psychedelic experiences in one of his books. As one who tried psychedelics after some years of studying the Kabbalistic and Hasidic masters, I found that the drug-induced experiences confirmed a great deal of what I found in their writings, though he warns that such a path should never replace traditional mystical practices from throughout Kabbalah's history. Overall, one thing that Kabbalah teaches is a different way to use the mind. Kabbalah breaks its students out of a strictly logical way of thinking and pushes them to uncover new modes of contemplation. It's a powerful tradition that has survived for many centuries in esoteric circles, but shows no indication of slowing down here in the 21st century. For those of you who would like to learn more, I'm including a bibliography in the description below, and you could also check out today's sponsor, The Great Courses Plus. The Great Courses Plus is a subscription video learning service with lectures and courses taught by actual experts.
There is no one
and when
book
it comes
called
to content
Kabbalah,
about religion in
what
general and
is
Judaism in particular, The
What
Great
books
Courses
make up
Plus has a
Kabbalah?
very impressive lineup, including a 24-episode-long series on Jewish intellectual history. This one is taught by the Ivy League historian, Dr. David Rutterman. The Great Courses Plus also has a general overview of Judaism with the scholar Isaiah Gaffney, as well as an Archaeology of the Holy Land series taught by the archaeologist Jody Magnus. I've met her personally. Her books were assigned in my graduate level courses during my PhD, so I can say that these series draw on peer-reviewed scholarship. All of them are taught by top-tier scholars in their respective disciplines, but no tests, no homework. You can watch as many different lectures as you want, anytime, anywhere. The Great Courses Plus is offering Religion for Breakfast viewers a free trial. Just go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/religion for breakfast. Through your subscription, you gain access to their huge library of video lectures that you can stream from any device. Click on the link in the description below to start your free trial today. Thanks, everyone.
This only makes no additional shkodesh. This bracha doesn't move itself. So the thing is, the bracha is okay. The interprets of shkodesh, which is beautiful for women, but it doesn't really make the dynamic of the rules, which is what we're trying to have over here. Hello, okay, we're going to now go through the bracha of Kiddush. I've never said the bracha in a way like she wasn't. Like I said, usually if we're in a reason, once we tell us we're in a rush, what we're in a rush for or rush to is not here. But we're always in a rush. So the Gemara says, so here's the bracha. Baruch, now we see it's Baruch HaTashon Melech HaOlam. Hashem Ma'amaro Baruch Shechem. Through his word, the emotion, through words, created the heavens. Uberuach Piv Kol Siva.
What's up, sluts? So, what did you learn about Kabbalah today? Well, I learned that it sucks, but I already knew that. Why does it suck? It's just like, dog, I already have so much shit to do that it's like, it's just a lot. Anybody who says, oh, I read Kabbalah, like, that's not a book. What do you mean? Like, I guess you can say that, which means mysticism. To receive, like, Fred Billy. Huh? What does Fred Bilitnikov have to do with? What doesn't he have to do with Kabbalah? Anyway, you anti-Bilitnikovian. He was just a good receiver, and you stick him, and like, he received a lot. Anyway, so there's no single book called Kabbalah. Kabbalah is a tradition, a layered body of mystical teaching that developed over many centuries. What counts as Kabbalah depends a bit on the school and the period, but there is a fairly clear core canon. I'll lay out by historical layer. So you've got foundational proto-Kabbalistic texts. These are pre-Zohar. And again, yesterday we learned, like, oh yeah, this is day 3. Zohar is kind of like, can't hustle. That's all I'm going to say. Can't hustle. Anyway, so there's Sefer Yetzirah. This is the Book of Formation. Earliest mystical text, 2nd to 6th century Common Era. Cosmology via the 10th Sifirot and 22 Hebrew letters that focus creation, language, numbers, structure, and reality. Studied even by rationalists. Rambam wrote a commentary. And again, we're Rambam homers. The cheerleaders of Rambam. He's one of the people who makes the most sense to me. Okay, then there's Halachot and Merkava literature. This includes texts like Haikolot Rabadi, Haikolot Zutari, and I want you to know also includes things like Maaseh Merkava, mystical ascent to divine palaces, angelology, divine names, visions, influences Kabbalah, but not always counted as Kabbalah proper. Anybody who's like, hey, I was reading the Kabbalah, that's not a thing, though. So if somebody says they were reading the Kabbalah, that's not a thing. It would be like, I don't know. saying that like you read you read baseball. It's like you can't really read baseball. Read a baseball almanac though. Early Kabbalah, 12th to 13th century. This is where classical Kabbalah begins. Sefer HaBahir. This is the Book of Brightness. 12th century province includes Sephirot as divine emanations, feminine aspects of the divinity. Extremely cryptic. One of the first true Kabbalistic texts. The Zoharic corpus, the true heart of Kabbalah. I'm gonna say this, and I'm sure it's not gonna fucking record. All the shit sucks. The Zohar, Book of Splendor, late 13th century Spain, mostly written mostly in Aramaic. Again, but this is you can't hustle. Who is this? The Moses De Leon. This is a De Leon, dude. Really? Yeah. Anyway, late 13th century Spain, written mostly in Aramaic. He was from Castile, I remember that. Okay, mystical commentary on the Torah introduces full Sephism, Shekhinah, divine feminine presence, Tiferet, Shekhinah dynamics, cosmic impact of mitzvot. This is the central canonical text of Kabbalah. Zohar related works, part of the same corpus. Zohar, Chadash, Ra'aya, Mahemna, Tikunye, Zohar, traditionally studied together as the Zohar. Okay, there's Lurianic Kabbalah. We know about this. This is the teachings of Rabbi. All right, 16th century. The system restructured all Kabbalah after the Zohar. He wrote almost nothing himself. His student Rabbi Chaim Vital recorded it. Key books. That's Chaim, the Tree of Life. Sha'ar Hagilgulim, the Gate of Reincarnations. Shahar Hakavanot, Genshin Sha'ari, Kedusha. Key ideas. Zimtzum, divine contraction. Shevarat Hekalim, shattering of vessels. Tikkun, repair, soul sparks, reincarnation. Again, if I'm not pronouncing this stuff correctly, well, you should just know that everybody will speak the way that I want them to speak in the future. My vision is really bad. It really is. And I'm doing my best. This becomes the dominant Kabbalah in Judaism. Systematic and ethical Kabbalah, Pardes, Ramonim, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, Ramak, pre-Lurianic synthesis, organizes it earlier Kabbalah systematically, often studied alongside Luria. Tomer Devora, Ramak, ethical imitation of divine attributes, very influential in Musar and Chassidut. Chassidic Kabbalah, 18th century onward Kabbalah, filtered into spiritual psychology and Ovoda. Key text Tanya, Rabbi Shura Zalman of Ladle, Laadi. You know him? Yeah, he's cool. Teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, Magid of Mizerich, Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. Based heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but expressed experientially. What is not usually included: Tanakh, Talmud, Rambam, Latin Pop Kabbalah books. Okay, so a concise core Kabbalah canon: Sefer Yetzirah, Sefer HaBahir, the Zohar, Etz Chaim, Pardes Ramonim. Okay, so I think that, well, frankly, like since the fall of the Beit HaMikdash around between like 68 and 70 of the Common Era, we've been as Jews yearning for the reconstruction of the Beit HaMikdash. I've got a whole plan for that. I don't know if anybody wants to listen to it. I'm not going to go into that right now, but it's a good plan. I think it's hilarious and it works beautifully, and no one gets hurt, and it's great. If you don't want to go with that plan, that's fine. But once somebody starts getting hurt, I'm going to say, I told you so. And I'm going to say, I told you so with a fucking megaphone, dog. Anyway, and then we've been yearning for Mashiach. I yearn for Mashiach every fucking day. I'm like, where is this asshole? He's supposed to bring us into a new age, a new epoch. Tupac. Anyway, it wasn't Tupac. So all this stuff is cool, but I think it's really related to physics, and maybe some people don't think so. And I was never a very good physics student ever, but I've become better as I've gotten older, and I never gave up on it. And all right, so there's something called Laplace's demon. This is in physics. So there's this thing called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which it's something with which I struggle every single moment of every single day of my life. And it means that you can't know the location and the velocity simultaneously of an atom, essentially. And this bothers me. And so I try to think, because it's just, why not? And it's like, well, it has to do with quantum entanglement and stuff like that. And it's like, dog, why not? Anyway, so that's mainstream physics, that thought. But there are some fringe physicists that are open to other ideas, and I'm always open to thinking outside the box, especially when we meet a challenge. So in classical Newtonian physics, if we knew the exact position and velocity of every particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system, then the future and past could be fully determined. What am I trying to say? How does this relate to Kabbalah? Well, all these guys are trying to figure out like what happened in the past, what happened in the future, and how it all started. How did the universe start and stuff? And I feel like if we could run at least the solar system and create it as a closed system, and we knew any external forces that may affect it, then we would be able to run a simulation and be able to predict the future. And that's super cool to me. But under mainstream physics, that's not possible due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And this is very bothersome to me. It's like the thing that I don't like most about physics. It sucks. I do my best to understand anti-gravity and antimatter and dark matter and dark energy to the best of my knowledge. Like, I still am a mere child in my understanding of these things. Not even. I'm just like I have knowledge of a drop of a drop of water in comparison to the ocean. But nevertheless, I try, and that's what's important in life, is trying. Showing up is 9/10 of the challenge, and if you at least try, you're making an effort, and you never know. You never know until you try. Anyway, so this is gonna fucking. I should probably just upload it. All right, I'm gonna upload it. Part 2 coming up.
This case is too difficult for us, and we can't issue a verdict.
What's it? So what did you learn about Kabbalah today? Well, I learned that it sucks, but I already knew that. Why does it suck? It's just like, I already have so much shit to do that it's like...
I have a problem, and I need help. I just moved into this house. Dude, it's fucking cold. Where's this dude? Show me. Show me. Move your arms.
They don't make them charging statements. What's the is a cash off. The head of the judges, he makes the declaration of Zakin Hadin. If you want to say that ultimately again, Zakin Hadin means the declaration. We did good. We judged appropriately. And the Omar makes sense. The end of the says this. But if you say that Haram said me, that the din is too difficult, and we can't find the resolution. You become something of shame. Why does the Gadol have to say it? Not that it has to be declared by Beit Din, but does the Gadol, does the head of the Beit Din have to say it? It's kind of embarrassing. So Rish says, yeah, even though this guy should have no such method, it's going to be some level of embarrassment if the Beit Din can't reach resolution. But better to have embarrassment come from the Dayan himself, than to have it come from others. Incredible. The ones who be down. Others say, yeah, but if you want to say that it's speculation that things he says, you can't use your verdict. I know the women's fashion asshole like that. Anyway, I'm welcome. You want to say there's your recommendations. The Basin is making the Basin is saying, did a good job of adjudicating this case. The person supposed to praise themselves. Beautiful Muslim says, you know what, if you're deserving of praise, let other people praise you, and don't praise yourself. So how could the head of the Basin, Shreya, did a good job of adjudicating this case? Shining Wills that they, you know, everything that comes from the Basin always comes from the head of the Basin. Any declarations always come from the head of the Basin. It is not. Same way. The God of the Basin would announce the verdict. Any other announcements of the Basin would come from the head of the Basin ourselves, including in the Basin. There is a we attributed this case, appreciated this case appropriately, and such an ultimately again was come from the head of the Basin. So Mosai, Hadron Allah, how you both Mazel Tov, okay? Celebration. Let's go back to the big marathon. What's fascinating about this is tradition process. Is at the end of the day, again, they finish the now let's say we're talking about a piece of steel trade. So we bring him out for skill. So you bring him out for skill. There was an obvious case here where the punishment was skill. The things that skill we'll talk more about this. The place portion of the event where they was outside of the yeah, like the Prophet says, again, so the execution stopped, wasn't by his, it was somewhere between the Prophet says, okay, so now, right, so let's say, Reuben is now the tape is moving out to be executed. They position the guy, one guy, special entrance there for and ultimately at that he had with the plug up cloth. What? Yeah. Something bigger, right? Sheet, yeah. Right, so there was in his head. This is wrong. And he goes, now watch this. This is how this was out. So this guy says, yes, I could essentially a flag. Don't make a flag, right? Now there was a guy in the distance on the bridge. He's working on the driver, right? This guy was far enough away, but the popular flag guy by the bridge. Now why did this? Why did this? Over usually not dollars. Watch this. So let's say as you're doing it now, someone comes into the base thing and they say, "Oh, I have testimony that could exonerate Reuben." Remember again, Basin was accepting testimony to exonerate Reuben literally up until the moment he was going to execute. So therefore, again, they needed a mechanism for the testimony that they would get word so that Reuben would be executed. Okay, somebody came into the and said, "Now that's what all happened." Flag guy would wave his flag, force mounted rider would quickly go to the business and say, "Wait," and say, "Wait." Flag guy waves, force mounted rider would off to the business. Tell everyone to watch. Even if Reuben said, listen to this, Reuben is not executed. Reuben says, "You know what? I just thought of something." Okay? I just thought of something. I just thought of something. Or it says, "Not zero self." You listen to him. We'll bring it back. I'm just gonna say, there's gonna be some level of investigation, right? Can I just bring it back to Ruben, what do you got? Right, tell us, what information do you have that is new and necessary that is going to be helpful for by the way, what makes us outside of the place where they executed Ruben was a good distance away, right? Because at the end of the day, it says they took him out. It sounds like he was a good distance away. So, that's true. I will say, yeah. It makes it sound like all you had to do over here was put the base of Skiba somewhere out of base. It didn't have to be far. It just has to be
Yo, baby. All right. So we were talking about Laplace's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know the exact position and velocity of every particle in the solar system, the exact laws of motion, and all external forces acting on the system, then the future and the past will be fully determined. I don't understand why that's computer or some like super advanced extraterrestrial can't do that. I understand why I can't do that, but I hate the word no or impossible, or I just don't like them. I always think generally there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, baby. So why does this fail in practice? Because of chaos. Fuck chaos, bitch. I don't think chaos can be organized and beautiful. Even staying purely classical, prediction breaks down due to chaos theory, sensitive dependence on initial conditions. In chaotic systems like weather, climate, tectonics, ecosystems, brains, an error of one atom width today can become a completely different outcome years later. This is not a measurement problem, it's a structural feature of the equations. I get that, but just measure really well at the beginning. Example is weather becomes unpredictable, long term climate, human neural activity is massively chaotic. I kind of think that in its own way that chaos is organized. I think that the Big Bang is organized. Maybe some people may call that chaotic, but I think that there's in the chaos, the deeper limit, quantum mechanics and principle. Okay, I mean, tell me, cannot know exact in velocity. This is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It says you cannot simultaneously know a particle's position with arbitrary precision. This is not a technological limit, it's a law of nature. So the premise, if you knew where every atom was, it's physically impossible, not just impractical. I know what you're saying. I just think that there might be somehow some way around that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Quantum randomness is not hidden determinism. This is crucial. Quantum mechanics does not say we don't know what happens. It says certain events are generally probabilistic. Examples: radioactive decay, quantum measurement outcomes. All right. So the solar system is not closed. I know that. I get that. The solar system is constantly affected by passing stars, galactic tides, cosmic radiation, neutrinos, gravitational waves. Perfectly unique. The state of the entire universe. Okay, what if like some civilization figured this out? See, that's the thing that nobody is. I give credit to extraterrestrials. I think that, and like people don't even think there exists, and that's cool. You can be closed-minded or whatever, but I am very open-minded, and I think that they're very, very smart. Some of them, others are like single-cell extraterrestrials or whatever. They're just working on stuff, but like there's some stuff out there that could be really, really intelligent. What can be predicted? Orbits, statistical behavior, probabilities of classes of events. Exact weather on specific date years ahead can't be. Human actions can't be, and specific historical outcomes can't be. Okay, you want to tell me that's fine. Final answer in one sentence: a perfectly detailed simulation that predicts specific future events on Earth is impossible, but fundamentally. Okay, so what if you have like really big computers? That still doesn't get you past it. But then, what about quantum mechanics blocks the premise? I just know that like scientists have only really been like had accurate ways of determining everything for like a century. Like give them 50 millennia and I bet our shit's a lot better. And I just Yo, dog, give me an example of what was once considered to be thought to be a law of physics that has been proven incorrect. Look, I'm just telling you, when I was a kid, they used to say that water pigs didn't exist, and they used to say that the giant squid didn't exist. I remember this. It'd be like, oh, you're some kind of weird person because you think that squids could be, bigger than general size. And it'd be like, well, there are like all these accounts of it. Well, those people are stupid. And then this team in Japan in like the early 2000s got this on video of a live one. And these things used to wash up on shore to show that this actually happened. But when I was a kid, that kind of stuff was seen as pseudoscience. And that's what they'd call it. And I don't like those terms, pseudoscience and quackery and misinformation. And I don't like that. And I feel like everybody should have an opportunity, their fair opportunity to be able to give their arguments. And we shouldn't say, well, because my degree says this, or because the consensus is, dog, the consensus was wrong on a lot of shit for centuries. So here's the big one: the luminiferous ether. What people thought: light is a wave and a medium, therefore space must be filled with an invisible substance called an ether. Taken completely seriously by Maxwell, books assumed it existed. What killed it? Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887, Einstein's special relativity. So, fuck you, dog. Shit. I consider these people who are like Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Well, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm not. How do you know that that's not just the luminiferous ether? Or what about Newtonian gravity as a force? Subtly, but hugely wrong. What people thought: gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space. Worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we know how fucking gravity works. And then what replaced it? Einstein's general relativity. Gravity equals curvature of space-time. So like all this shit that was like fucking dead solid for centuries gets proven incorrect at points. Phlogiston theory. Energy before energy. What people thought: burning objects released a substance called phlogiston. Explained combustion, explained rust, explained weight loss in burning. What killed it? Lavoisier showed combustion is oxidation. Oxygen exists. All right, so there's a lot of shit. There are a bunch of things that people thought. Like Earth being the center of the universe, the geocentric the geocentric system was replaced by the heliocentric system. This is like Galileo was rebuked for this by a bunch of assholes. So I'm saying that those assholes still exist. So how does this connect to Kabbalah? I hear some rabbits in the back. Yeah, rabbit. How does this connect to Kabbalah? Well, I mean, there's the principle that nobody really knows anything. and all of it stems, everything stems from that, in my opinion, and that's very Aristotelian, which is very Platonic, which is very Socratic, and just classical. And I'm sure it's other shit too. But here's what I think. I think, well, like all these Kabbalists, they figure out what started the world, or what God is, or, and I don't really agree with what thus far. Like, it's some of it in ways can contradict like mainstream Central Orthodox Judaism. Like, there's some slight contradictions. Like, I mean, here's just a simple one. God is one. That's like the big thing in Judaism. Okay, well, what about the Shekhinah? That's that's extra. It's like, oh well, it's like the sun and the rays of the sun and shit. And it's like, I mean, why can't God be everything? Every atom on in the whole universe. I don't know. Then I just get into God as energy, and that's what I think. I've never heard anybody put it that way. Maybe they have, but that's just what I think. They're not doing it like I'm doing it, and that helps me. And I think from a scientific perspective, that works for people. Like when people refer to God, Hashem, whatever, they're referring to energy. It's only when you get into these ideas of like Hashem, uh, like having being corporeal, like having a body and stuff. That's Hashem is incorporeal. Incorporeal. Uh, that's a tenet of the 13 Principles of Faith, and I am a Rambam Homer. I'm a cheerleader. Anyway, so how does that like? Well, we're all just trying to figure stuff out, and one of the big questions I think of these Kabbalists is trying to figure out what God is. It's like, dog, we didn't have a temple and Mashiach hasn't come yet, so what else are we going to study? And literally they just started making some shit up. And maybe some people had some visions, and maybe some people like channeled some stuff from ancient times, or it was passed down orally, even though there's not a lot of evidence for some of it. There really isn't. And then it just keeps getting built upon. It's like if we were playing with Legos, and like we had the base of the Lego set that was from a stolen set of Legos. Sure, let's just say that. And then we build this beautiful structure on top of that, and we say, look how amazing this Lego structure is. It's the most amazing thing. It's pure. It's perfect in every single way. But then we find out like the base was stolen or just corrupted, and people don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. They don't want to get rid of the structure because their parents like the structure and their grandparents like the structure. But at the end of the day, the base is still corrupt. And that's what happens a lot in religion and philosophy and teaching. Okay, so where are we getting at with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and everything? Okay, so I'm fine with that. But I just think that perhaps that still works, but maybe there's a way around it. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying it's too early to tell. We're still very primitive people, and some rabbits gonna be like, yeah, rabbits in the back. All right, big dog. So, what do you think? How did it all start? And I would say this. I think that humans, like Homo sapiens, what we are either not intelligent enough to understand this, or yeah, I would say, wait, so the big question is, all right, so if we all think the Big Bang happened or whatever, like even in Bereshit, like what happened before Bereshit 1:1? you know, like it doesn't go into other like the multiverse or an omniverse. It doesn't go into any of that because it was just written traditionally. It was given to Moshe Rabbeinu at Sinai, and then he passed it along to everybody, and then much of it was orally communicated. But nevertheless, there are a lot of holes. Arguably, some people are like, "Oh no, the Tanakh is perfect, Torah is perfect." Okay, that's fine. Then explain why that was arguably 5,786 years ago, but like we can do carbon dating on stuff way earlier than that. Well, carbon dating is, oh shit, this thing's gonna end, is corrupted. This thing's fucked. Anyway, well, I guess we'll have to do it another time. But really quickly, what do I think it is? I just don't think that our minds can process a type of idea that there was something before there was nothing, or before there was like like what happened 1 second before the Big Bang? Was it another universe or a multiverse? Our brains cannot comprehend that. Maybe a more advanced species of humans in which we're evolving, into which we're evolving, or maybe some kind of extraterrestrial can figure it out. But I don't think it's possible. So the way that I describe it is, if you've ever seen that emoji that's like the red string, like not the Kabbalah thing, that's different, but like imagine like a ball of imagine like time is a like a timeline, like a line, like a string. And if we took that and made it into like a toroid, like a donut shape, and then we just kept looping it, it would eventually create like a toroid of yarn. And then if we took that and we bundled it all up into like a ball, like that emoji, and we said, where does it start and where does it stop? We wouldn't really be able to tell. And in my mind, like that's how we should think of the universe. Like there could be a big bang and then all the shit happens for 60 billion years and then a big crunch, which is what, you know, like we're 13.8 billion years into the life of the universe. Like from a scientific point of view, I understand that we're 5,786 years, like religiously, but whatever you want to believe, this has to happen. Something's got to happen. And if there's like a big crunch, perhaps like maybe billions of years in the future, then what happens? Does it start all up again? And there, if it does, then that would be like another like ring on this red yarn. And if you bundled it all up, you would never know where it started or where it stopped, or generally, like you could delve into it, I'm sure, but like just looking at it without being able to touch it would be very difficult to understand where it started and where it stopped. And that's kind of like how history is. It's not perfect, but it helps me to understand that like we're never as humans going to be able to understand what happened before the Big Bang, or what happened 5,700 and like, well, like today is like 5,786 days, but like what happened 5,787, or not days, years, 5,786 years as of today, but in the future it's going to expand. But what happened 5,787 years ago, or 88 years ago, or 89 years ago, or 90 years ago, or 10,000 years ago? And people can be like, oh, well, there's this Kabbalistic teaching of this. Dog, I'm a realist. I'm a rationalist. So I'm trying to figure this out from a real scientific. Science is really important to me. It's like my name. You could call me science. I fucking love science. I think it's amazing. And then I'm trying to figure this out from a religious perspective as well. And the red string, the yarn or whatever. That's how I figure. It's like a toroid. That's how I think of it. All right, you're fired. Go fuck yourself. Oh, that didn't fucking record. This is the worst. This is the worst. I fucking hate this shit. This is bullshit. Fucking shit. Dog, why does this shit suck so much cock? This is the worst. Hopefully this bullshit recorded it. This sucks. Fucking bullshit.
Free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use iHeartRadio Podcast Preview.
This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How can you resist?
It's a story of manipulation and emotional escape.
This case, oh my God, that's so what the hell? Going on. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app, number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Overnight, a gas station in California forced a major freeway to shut down, causing traffic and concerns for commuters. Video showing the gas violently bursting into the air, debris visible from miles away.
It's crazy when it's like gas is so intense. It's coming out in such a clip that you can actually visualize it. You can see it blowing the dust of the hill out.
Authorities shutting down the freeway, worried over the possible cause of it. Traffic backed up as Florida as the eye can see. Some drivers stuck on the road for more than 3 hours.
We're just like asked as Californians to sit and wait for the I had no idea that being in LA for 15 years just meant that I would be normalized to the idea of every once in a while going somewhere you might have to just sit there for a bit. I was heading over the hill last Sunday after the show, popped in the car, drove over 405, and I was my own neighborhood for not paying attention to this, but show they're doing off-road construction. It's not like they just have a couple of backhoes going trucks going up and down the street there. They have derails in the middle of the freeway. They're moving the northbound and southbound traffic so that the southbound lanes don't even go on the north part of the 405. They just cut over onto the northbound ones. So they divide the freeway in half to go down from 7 or whatever 8 lanes down to what feels like a 3-lane each direction. So a normal Sunday afternoon trip, which would again take you like, I don't know, 15 minutes to get over the hill, it goes away as long as there's not an accident on Sunday. It's like an hour-long trip. I was sitting there like, why didn't anybody tell me about this? I'm like one of those people who comments like, why is no one talking about this? I'm sure we were talking about it, I just didn't pay attention to it. I think you heard about this. When it comes to the murder weapon,
The 405 freeway into LA from the alley where the construction was begins, where they What?
then again, it's a
From the Indian traffic, because you were going from West Hollywood over.
I was coming from here.
To West Side. That's right, because you were going down the Bay Area, the South Bay. I guess the radio racing is
Well, what happened was my GPS on my car exit was folded up to get around it, right? But then they had all of the entrances to get back on the freeway closed. And I just snapped.
I feel like I'm pretty connected to what's going on in the world thing, working in news. And when I got stuck in it, I was like, how did I not know about this?
I mean, I knew about it. I just didn't. I think the thing was, I was stuck on Florida and I could see traffic on 405.
So that's right, yeah, that's right, because that's Florida is just too late. So you got everybody thinking, oh, this will be quick. What you gotta do is you gotta send the fake kid. Actually, I wrote this up and down. Here's the right way. Go to DCH, come down that way. Matter of fact, go to San Francisco, hop on a plane, fly down to Long Beach. That's how you do it. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And now, because they area, that the gas crowd from yesterday, which were just 4:30, at least the freeways were open. As far as what exactly is going on, if it's still leaking a little bit,
Immediate area receiving a shelter-in-place order that since been lifted. Freeways reopened shortly before 9 p.m. Saturday. This smell of gas is subsiding by nightfall. Officials eventually finding and stopping the source of the leak, confirming that no explosion had occurred. They're very safe.
but what a freaky thing, man, especially if you kind of like when these Canadian gasoline and a lot of the storage facility up there that people just, oh, this is so cool. Because they just said it can't take anymore. The stations.
That was the case. That's the capital case.
So good news, you would have missed in 2025.
Uprooting the tree, right, detaching the big from the tree traffic is in and of itself. That is that's capital crime. That's capital
I
crime.
swear, this happens every single year where there's all these end of the year recaps. Someone says, this year is over. In parentheses, oh, thank God. It was terrible.
That's what happened over here.
Terrible year, good grades. Never seen a year that bad before.
She shoved over the
It's
shoved it.
and this year is no different. CBS needs to compile a bunch of good news stories, things that happen that make people feel good. Probably didn't make it to a lot of your feeds because of course good news isn't triggering like bad news. You can back up, you get to some of those things. Plus, where you should go for New Year's here in Southern California. Lots of opportunities, maybe the Queen Mary, things that have long
were they white or were they dark?
Now, would you call Long Beach the South Bay?
Then Zakai loves it.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't mean that California is
South and South Bay.
Why? Because the website Ben Zakkai, he took the orange county and Hakiros, right? He essentially made them the same. So in general, it's like because of Hakiros. Like I wouldn't call distinctions are like Hakiros are questions that are specific to the actual event itself. Those are general questions. So generally, we didn't care necessarily what color the murderer's shirt was. Not really. Doesn't matter again if the things underneath which the murder occurred were white or black. Not necessarily. Ben Zakkai himself was of the school of thought that both illegals and Hakiros are explicitly necessary, and both must be well suited together. That's why Ben Zakkai was asking about the feet and the stand, and Ben Zakkai, the clothing is also important as well. By the way, who's Ben Zakkai? So, who is Ben Zakkai? Just say, the source is incredible. Not Ben Zakkai, but Ben
Professor. Professor. Fuck.
Watch this. Get ready for this. I've already shut up. I'll set the For 40 years he was in business. He was in business. But he never shut up, Baba. For 40 years he learned. Right? He didn't stay in business and he learned. And I've already shut up anyway. And for 40 years he went ahead and he became a Rabbi. Right? He taught students. So it's a or after 40 years, he decided to care what he sold. He said, "Don't stay." Let's say people, the kind of people all this like 40, 45. And now again, that's a partial safety. I have a choice. I can
I'm at water bear tardigrade. Just again, it's like I'm hard on myself, but I don't know what a water pig is, but I'm at a water bear. Tardigrades, when I was a kid, were seen as pseudoscience and go fuck those people now.
Yo, baby. All right, so we're talking about Laplace's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know,
I love him, but he's very addicted to devices and things like that, right? And I know this about him. Like, if you're talking to him, he's totally taking, but then he's checking because this club might be blowing up or that club might. He's trying to figure out which club is blowing up, which Israeli supermodel turned 18. I love him, but he's very addicted to devices and this about him. Like, if you're talking to him, he's totally taking, but then he's checking.
Jared Allen, Idaho State. Jared Allen, Joshua Burns preschool. Jared Allen, homeschooled. Thanks, Mom. That's the first time we've had one of those. In order for a testimony to go ahead and be upheld, do I need all three to be certified, or is it just enough to get 2 out of the 3? That Jesus says you know 3, you don't pass it, that's right. Passing it 2 out of the 3 is good. Because he was a pastor that witnesses believe is strong together independently. As long as 2 out of the 3 are getting the Hakim is correct, we're good to go. Rakana of Sabaton Sanhedrin. They Rabbi is great. But then I love Sabaton. We're learning Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi. It looks like it's incredible, right? They learn Sanhedrin, and they Sanhedrin, but they're not Sanhedrin. But they were learning the second Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi. How good they were about Namo. Shabbat Shalom. Extend on the Lord, my visa, Bob, is actually Rabbi. What to learn? What did you learn? What did you learn in Sanhedrin in Yeshiva Rabbi? On the way. My Amino based Sanhedrin here does something. What do they say about Sanhedrin in general? Like, one in general, you can go ahead and shoot it and learn it out. Oh my gosh, shoot it off. Right? When you have questions on our law, they have the Marvin Hakiros Leviticos. Well, what is the distinction between Hakiros and Leviticos? Hakiros, Echad Omer Inyo Dei Yusuf Tilo. When it comes to Hakiros, if one of the parties says, I don't know, then ultimately again the Eagles is bottle. Eagles is bottle. The Eagles, when it comes to the Eagles, Echad Omer Inyo Dei, Stein Omer Inyo Dei Yusuf Kayeros. So I'll say, so again, this is a fundamental feature that we see over and over and over again. Hakiros, which remember again are the 7 questions listed in the beginning of our Mishnah, right? The question is only 3, but we pass in 7 questions. Those 7 questions, those need to be answered. And if you can't answer it, either you answer it wrong or you say, I don't know, the halakha is you're out. You're out. If you get those wrong, you're still in. You're still in. What's an example of the legal question? For example, legal question? Right, color, right? The stems of the fig tree, color of the figs. They're important. Now again, they are important. And remember, the reason to use discretion with those, they're important, but they're not necessarily part of the core details of what it is that occurred. So therefore, again, one or both witnesses gets Hakiras wrong, you're out. One or more witnesses get the Bigos wrong, you're in. Now the world says, but one, why is that? They're both Doraisa. Both Hakiras and Bigos are Doraisa. They're both Doraisa. The widening of latitude is one now with the other. The Hakiras come back and the Hagib Able Shaka Yokolazimo. The Tigos Akadoma Eo Dea, Kayanas, Able Shaka Yokolazimo. So it's a very simple distinction. By Hakiros, all of those questions are what are necessary in order to make the Eden susceptible to Asama. And remember, I will say the cloud level is witnesses who cannot be made in Eden Solomon, they have no skin in the game. Therefore, their testimony is not accepted. Anything that falls, any of the Hakira questions, if they get those wrong, those make them susceptible to being made in Eden Solomon. Particular questions, if you get them wrong, it doesn't like to be Hazama. So because Hakiras are the questions that make them subject to reciprocal punishment, Hazama, therefore they're indispensable realities. But the other ones, ultimately, again, are not necessarily indispensable realities. They're not Hazama. That's where you get them wrong. So who are the so remember again, this whole exchange over here is an exchange between right? So a kind of Safra, running to Rabba, right? And also, I'm sorry, running to Rabbi Kama. So Rabbi Kama asked them what you're learning. So Rabbi Kama says, wow, Shkoyach, boys, incredible and beautiful, absolutely fantastic. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Baruch Yaki Amisubah Tuba. Rabbi Kama said, incredible, you learned a lot. Amisubah, they said back to him, Amar Tuba said the Mar Amina, you can I'm sorry, Tibu said the Mar Amina the Tuba. You said the Mar. So what's actually quite beautiful. But Keter of Safra say back to Rabbi Barkama, it's only because you're so gracious, they're able to share with you more Torah. Had you been a little bit sharper, ultimately we would not have been able to give you back so much Torah. It's also what they were saying was we're able to share with you because of your pleasing countenance. Had you not been as nice, it would have been more difficult to share with you Torah. Now, we're gonna pick up with that last piece tomorrow. That's just going to finish up the sugya. But also the end of the distinction between Mitikos and Hakiros. Again, that last piece of the conversation between Rabbi Barkama and Rav Kana of Safra will pick up with that because there's a tremendous and beautiful magnificent Moshaskio. In that note, I know I ran through it. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. What do we decide? One side, Shkoyach. One second. All right, good morning, such a small Hashem to be able to begin another week of Daf Yomi, and first of all, thank you again for everyone for their understanding as we still acclimate to our new surroundings. Certainly, you'll see the Svarma going in Baruch Hashem. There are some somewhere in the back over there, and there's Hashem, or some will trickle it. Also, apologize about the rattling noise in HVAC. There's nothing living up there. Not exactly sure what it is if that's occurring, but I know Menachem Shlomo is on it. It's building settling, okay? That's our catch-all phrase for everything. Building settling. Building settling. We'll find out what that is in Meretz Hashem. Meretz Hashem. So we'll thank you for your understanding again as we still get our feet under us. All right, begin by thanking all, and also our microphone hopefully by tomorrow. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. In Meretz Hashem. Hopefully by tomorrow. By tomorrow, the HVAC will be fixed and the microphone will be here. In Meretz Hashem, everything will be I begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei Pilsen Mishpach Eretz Yisrael. Dedicating all the Sherman Drushos as a zuchus for Besoros Kolos Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Havalin Rutova the Talmud Mishpacha in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, brother of Itai Levy, who was killed in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that the merits of our Talmud Torah is in Shalom Rabbi his family in the Chama. Our Dachyomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's mother, Sylvia Marks, Sarah Hesha Bas Moshe Mordechai, from the Rav, the Meritvar Talmud Torah, from the Shamal Havan Aliyah, and their family in the Chama. The rest of us says that we dedicate our learning in the source of our holy passages, and the Shmuel the Nets should bring the rest of them home with Shalom and with Karov, and the merit of our holy soldiers, and if that would be successful, the whole Maaseh. Also with this, let us be beautiful, a really incredible daf ahead of us today. So like I said, today's daf is Naval 41. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on them on the days 40B, 5 lines up, 6 lines up and bottom. Tanrabanim, right as the 2 dots. Bakir and Matzah also. Tanrabanim. Those days, so again, remember we are continuing in Meretz Hashem with we'll call it the cross-examination of the witnesses.
So we're talking about Laplace's demon. So in classical Newtonian physics, if you know the exact position and velocity of every particle, and I'm hugely wrong. What people thought, gravity is a force that acts instantaneously across space, worked perfectly for centuries. These assholes were like, oh, we know how fucking gravity works. which is very.
recognizes all of it confirmed on the blockchain. But I think to Avni, it's thousands of pounds. Am I right, Avni?
Yes, it's thousands of pounds. I don't know what this dollars is you're talking of. What is that?
That's what we use in Western society. Also, we drive on one side of the road, drive on the other side of the road. I don't know what's going on, but it takes a little bit of getting used to.
On the right side of the road. You drive on the wrong side of the road the last time I checked.
That could be also it. We use the different matrices and centimeters and blah, blah, blah. But it's all good because you know what? At the end of the day, we speak the same damn language. Thanks for co-hosting here, Bixby and Avni. We got Wise pulling up. We're going to hear from you guys in a second. Welcome to the show. Molecular. I see Jimmy in the audience. What's going on, amigo? Thanks for pulling up. Tribe, Eve. Rabbi's in the building. What's going on? Some of the Fajal communities here as well. Guys, stick around. We're going to get to all the crypto headlines. Top volume leaders on Ethereum, Bitcoin, Solana, and Ordinals. Molecular, thanks for pulling up here as well. Much appreciated. We got Gia, Lily in the building. Don't think I've ever seen you in my space before. You better not be a catfish. Thanks for pulling up here. Look at, come on, Avni. I couldn't help it, right?
I'm curious, is the 100% you are a catfish or 100% you're not a catfish?
I'm dying to hear this. You know what I mean?
It's all pink in the dark, isn't it?
Jesus Christ, Alex. It's too early in the space for that.
Well, what have you been doing in the dark, having?
I cannot confirm nor deny such allegations. What me and Tom do in private is what me and Tom do in private.
You know what? Yeah, the UK is much more accepting, Avni.
Stop doing things with Alex in the dark.
It's all right, you know, whatever, man. It's all gravy. And you know what? The market has been brutal. All right, the last couple of weeks it's been brutal. So we got to do what we got to do to get by. All right, we've seen Bitcoin down. Solana's been down from all-time highs. Ethereum's down. Ethereum NFTs in particular have been hit pretty hard. Ordinals are down, right? So if you got to get a little homoerotic now and again to get you through, that's what you got to do, man. Patina.
Because he did not check to see if the guy who sold him the boat sold the boat with a battery. So here we are with this boat, hack the sail, hack back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We didn't get it until way, way later. So, and I'm doing a lot of boat these days. I was going to talk about the news from the week and what's happening here in Southern California as far as the rain, but I can just tell you quickly before we get out of here because I'm way over on boat talk. Looking for probably rain today. Gonna be nice but windy here starting this evening all the way up until Tuesday. Wednesday will be a transition day, which is very interesting. Might be raining. Remember, we're still a few days out here, so when you're that far out, sometimes it'll change, it'll adjust. But rain likely by New Year's Day here in Southern California. High wind watch in effect at 10 p.m. tonight. Looking at gusts between 45 to 50 miles an hour in those Santa Ana wind corridors, mountain passes, interior valleys, desert-facing communities, those north-facing slopes in the Antelope Valley. Not fun stuff, but this is going to be beautiful here for the next 2 or 3 days. All right, coming up, we're talking about influencers. We're talking about young kids like old shows, and maybe more boat talk for get some more talkbacks. And remember, as we told you, ship can carry a boat where a boat can't carry a ship. I'm Andy Reesmeyer, this is the Andy Reesmeyer Show. Check out the 90 Gonzalez and the KFI 24 Hours.
Here's the latest. President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky are finished meeting in Florida as both leaders continue to try and advance a potential peace deal with Russia. And a new survey shows America's top New Year's resolution is to exercise more. 25% making it their primary goal for 2026. More news at the bottom of the hour. Take a drive on the 91 deck.
You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going off when your fantasy team scores another touchdown in the playoffs. I'm JJ Zachariason, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time of year, so tune in daily to help build a championship roster to feed your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy
is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How do you take down a criminal network hidden in the shadows? I tell them that I know that they're the ones who are running the largest child abuse websites on the darknet. The job is being exposed the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your playroom floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The keys to lock down online predators. Do we create the alarm for these? No, we didn't. We didn't. They made it. Not to be real. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of the town lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive nuclear training facility nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, they built a different community.
The forest occupation and things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, it shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property. An individual, without warning, shot George Spencer's Road.
What I heard was a full clip upload. It was just like the most whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From wondering, the upset media, tenderfoots like me, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 different protesters that worked in the office now.
I'm not you sure. Follow, we came to the forest. The new rooms that we came to the forest.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFR AM 640. Forest.
Tell me what is that? What is it? It's kind of 1975 vibe to it. Exactly what I was thinking when I moved to It's by something named Starfletter. It's a song called Secondhand, the Neon remix. It's pretty fun. Yeah. I just stumbled upon it on TikTok a couple months ago. How do we look it up? It was on Spotify. Fell in love with it ever since. So far, I love that. Well, we need some good positive 80s vibes too today. So I'm a big fan of that. The record that I tried to make years ago is very much inspired by that kind of era of music, and then the 1975 started doing it. Now that there's AI, it's kind of hard just to like get excited about making music, because even like listening to stuff, you're like, is that AI? Is that made by pseudo? Is that a real thing? Somebody made a search engine that basically allowed you to look at everything that was going way back to basically like 2023. So it's like anything that shows up on there was created before 2023, which indicates that it was probably made by everyone. By the way, I wanted to say a shout out to all my fellow Chargers fans. Tough day yesterday. Chargers being Chargers. As the Yeez people say, hot breaks up high feels good in a place like this.
What the fuck's that?
How do you say it? You know, Nicole. Nicole Kidman does that thing. Hot break feels good in a place like this.
Hot break feels good in a place like this?
Have you not seen the AMC commercial that she does for?
I I haven't gone to the cinema in a while.
Okay, all right. I know how like embarrassing my accent looks. Like it's not good. Margaret died. That was my big laughing thing. Mario, I appreciate you supporting our absurdity. You see me laughing, yeah, dog. You like to do all the time. It's great. It's what I want. I was hoping that if Mario's laughing, then I'm hoping someone is finding this, at least someone interested. If not spicy, at least someone interested. So it's a good time here. There you go. All right, it's at the end of the line for you guys online. You know these YouTubers, these influencers, TikTokers, Instagrammers. Hey guys, that's the rule. You can't. Nobody can be famous if they can't say, "Hey guys." That's been for many years. But there's a debate raging on TikTok over if the modern influencer is dead. And I think the one that we're talking about specifically is the sort of like glossy beauty, luxury goods influencers. It says the perfect life can be mine, or can be yours rather, just like mine, if you comment and if we're It started, at least the conversation, with beauty influencer Jaclyn Hill asked her 1.2 million followers, why is no one watching my stuff? She used to get a ton of views on her luxury hauls. Or come with me while I put this stuff on my face. Have you tried honey on your face? She does that. I did see her. It's like I put honey all over my face, and now I love when we see the dermatologist. He's like, you shouldn't do any of this. Don't do any of this. Don't listen to this. Because anybody can do it. But she asked why nobody's watching her stuff. She's getting a ton of views. Now she gets like 15, 20,000. She's 35, despite what Don Lemon might have believed. Apparently, it has nothing to do with her aging out and being too old for the platform. It's more that she's just too much. A lot of commenters now coming to her defense saying, look, lady, we're tired of influencers like you rubbing your wealth in our faces and with the cost of everything, with the inflation, etc. The discount is crazy. A professor of media studies told NBC News, people are over the overconsumption in general. We've had it. A lot of it is a product of the influencer industry itself, because people are relatable, they start making videos, and then people say, oh, you're great, I like you. And then they become famous, and then they're no longer relatable. They're rich. They suddenly have glamorous lifestyles, which is why I have strived from the beginning to be as unrelatable as possible. As a matter of fact, influencing is so viral that there's now a trend of de-influencing, which you have seen as well. And that's where kids basically just say, here, I want you to see this and don't buy anything. No link below. We have an update here from one of our listeners. There you have it. Where is the lie? I think that's right. As far as I was aware, and I just Googled it because I wanted to make sure. And, again, in the whole effort of I must be right. This is just a that's right. All of us trying to just be right all the time. There's no standard definition of yacht. The term generally applies to vessels with a cabin intended for overnight use. So there you go. But technically, it's a sail or motor-propelled watercraft made for pleasure cruising or racing. Could be a lot of different things. And my Volvo station wagon, is that a yacht? Well, it may only drivers. Check it out. I think it's all Can't Buy 24-hour newsroom.
The 5 freeway in Castaic is back open after a major gas leak shut down all lanes and forced nearly 1,500 residents to shelter in place. 34-inch high-pressure gas line ruptured near Ridge Route Road, sending a strong gas odor across the region. Local crews were able to stop the leak after several hours. Fire officials say the escaping pressure rupture created a loud noise, and some residents mistook for an explosion. This resident who lives nearby tells KTLA there was massive confusion.
The noise literally was deafening. People were walking out their homes on the old road, their hands over their ears, and it was so loud. I'm getting goosebumps at this moment.
landslide, but that hasn't been confirmed. A woman accused of DUI is now facing murder charges after an 18-year-old high school student was struck and killed in Manhattan Beach.
Prosecutors charged 33-year-old Janine Bell with second-degree murder, gross vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated and driving on a suspended license. Police say Ron Levi, who was just 1 month away from graduating high school, was walking with a friend on May 4th when he was hit by an SUV. Court records show Bell was driving on a suspended license tied to a prior DUI arrest in 2023. She was taken into custody Tuesday. She's being held on $2 million bail. Sharon Reardon, KFI News.
At least one person is dead after 2 helicopters collided and crashed in New Jersey. Authorities say one person was killed, another critically injured after the helicopters went down near Hamilton Municipal Airport, which is about 35 miles southeast of Philadelphia. Chevron is taking aim directly at California politicians for high gas prices.
A picture of a sign at a Chevron pump saying California lawmakers are driving up gas prices has gone viral. Chevron has fought back against state politicians in the past, posting signs last year saying filling up your tank is a lot cheaper in other states. Right now, California takes about $1.30 in taxes and fees per gallon of gas you buy. Some industry experts predict that gas prices could skyrocket to around $10 a gallon when the Valero refinery closes in Northern California in April of 2026. Jason Cappadonia, KFI News.
Brigitte Bardot, the French screen legend and animal rights activist who shot to fame in the 1956 film And God Created Woman, and later starred in over 40 movies before retiring in 1973. Bardot then dedicated her life to animal advocacy, founding a major protection group. She remained a controversial figure in her later years for her far-right political views, but many in France remember her as a cultural icon. Brigitte Bardot was 91 years old. Let's go to a crash on the 110 in downtown LA.
At the four-level interchange, 110 southbound, connect the road to the South 101 Hollywood Freeway. It's a two-vehicle collision. It's over on the right-hand shoulder of this connector road. Up ahead on the South 110, right at the 10 Santa Monica Freeway, the downtown slot is a vehicle that crashed into the center lighter median. So these two problems causing delays on the South 110 from the 5 Golden State Freeway down to the 10 Santa Monica Freeway. 110 northbound is slow as well from Adams up to the four-level interchange. South 101 Hollywood Freeway, you're slow from Melrose to downtown Los Angeles. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Mike Moldes.
You hear that? That's the sound of the group chat going off when your fantasy team scores another touchdown in the playoffs. I'm KJ Zachariason, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time. So tune in daily to help build a championship roster to feed your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. What if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and this station.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Conversation from so
What the fuck is happening right now? Is he not a Puerto Rican shortstop for the Dodgers?
There should be a COVID test for thing into the job, right?
I did that to B3&B. I did that shit.
You take it,
spin the cup, email
spin it around your mouth, dip it in.
Oh, see me drive maintenance.
You got Reddit.
Yep. I am white as shit.
Reddit 19.
Yeah. White person handout, 7-inch. Out once a week. A fucking hot pot can kill you now, man. Every time dinner would come, I'm like, oh, does she really think let's go with the goddamn meal? She's serious? Is she for real? Every time dinner would come, like, does it ever occur to her? Maybe Brendan's not trying to shit his pants. How about that? Every time dinner would come, my asshole would be like this. We're dying down here, mommy.
It's so spicy. He's hilarious.
I mean, every time it's crazy how good it
I've
is.
never been thicker since I got with a Mexican man. Thick with 3 fucking C's. Dude, give me cheese.
Dude, give me
What the hell, man? Carb load year round? We never tail off the carbs? That's the game plan?
Okay, one more water.
We're all gonna be built like armadillos?
Can you give me a water? Thank you, sir.
I got so sick in the pandemic, I decided to go on a keto diet. If you know what keto is a diet where you can't eat Mexican food. That's the diet. It's pretty easy to stick to, man. Just don't touch a fucking tortilla. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, sir.
My problem, though. Here's my problem. Every Friday, my mother-in-law makes my favorite Mexican.
Oh, shit.
It's my favorite. Listen, do me a favor, though. I don't want to be tempted. I don't want in the house. Do me a favor. Tell your mom I'm on keto. Can you do that? She goes,
Cooney has suey eyes.
she speaks English, but she doesn't know. But she doesn't.
I'll clean all this up tomorrow.
You keep saying that. She clearly fucking doesn't.
Let's see.
Do me a solid. Tell her I'm fucking keto, okay? 8 weeks goes by, your boy hasn't touched a fucking tortilla. Nothing. I walked in the house last Friday.
Dude, shout out to everyone that subscribed today, dude.
My favorite food. You know how like Theo Von came around?
I was convinced Red Bar would do a show tonight.
You know how like he struggles with cocaine? Like if there was cocaine on the table right now, he'd fucking swerve from right field. You feel me?
It's crazy that when I go home, I'm just gonna put this right back on.
I will fucking take it to the.
Oh, we're not even watching in 4K?
Fuck.
God damn, we gotta start over.
Yeah, start the clock over.
Yeah.
So I walked in, I go, Mama, what are you doing? I know you know, I'm on keto. I know you know. Somebody told you I'm on keto. She goes, mijo, bueno, cabrón. She grabs his treasure, she goes, cabrón, look. Keto. It's keto, bitch.
I gotta say, the Puig jersey, great touch, dude.
Thanks, man.
Nobody's really commented on that.
I think I remember maybe Van Lehman asked me how I got it.
Yeah.
I got on
Oh, the other thing you know about that.
What? eBay, dude. eBay.
They love it. They love it.
It was
It's like
a good price and it
They
fits.
love it.
I'm happy with it. Maybe I wear it to a Dodger game. We'll see.
I'm the only person in my house who don't speak Spanish.
I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Like, after hour 4, it's kind of like a spiritual experience, and we're just like going.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of like, it doesn't even feel real.
It's a mantra, dude.
And people keep asking how many times have we seen this 66?
You know what it feels like that my 5-year-old son roll up on his bike and
Oh, man. 66 times.
Yeah.
As a father, you know what that feels like? I don't have a clue what he's talking about.
Doesn't come
I have
in
a clue.
All right, Sean Bot.
Yeah. Curtis Bot. It's more like ese cabrón. Chavinese in the Oxford Dictionary. How many times have you jerked off while watching this? 66.
Yeah, 8 inches.
Yeah.
Next check.
Cooney, I don't know who Puig is, B.
Dodgers player. Ever heard of him?
One of the many things I love about the Mexican culture is, and I do love your culture, man. One of the many things I love about it.
He's talking to me.
Every week,
Yes, that's open.
as a white person,
Like, on your birthday, fucker.
all right,
Be cool.
Be cool, man. Be cool.
Yeah, let's try
Every
ice cream.
week something's popping.
Snot's going to jail.
Turned 15.
What's she going to jail for?
Honestly, it's the one person in the shoppers I don't mind reaching out to.
To help her out.
Yeah.
How would you help her with jail stuff?
Writing letters, the usual.
To the governor?
Yeah.
You're like, good thing I know Mr. Jameson. I can write and send a letter right to him.
Yeah.
I walked in the house, these Mexicans give a fuck about social distancing. There was a Mexican.
Kevin DeGraw.
There's a mariachi band. They're beating the shit out of this pinata. There's flaming hot Cheetos spraying over the goddamn living room.
That's how the cop knows you've been watching too much Gringo Poppy. You lower your window, hot Cheetos all over the place. Car.
Marvin early, what's going on here? She goes, nope.
Base, it's asking me if I'm scary.
Fuck yeah, that makes sense.
Is violence in your DNA scary?
It's pretty scary.
Yeah, I don't know. You tell me. Do you think you'd leave a room with me scathed, and I would leave unscathed?
Yeah.
Probably. And could I twist your neck off?
Yeah.
Next question.
But where'd you buy the dolphin bottle? Great question, bot. You don't buy those bottles, they find you.
I told you I wanted this shit.
It's your piece of shit
Yeah,
bottle.
man, stick together. Like, you never walk into a bar.
Tweet life story is sad. Why? Because he slept with.
They're there with their amigos.
Part of you dies every hour here.
I was taking my family out for dinner the other night. My family, I mean all 15 of them.
Fucked up.
Tweak is kind of a mess. Have you ever read his Wikipedia?
Tweak?
Yeah.
No,
It didn't really work out.
My mother-in-law.
I think he just wasn't. He never lived up to the hype, and I think he might have had some legal issues.
Oh, yikes. Yowzers. I'll be right back.
We fit. The fuck? No, you don't fit. She goes, bueno, we fit. I went, please don't do this. I promise you, you do not fucking fit. Sure enough, we fit, y'all. We fucking fit. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Two of them were hanging out with the spoiler. They didn't give a fuck.
I gotta say, the highlight of the stream for me so far, dude, was singing R&B with Mark.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
That was great, dude. I feel like that was the peak of the stream, and then it kind of went downhill after that. Just kidding.
I wanna ring you on
the middle of the pandemic. She found one, man. She fucking
beans and cheese with you, baby.
So, we're driving a couple's therapy. She's crying.
I want to try. Very last
That's my life currently.
I want your nachos.
Nacho cheese.
Some shit like this.
Gringo Poppy.
Gringo Poppy.
Giant red neon letters.
This was a bad idea. Every element of this is sad. Will Harm.
Boss.
The only one not having fun is you, Will.
Yeah. Will Harm?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you harmed yourself, Bob.
Yeah. This is definitely 24 golden hours, dude. So
yeah, it's like golden hour times 24.
Exactly, dude.
We're looking for Dr. Robinson, Dr. Allen at this point. You feel me?
Yeah, I think it was towards the end of hour 1 or into hour 2 where we sang with BGL.
If you watch Gringo Poppy this many times, you don't even need to take
new house
HGH or
testosterone.
It has the same effect.
So we moved to a new house, my girl goes, Poppy, I'm pretty old. Let's play it safe. I'm kind of conscious. Would you just go over it?
Good one, Paul.
Fuck some Mexican cookie. What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with salsa all over it. What are you talking about?
Okay. Whenever the transcript comes out, you'll be able to find that R&B part for sure.
You know, kids fall asleep, girl fall asleep, I fall asleep.
They clip every time we say bot.
That would be great, but it's a lot of clipping. Oh, you know who can do that? A bot.
Next day,
oh, there you go. That's how you know a bot is.
Yep.
All that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff. All good. Fall asleep that night.
Oh my god, I'm tired.
Yeah.
3 a.m. goddamn dot. I woke up again.
As soon as I figure out how to go plugging it all, like, I'm gonna turn that in the air fryer pretty soon. Put my head inside it.
I didn't know about this ring app. Download the app.
We'll make sausage salad another day.
I don't want sausage salad, you psycho.
Fantastic.
The webs are lovely, dark, and deep, but I have truck walks to creep and sinks to piss in before I sleep.
For hours looking for real crime.
Bottoms.
I can't really imagine food after this.
Yeah.
Like dinner? That just seems like a strange concept after watching the Gringo Poppy 75 times. Like, sit down and eat dinner?
What do you do? Every night? You're hood. You learn
How drunk do you think that the people laughing are?
Very drunk.
Yeah. More drunk than drunk.
Drunk and very supportive.
Yeah.
2 doors down, Jerry goes, hey man, this mountain, I need my goddamn dogs.
Don't underestimate the hawk. We'll get the bot compilation up tonight. Roast is made for street.
Oh, I yawned already. Now, bank bot.
Might as well just buy a subscription to Patreon, dude, because
I know, that gets you a month
of yawning.
of yawning. Yeah. We film at
My
night.
kids saw from the window. We can't sleep at night. Somebody needs to do something. This is not good.
This is not good.
This is not good. Then David, right next door to me, David goes, yeah.
David
stole my Amazon package.
10 drink minimum.
The Amazon package was taken by a lion?
Yeah.
Nah.
Facts.
That gives me the idea. I'm like, ooh, I know how to introduce myself.
Dude, Christian Hell, you've been here the whole time. We talked about Brian Callen the whole time, dude.
Yeah.
This is easy work.
Is this really 24 hours straight Netflix? Yeah, dude, look at the timestamp. It already says 23 hours.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
Bot.
Figure it out.
In a way, we've already done 48 hours.
Yeah.
Don't ask.
I got so
Yeah, we've been watching this since the last time we recorded.
I never shot a gun. I walked out with an AR-15.
1 times 1
Like
equals
the
2,
red
dude.
laser thing on top of it.
Everybody knows that.
I walked out with the Zero Dark 30 Navy SEAL night vision helmet. What? I was like, dude, 19 grand for all this? Hell yeah, bro.
Hell yeah, bro.
It's a steal, bro.
I keep having to remind myself that we've already watched this.
I know.
It does feel weird.
Dude, that cat's fucked, bro. I'll keep you posted. I'll let you.
I'm so sorry if we're not funny anymore.
Killer deal.
I don't give a shit.
Bots, fuck you, bots.
So I get home. Listen, I've never owned a gun.
This is
I
fucking
got
crazy.
a gun. I get my fucking
Yeah.
vision on it. I'm like, this shit is fucking dope, dude. In my head, I'm like, right, this I'm envisioning this, right? My cat shows up at 3 a.m. every night, right? So I'll be sleeping at 3 a.m. It's late. I'll be sleeping right here. Wow! I'm gonna fucking pop out of bed, right? I'm gonna fucking, yeah! And then I always have my
I gotta text Bobby and ask for a
right
raise.
there. Really cool. Tom Brady works out. So I fucking
Yeah, be cool.
I slide my Uggs on, right? My AR-15 like this. I have my Zero Dark 30 night vision like this.
Zero Dark 30 vision like this.
So I'm like, I don't know why I threw that in, but be cool. So I'm fucking she's so famous on here, right?
What guitar do I have? I have
Like, that's
my 12 strings is Sunland, my 6 string is a Yamaha.
Yeah.
And then also an Epiphone. And they're all Kibitex. Wait a minute, you guys still going? Real Neil Hill, where have you been this whole time, dude?
Boom.
Look at my ring camera and go, World Star!
He's so happy to be done.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't believe I did the whole thing.
Once you go viral, it's gonna be lit as fuck. I can't wait, man.
Yep.
So next night, right? I'm pacing back and forth. My girl's like, go to bed. I'm all, shut up, bitch. I'm fucking here.
Oh, shut up, bitch.
Thank you, Crack City. Bot.
Again, I got my Ugg boots on. I got my AR-15. I got my Zero Dark 30 night vision on,
Big
right?
dick, sorry about that.
Still got the big dick. Sorry. I'm fucking here.
You know, I think we can get away with ending early if Cowbell just talks us out.
The clock's all 2:50 in the morning.
I feel like Cowbell's not going to be the best, but
No, this would be the worst cowboy you've ever seen in your life.
3 a.m. kids are here. Wow. Showtime.
Can you film Cowboy sleeping?
Yeah.
okay, how about this?
It's just like Cowboy.
Dude, you know how loud a cowbell is, dude?
It's a little loud.
I went all the way out to get Mark, and I heard cowbell from the street.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit, your neighbors don't like you.
Thing, right?
Of course, their alarm clock for Saturday.
I don't need the Navy SEAL night vision, dude. Like, you can probably grab it by the screw. And that could be like enough. So
I got a better idea.
wow.
You know, we're convinced that people are bots, right?
Yeah.
There's one way they can tell. We can tell if they're bots or not.
Okay.
We could let them call us in.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Call in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys want to call in? I'm waiting to see yeses in the chat. We'll do this for the last, what do we have? 30 minutes-ish? You know what I mean? And we're going to determine whether or not you're a bot.
Yeah.
Yeah. The phone number, if you guys don't already know, is 775-557-8667. That's 775-557-TMOS. Let me figure out how to turn this on. How do you do this? How do you do this?
Yeah, you guys. Ryan, you want to call in?
Give me 1 second. 775-557-8767. Okay, so somebody just called. Oh, let's give him a call. Let's see who this is. Hello. Hey, how's it going? You're here with Raccoon Tweety.
With Jared and Brandon.
That's us.
Right.
You reached the team.
You guys really doing? You guys really did it. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Okay.
You guys got big dick. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. All right. You're not a bot,
That's
dude.
good,
That's
dude.
great.
You passed the test, dude.
I am not a bot. No.
All right.
If you look up, if you look up in the white person manual on page 7, it says that I need a tater tot at least once a week.
Oh, that's very true. You do. You should always have a tater tot.
Yes.
Once a week.
I've been riding with you guys for ever since like probably episode fucking 0 since 1. Yeah, it's been great.
Oh shit! Nice. Thank you, sir. Well, congratulations. You're not a bot. You said that we have huge dicks, and that's what we like, dude.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm so glad you guys do those songs. I wish you guys did it weekly, but
okay, bot. All right, you're a fucking bot later, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. It's weird how they fool you like that.
They
You know what I mean?
sound like they're human beings, but then they become a robot so fast.
Let's see. We got another one coming in. Hey, how's it going, dude? Bot. Literally a bot. You saw that? That was literally a bot.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, we got a call. Let's see who this one is. Let's see. Last one was calling from jail or something. Did you hear that?
Hello.
Hey.
What's up, Dallas?
What's up? Truck flip.
Okay. All right. It's finally nice talking to a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to get off the fryers for a bit, man. It's been a long day. Got a broken leg, so been enjoying you guys all day.
Nice. What's it called? Do you have a smoke break at all?
Yeah, I got a smoke break right now.
Nice.
Good.
That's great. Sorry, my phone is going nuts because people want to call in, but go ahead and tell us about our show and how much you love it.
Well, it's really good because it's a great avenue for all of us homeless cats to, stay on top of the entire Papaverse and all that entails because it's a never-ending saga which provides much entertainment.
That's right. Okay, good. Not a bot.
Not a bot. That's great.
Great.
I'm a real boy.
You're a real boy, dude.
All right. Since I was going to ask, the last guy was a bot. We did bring up songs. Do you have a favorite song?
Favorite song?
Yeah, that we
honestly, like the Cooney Louie intro.
Oh, nice.
Yes,
that's the right answer, dude.
Yeah, Raccoon Tweety.
Yeah, it's a good one, man. It's a banger. I find myself just kind of like, I'll actually be like watching TV and I'll hear the Louie song, but I start hearing the Cooney lyrics. So
hell yeah, dude.
Raccoon Tweety, never heard of it. You watch that show too, then?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I missed the episode where you explained your Martha's Vineyard trip. So
you gotta watch
real sorry, Cooney.
No, you can watch it, dude. It's up.
Yeah.
Fucking, I talk all about how I'm now working with Alan Dershowitz.
Hey, you guys actually work for Bobby Lee? Because I have a Bobby Lee story.
Yeah, we would love to hear the story, and yes, we do work for him.
Okay, so he might not like this story.
Okay, well, we don't actually work for him.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, I forget who the guys he was with, but like 10, I'm from Tahoe, and like, it was probably like 10 years ago, but they did some show, it was a 3-man show called the Marijuana Logs. It was like a play on the vagina monologue.
Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember that, yeah.
Absolute dog. It was absolute dog shit. And anyways, after the show, Bobby and those other 2 comedians then I was going to leave my buddy back over to my buddy's house because we had a house right next to the casino. And when we were like leaving the garage, Bobby was like so like fucking on trying to be a funny guy. Like I stopped and I told him, I was like, you know, the show's over. And it was really awkward. And like me and my friends, we still kind of talk about that to this day because I don't know if anybody ever said that to him before. It's kind of like no one's ever told Joe he's not funny.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. I can't relate because it's so easy for me to turn it off. In fact, turning it on is the problem.
Yeah.
I could stop right now, honestly.
I think that's honestly like one of the biggest problems like with the whole like Roganverse and this whole era of comedians is that I find that they're less comedians and more just performers. Yeah. That really is kind of the root of why I don't like them.
Yeah.
I think, I agree with it. That makes sense. I like Bobby Lee.
Great show, boys.
Thank you, bro. And you are not a bot.
Yeah. Good work not being a bot. Stay not a robot as long as you can.
Yeah, don't fall for the robot's tricks. My mom fell for that shit.
Yeah, she's a bot now.
Yeah.
Rosa needs a weekly spot.
She needs a handler, B.
Yeah.
We need like the T-Most political corner with Rosa.
Oh my god.
He's got some hot takes there.
Yeah, I didn't say oh my god to you. I said oh my god to this voicemail. Jesus Christ. Well, thank you so much, brother. Thanks for calling in.
Truck flip. Have a good one.
All right, later, boys.
Later on. I saw that Balloon Fart left a message. I do want to reach out to Balloon Fart.
Okay.
He's got this guy left a terrible message.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let me see what this is. Let's see.
That I need you.
Oh my god. Balloon Fart. Who the fuck is that guy? Where's Balloon Fart at?
Balloon Fart, call back.
No, I don't know what he is.
No, fuck. Don't call back.
I know Man Lehman was trying to call.
He said he left a message.
Oh, here we go. Let's call Man Lehman.
Okay.
Balloon Fart, put your number in the chat or the area code in the chat. Oh my god, it's Bobby.
It's not a bot, but it's Man Lehman.
Hey, how's it going, Man Lehman?
I can't believe it's coming back.
Let's just be honest, okay? You've been accused many times today of being a bot. I know your name.
Listen, I watch every video to the end. That's all I'll say.
That sounds like a bot.
No.
Okay, no.
Watch every video to the end? Yeah. Oh, I guess you said bot because only a computer could do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
No. A lot of people watch
long-time listener. I'm definitely, hops in the chat, smash the like button, join the Patreon.
Yes. Exactly.
Yes.
Well done.
I want to give a big shout out to everybody that donated a ton of cash because I could only push over $4 today.
I love every dollar.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you, dude. We appreciate
it. Yeah, who's that one Indian guy that gave us like $9,000
in English money?
Oh, yeah. People, Gerard.
Oh, I didn't know he's from India.
That's not better. No, I still want you guys to watch Adam Ray doing Tony in front of him, but at least I know that Adam Ray's
Maybe we'll do it on Patreon.
Yeah, maybe this week we'll do some more Kill Tony on Patreon.
Yeah.
That would be fine.
You know, it's not easy to suit up and show up, you know what I mean?
Show up.
But yeah, it's hard to, get into the hazmat suit and watch all this trash content.
Yeah, and we have to do that before every Patreon episode.
Yeah.
You guys know it takes 6 months to make a Patreon episode, so
exactly.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah. You get it.
Bring back the songs, and I appreciate you guys doing that.
Bring back the songs.
All right. Well,
what the fuck?
All right,
bye, dude. What the hell?
No, we will bring that.
Yeah, we will. We're sorry.
It's just fun to do that.
Yeah, it's yeah. This is Trucklick. Think I'm not a bot. Okay, who the fuck is this guy? Who's daddy's number? Block muscle. Hear you. Hey there, Gerard. What's up, guys? It's Drunk Elbow. It's from the Patreon. Ever heard of it?
Oh, hell yeah. Hey there, Gerdo. Hey there, Gerdo.
Oh, here we go. Balloon Fart found it. Oh, nice. I want to hear Balloon Fart's voice. Do you think it sounds like an asshole squeaking? diaper trying to make his girl longer, dude.
Yo, what's up, my man?
Yo, is this balloon fart, dude?
This is the one and only.
Oh! Let me just hit the hawk noise real quick.
It's good to hear your voice.
What's up, balloon fart?
Okay, I'm watching the stream, but it's like behind a little bit, so I gotta turn it down.
Can I ask you a question?
Shout out to all the guys in the chat real quick, all the old heads. I won't even start naming names because I'll leave some out, and there's just so many, you can't name them all, except for Elizabeth, she's my girlfriend.
Oh, shit.
We're opening a shop together. But but DVs are like, he's our property manager, but that's regardless. Anywho, just love the show. Glad you guys got BGL on again. I'm sorry I missed Brian Campbell. I'm a big, MMA fan, and I like his work in boxing and all. So he's noticed the balloon fart too. It's just a weird chat name that people seem to like have just noticed.
Well, that's my question. I was gonna ask you. Can you tell me the origins of balloon fart?
It was like, I had an account get banned. I made a new one. I needed to come up with a name. And it just like, I guess I was playing with balloons and how they make that squeaky noise. And I was like, oh, it's like a balloon fart. And then 808, I guess it was like, just was a fun thing to slap on the end and people like noticed it. And then I realized I spelled it wrong. I am retarded, so.
Well, it led to a very recognizable name, so I think you did the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like people just seem to notice, and then like same with Badizi, like we seem to have the same taste in everything because we always are in the same chats. Like this Crack Amigo, or like MMA streams, or like different, like even in like different like comedy videos, I'll see like him in the comment sections and stuff. I like.
He's had great taste.
So great honor to be able to chat with you guys, just a bit to say hi.
Balloon fart like rides the wave of like the line. You know what I mean? On the other side of the line, you got Dixie Normus. You know what I mean? Trans Tim Kennedy type stuff like this. And then on the good side, you got like Wolfcat with the gun, Bud Easy, and then balloon farts in the middle where it's like kind of naughty but also kind of funny. You know what I mean?
It's family friendly.
I'm a goofy dude. I have a very silly sense of humor. I'm like pretty serious by nature, but like my sense of humor is very goofy.
Yeah.
That's why I like this environment. Oh, by the way, so shout out again to you guys and especially the shop and I am kind of a bit of a lover. Because of like the crazy environment. Imagine a world like, okay, if entertainment was good, then there would be no environment for us to have like this entertainment between each other because the rest of the world's entertainment's so bad. And it's just like, I actually am thankful for that because this is entertaining. Like we do have fun.
Yeah. Well said. I agree.
Dude, like you guys make my work day more enjoyable. You guys, the only thing I wish we could get more Dalia stuff.
I'm just kidding. No, for sure. I did.
Honestly, it was one of the like dun 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 was like one of the bits that got me into you guys, and that's what made me hang out around chat. Was like Cooney responded. Cooney responded to be like, I think it was that episode. And I was like, oh, cool, these guys actually like respond to fans. And it's goofy stuff, so. And then, again, the name stuck out, so you would just see me around, especially I've been around so long, like, back in the day when there weren't many people in chat, you kind of, the names stick out, so.
Yeah, you were born in the darkness of the Raccoon Tweety Comedy Store.
It was a lot of fun.
I missed the songs too, but honestly, like, I kind of guess I didn't notice you stopped.
Oh, see, there we go. That's an honest answer, an honest human answer.
Right. You didn't even notice.
But also, given like changes of schedule, and I'm an East Coast boy, and like, my schedule's all over the place, so I know I don't get to watch you live stream as much now too, or stuff, so. Or I don't guess the premiere's the same or something's different. I don't know. It's all good. But Anywho, one love, and I'm gonna get to bed. Good luck with you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Balloon. Night sleep. Don't get sleep at.
Do you prefer balloon or fart?
All right.
Marty Supreme, starring Timothée Chalamet, opened in third with 17.5
It's right. In other words,
Let's go to
making sure Trishas No, but Makir Matamoso. So say the one is, do you recognize the perpetrator? Do you recognize the defendant? So Gafri Harag did kill a non-Jew, Yisrael Harag did kill a Jew. It's very simple. Mushkim Nasral. Keep a love. Asral, he accept the Asral for himself. If you're Asmo Benisa, it was an interpretation. If you're Asmo Benisa, you're self death. Another way of saying, after he heard the Asra, after he heard the warning, did he still proceed anyway? Right? So here's the Asra, these are so three people. And again, they essentially, after the Asra, they go ahead and violate immediately after the all we have on these are somebody wants to idolatry, right? So we're say that we didn't want to idolatry. We ask them to be off on it. What type of idolatry to worship?
And that is the best damn band in all of the land. This is the #1 live podcast in the world. Kill Tony, brought to you by Talkspace. How we doing tonight, huh? Make some noise for the great Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, and it's the great Charles Reed III joining us. Muling on the electric, John Dees on the keys, and believe it or not, that's not a guy dressed up for Halloween. This is the real D Madness live in the flesh. What a fucking overloaded show we have for you tonight. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single week, I book this goddamn show myself, and I cannot believe that I was able to secure these two guests tonight. I mean, you know, sometimes we go a little off the rails with exactly who we have. Sometimes it's, you know, two of the biggest comedians on Netflix. Sometimes it's two of the biggest comedians on this and that and the blah, 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 blah. Tonight is very special. Tonight is one of the greatest actors of all time with one of the greatest rappers of all time. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you tonight's guests, Sylvester Stallone and Tony Yeo. Yeah! Oh my God! Make some fucking noise! All right. Tony Yeo, welcome. Sylvester Stallone. Wow, this is a first. How you doing? Great to be here. Sylvester Stallone, welcome. My agent Tony says, hey, you want to kill Tony, you know? And I was like, what's that? And then he told me he gets out of view, so I said, you know what? Sylvester Stallone is here. How about a hand for the great Tony Yeo is here, ladies and gentlemen. The Real Report coming out just after New Year's Eve. Great Tony Yeo.
Eating a lot of barbecue. Make some noise for that barbecue, all right?
Hell yeah. I like that name Yeo because it's got Yeo in it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in the beginning, like you like yours.
Stallone, you the man, bro. You the man.
Stallone and Yeo are here. You guys are both first-time guests, so let me tell you how it works. Over 300 innocent souls, hopeful motherfuckers have signed up for tonight's show. They are loaded up in a bar next door, hoping to get pulled out of this bucket. If they are, they get 60 seconds of stand-up comedy time uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. I'm gonna let this Filipina masseuse pick the first name of the night. See if we have a happy ending here from this. Oh my goodness. And the first name has been pulled. While we go wrangle that person, we're going to have one of our elite golden ticket winners start the show with a minute of uninterrupted stand-up comedy. He was discovered here on Kill Tony, given a golden ticket immediately on an episode with a record, I think 22 bucket pulls. We could not find anyone funny one night at Vulcan Gas Company about 3 or 4 years ago, and we just kept pulling in a very fast turbo round. Finally, we found this man with no voice after 2 appearances. Howie Mandel discovered him on this show, rushed him on America's Got Talent, got second place because they sabotaged his final appearance. And now he is here for us. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the golden ticket winner, the great Aaron Belial, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron, live in the flesh. Taking the mic out of the mic stand. The real circus, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, the great and powerful Aaron Belial, moving the mic stand and grabbing his phone. And any second now, the show will begin. Here it comes, and here we go in 3, 2, 1.
To get the American experience, I went out shooting the other day. I shot a .308 in the clay and a handgun. What kind of idiot would give me a rifle? That's just irresponsible. They were super cool about it. The guy hands me a handgun, but they didn't notice that when they handed me the gun. They all took like 3 steps back. They're like, this is America, so we are going to let him shoot. But also, this very special boy is definitely going to shoot one of us. Luckily, I had my handicap pass, so I just shot everything. So there's a serial killer in Austin, Texas that has been killing a bunch of people at Lady Bird Lake. I have a big secret. It was me. And I tried to turn myself in and tell them it was me. And they were like, no, you're not. Stop playing. Bunch of ableist assholes. People always underestimate me. I could totally drown a dude in a lake. I almost drown every time I go into a lake.
The great Aaron Belial has started things off for us tonight. I believe that. I believe everything you said. Can you swim? Do you know how to swim? Perfect. So you and Tony Ayo have the same swimming style.
You don't know how to swim yet.
How about you, Sly Stallone? What's your swimming skills like?
You guys punch the water. Get up to the top of it, and then punch down. Come on.
Aaron Belial, how's things been going for you? You've been out on the road. You worked with Steve-O, took you all over the place, as it though.
I had about 23 shows last month, all sold out.
Wow.
I get a Corvette that I can't drive and get the license plate that I drool.
I love it when you say something but the crowd applauds because you don't know if they're going to applaud or not, and then they applaud over whatever the rest of what you just said was. Do you want to hit that? Do you have that button loaded up again? Here, just hit it again.
I need a moment to type a response.
Oh shit! All right. That was a good time to say that this episode is brought to you by Talkspace. Oh. Is that from you? Oh, that's copyrighted music. Here, pause that. Oh, it's not? Wow, you knew you checked it. It's fair use? Wow, look at that. Good job, Aaron. If this gets us a strike on YouTube, I'm going to break your good arm. I swear to God. I swear to God. It's a fucking $40,000 mistake if you fucking... Is that really coming from your phone? All right, hit pause. That's psychotic. We get the joke after like 10 seconds. All right, what else is going on there? It's a hell of a gold chain, I gotta tell you. I don't know what fucking claw machine you got it out of. But
Yo, what up?
Your own. His left arm is a claw machine, ladies and gentlemen. If you put a quarter inside of him, the guy got
All right, I'm ready to hear it. Tell me.
The guy got arrested at your show. Oh my goodness.
I'm ready to hear it. Tell me.
Oh, he's got somebody starts making that noise.
I'm still meditating.
Here we go.
Oh, that's that time travel, baby.
Really?
That's not time travel?
No, sir.
Not well.
Do you think it's possible that this moving conscience travel through time and space?
Oh. Okay. Somehow
Perhaps.
You fight the most
Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Yes.
Aaron, anything else crazy going on before we get to this crazy bucket of ours?
For anybody else, I would tell them to go fuck themselves.
It's gonna plug a bunch of shit.
But for you, I'll beat your ass like it's going out of style. Yeah, baby.
Shows that I need to sell out this month. I need enough money to be able to buy 6 more gold chains.
There's late documents of the CIA using remote viewing and military bases, right? And there's a report of people who after project and they find these people in these military bases with security guards. Like there's a document video of this woman from Antarctica that said she would travel to Antarctica and saw like these security guards working in a military base in Antarctica when she was projecting.
It's ballers fuck, baby.
And like the CIA actually has like remote viewing classified, like they have documents like pages of remote viewing and natural projection, and they have like psychic security guards like protecting things in Antarctica, like in the astral realm.
I am aware of this. Yeah, it's on their website.
Is it?
Yeah, CIA.gov. You can read a lot about what they've declassified on astral projection.
I'm only astral projecting twice, and most people are bullshitting when they say that. But I didn't astral project. I told you I didn't astral project. I astral travel between astral. Like I was in between astral travel, astral projection. Like there were There were portals to other dimensions opening up in my room, but I was just only in my room, and I flew back into my body because I got scared.
All right.
She was magnificent. When she went down, she was sucking the thing so good, I started singing the theme song, and them niggas like, ooh, nigga, I love that.
No way, Zeus.
Have you ever tried?
Not really. I would say no that I have not. It's not something especially interesting to me. I mean, it's interesting the study of it, but I am someone who, when I meditate, I end up getting distracted by stuff. And it's kind of boring to me. I'd like to get more into it, but
I'll tell you something, though. If it ever happened to you, you would want to do it again. It's the most euphoric experience you could ever. It's the most euphoric feeling I've ever experienced. Like, there is nothing on the earth that I've experienced that was like more euphoric and like, holy shit! Like, it was like orgasms going off in my brain once. It was like, yeah.
Oh my god. Now,
sounds
explain to
baller.
some of these people. There's some like tech nerds here. There's some fucking boring white people that have never been with a faux fitty before. Can you explain to them some of the details and some of the fun facts about an invention?
I'm gonna talk to you because you look curious. I'm trying to tell you, you get a big one that's more cushion for the pushing. All right? Your little skinny one is stabbing while you're clapping. It's bullshit.
I'll tell you
I'll make
something,
my take notes on that.
tell me, baby. Go ahead.
If you actually can get into astral projection, the chances of you going into sleep paralysis before and having been stuck in sleep paralysis before are very high. So it's a terrifying experience. You literally have to go through hell to get to like the euphoric feeling.
Is there an app for that?
When
Is there an app where you can just find chicken?
I say I experience I experience hell.
I love it. Lingo, how long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Okay.
Going on about 3 years. 3
years. Where at?
Are you still working Tony?
Yes, sir.
I should have fucking gone with my gut there and guessed. You're from Orlando. Do you live here now, or are you still in Orlando?
No, I live here, man. I stay East Fifth.
Nice. I love it. East Fifth. Represent. Fun fact, between East Fifth and East 4th is Bofitty.
No, sir.
Lingo, what do you do for a living?
I can't tell you that.
Really?
I can't tell you that. Nigga, I just got the job.
Okay.
I swear to God.
Can you just tell us the field that you work in? Is it what kind of field?
It's really complicated. I work at the opposite of Microsoft.
Okay.
You know, hey man, fuck it, man. I showed up late the other day. Now I work at Apple, nigga. I work at Apple.
Okay.
I don't even know why they hide my black ass.
No.
I don't know shit about
You should take the beating as it's been delivered.
Hey, we need you to push this Apple care. Nigga, I don't care, nigga. I'm gonna push it.
So you actually work in like the Apple store?
Yeah, baby, I'm whooping your ass.
At the mall?
Yeah, Barton Creek.
Okay.
Are you ready for the greatest show you've ever done?
I've been
Yes,
there a
sir.
couple times, almost absolutely lost my fucking mind in that place. For real?
Hey,
Yeah.
I ain't
Don't
gonna
hit
lie,
my
so,
ball.
I swear to God, like the other day, like a group of niggas came in trying to steal some shit.
Sure.
I was like, hey man, what the
Yes,
fuck?
it was.
Stop it. So what the fuck y'all doing, man? You do this shit on my life.
Actually, it was a terrible shot if you didn't
You know what I'm
know.
saying?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Amazing. So in your 3 years of stand-up comedy,
Yeah, baby.
you moved to Austin exactly.
Did you hear
I
the
moved September.
new season with Stranger Things sucks dick?
Yeah. What have you noticed? What's different
Did you
between
watch it?
Austin and Orlando?
Fucking homeless people.
I watched. I'm trying to. It's not all out yet, but Netflix are fucking really hungry to put out the whole first like 5 seasons as they should have, and it just sucks.
Dog, it sucked since the second season.
Hey, yo, man, you got $1? I said, what the fuck?
No.
I said, here you go. Gave him $1. You got more? Yo, what the fuck? That ain't how
this goes.
The third and fourth season are better than the second season. The second season sucked. And then they're trying to tie the fifth season to the second season, which everyone hated the second season.
Yeah, I did not like the second season.
That's really good at something that would surprise. You know, hey, I'm glad you asked that shit, man.
You watched it?
I feel like I'm
Barely. I played it, and I just I got it so that I had it archived on my stream. The only one I really watched was the first season, and it was okay. There are some people I know who were like obsessed with it. I can't really say that it was that great.
All right, well, you got a drummer right behind you. Give him a nice little light beat, not too loud. Because I want to be able to hear him.
All right, this is how we're going to do this. There, brother, we got to stay connected. All right, cool.
And then we're going to do a little, American Idol after that. We're going to check in.
Dude, you're down one hole to none.
Rapper, producer, Tony Yayo.
All right, man. Hey, you know what, Tony? You going to be the judge of this shit, all right?
That's what I just
I don't know what the fuck about that. All right, this is how we're going to do it.
Dude, what'd you... Oh, fuck.
You know what? I got another idea.
You're up, baby.
Sylvester Stallone give his opinion when I'm done.
Go in the water.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, I was about to coordinate this shit.
I was already doing that for you. What kind of beat do you want?
You grew up in the 90s or the
90s.
What kind of beat do you want?
Really, I just want, because I know, like, some of y'all don't be understanding what the fuck I'm saying.
We understand.
Every time I do this shit, when I do this, this, like, look like this,
just let us play the fucking beat, man.
Hey, listen.
Just let us play the beat, man. Play the beat.
There we go. Play the beat.
I barely remember the 80s. I was only like 4.
Check me. I studied that game like an analyst. I'm a decimator. Man, I don't like this beat.
Zoo.
I don't remember the 90s. 3 years old, but I remember the 2000s.
Zoo, you tied for the lead, son.
What? Hey, watch me.
All right.
Watch me.
Okay.
I'm at the cook. Let me cook.
Okay.
Only the band is looking at him like, what the fuck is going on? That beat was crazy.
That beat was
great.
You wanna run it back? Let's run it back. Fuck it, let's run it back. Like an analyst. I studied the game like an analyst. I'm about to decimate the panelists. You better tell you need to hit your dip, your smash man.
Zoo, what did you think of my shot? You could make this if you have a good shot. 2 out of 10, go fuck yourself. Get it. Zoo, you missed.
You fucking really stink. Like a rolling rake.
Yo, baby.
While wearing black velvet.
Zoo, let's see your shot.
What would you tell your younger self?
Buy Bitcoin.
You did good, buddy. Great stuff. There he goes. Oh my God. There she is. Don't you? We're trying to freestyle and be on my own show. We all have our own secret special skills and talents. That's right.
Oh, what a shot, Zoo. What a shot I just had on you. What a shot I just had on you.
It's the holiday season, the best time of the year for sports. Bowl games, basketball matchups.
Zoo, what a shot I just had on you. Zoo. Zoo, that was dirty as fuck. One of the smartest shots I've ever had. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Get it.
Then we started playing on Picks, and now she's
Zoo.
talking to me every Sunday about who she's picking for her lineup. It's so exciting. It gets
I hate this is like
she even won her first pick, Tony. Wow,
this is like my least favorite hole ever. What'd you
From
say,
your
Pimp?
imaginary friends. Prize Picks
You're
now has
talking about
early
hard part.
payouts. If your lineup gets out to a hot start,
Yeah,
you may
when?
now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes.
When you
Plus, on
said buy
Prize
Bitcoin.
Picks, how you play is up to you. If you
Oh.
have flexibility, choose
Yeah, I
select
mean
squad
either
where
one
you
of
can
them.
get paid, even if one of your picks misses. And if you want
If you bought either one of them at the right time,
no matter
you could be a very wealthy individual.
Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. This podcast is sponsored by Ridge Wallet.
You said it was 1,000x, but I didn't know it was that much.
I wasn't booking gigs. I wasn't. There was no Netflix.
Well,
We were
when I
barely
went to
making
sleep
it on
last night,
YouTube because my old wallet was a big crusty leather brick that
we
hurt my
didn't
lower
have
back. It was terrible.
up
And I heard about Ridge Wallet. Boy, it changed the game. You probably
And
already
you
know
didn't
Ridge
buy
with a
it?
unique, slim, modern wallet. Well, Ridge just took their game-changing wallet and made it even better. Say hello to the Ridge 2.0, the most refined version of the Ridge wallet. It's 10% lighter. They found the perfect balance. Look at that thing. Made with premium materials like aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber. This puppy holds up to 12 cards plus cash. Tony, I love my Ridge 2.0. It's incredible. There are over 50 plus colors and styles to choose from. You can even get a wallet that features NFL, MLB, or college teams. It's perfect for holiday gifting, especially since Ridge is having their biggest sale of the year right now, Tony. For a limited time, Ridge is having their huge holiday sale. Head to RIDGE.com to get up to 47% off your order.
Dude, this is my worst hole.
47% off your order during their biggest sale of the year.
No,
After you purchase, they will
No,
ask
I'm
for
bad
your
at it.
knowledge. Please support our show and tell them Hill Tony sent you. All right, your next bucket full goes by the
Alright, you
name
think I
of
can get it in?
Jason Robo, everybody.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh my God, imagine I got it in.
So we've got an obesity epidemic? Was I like to say more baby fat than a dumpster and abortion clinic?
Rabbi, I'm going to give you a game plan too.
Thank you for rating it.
No surprise as far as eating health is concerned. They've literally tossed the salad.
I'm an influencer.
That's a cool story, Zoo.
Heart disease is number one cause of death. Fun fact, it causes erectile dysfunction.
Anyway,
That's your body telling you it's not fucking around.
All right, big dog. Come on back when you want to play pool.
Diabetes is another major health issue, which
I'm
also
gonna
causes blindness. I thought it was just a
do
fucked up
stand up
weight loss
tonight.
program where you chop your feet off.
Are you excited?
All right, that one could be a stumper.
The host is Russell Hardock and
They don't want
Emily
to sell
Grace
medical
the
mafia
Fisher.
if you were healthy. Then
Does Emily want her box eaten?
they want your change when you go to the store to cure shit like Alzheimer's. You think
Does Emily want her box
the main
eaten?
reason why people go to nursing homes because of Alzheimer's? You think they want to cure that shit? Forget about it.
Can we stop
All right, Jason Robo, ladies and gentlemen. It's your first
Baby,
time on the show, right, Jason?
I'm sure this bitch wants her box eaten.
Are you as homeless as you look?
No, I just went to
Zoot, I have a question for you. How many hours until you do stand-up?
ayahuasca.
Sylvester Stallone, what are you doing?
just 7? Right.
8 hours. And they invited you to do it, right?
Is it an RV?
Yeah.
No,
Are you excited?
ATV trailer.
Are you going to record it?
It's connected to like a truck or something?
Yeah, I got a Toyota pickup.
All right, I'm excited to watch it, too. Go get him, big dog.
Doing stand-up.
About 13 years.
Best wishes to you.
Activism in college, trying to
Come
start
back when you let me know how it went.
You do look like the kind of guy that tries to start a revolution. What was the revolution that you tried to start exactly?
Fighting against the war on drugs and
Wait, you're against the war on drugs? You look like the front man of the drugs. Were you fighting for the drug side? Which side were you on?
I was against, like, they made cannabis legal using racism against Mexicans, basically.
Hold on. Let's separate the words a little bit. You're talking in cursive right now. Okay, so what?
All right.
Nice and enunciated. 13 years of stand-up. I need to be able to understand you here. So what? What about cannabis and Mexicans and racism?
Oh, they said the super strength, stony, bloodthirsty Mexicans are raping their way across America or some crazy shit. Kind of like the Killer Bees thing that didn't happen.
Oh, this is amazing. Okay. That last comedian that just walked off, did you ask him for money recently and then ask him for more money right afterwards? I'm just kidding. Okay, so you're saying that who was racist? The government?
The government and the media, basically, they just want to all hate each other, so I like to say they just like rub shit in our third eye and make it more of a third eye.
Okay. All right. Okay. What do you do? Like, what does a day look like for you? Like, I know it's not work. I'm guessing you don't have an actual job, right?
After I graduated, I worked in the cannabis industry at growers up in Humboldt, Northern California. And basically that industry has gone down the toilet, so I started doing body work. So I stacked a bunch of wellness certificates in fitness and nutrition and stuff. And so I help people. I do like some pretty intense body work.
What kind of body work? What does that mean to you exactly?
It's like heavy duty reflexology. So I use like shark's teeth and like crystals to put people's toes and fingers. It's hardcore.
Wow. What do you do with the shark's teeth? Let's go one by one here. What exactly do you do with the shark's teeth? There's some people out here that look like they could use some real reflexology help, whatever.
Well, I mean, shoes basically like make our feet like this. Imagine if your hands were like that, it would suck. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, a lot of people worry about the Jews, but I'm worried about the shoes.
Wow. You have some of the most hippy-dippy nursery rhymes I've ever heard in my life. But I bet you freestyle better than the last guy, believe it or not. So how long have you had this dog for?
He's just turned 14. I had him when he was a few months old. Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable. What's the dog's name?
Yarnby. He's been in the news a couple times, too. He rides in a backpack on a motorcycle and wears goggles.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right.
First, it's good to put the helmet on the dog.
Amazing. So, like, how exactly do you make money now?
I go to festivals, so I've been traveling here. I moved here in March, and basically just been around for about a month and a half. I'm probably tried to get on the show a few dozen times. Actually, when I was taking a break from chewing weed, I wrote your Wikipedia years ago.
You wrote my Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Wow. I've always wondered who the fuck
does that. Come look it up. Yeah, it says Strictly Rebel.
Did it have a bunch of rhymes in it?
No, I just heard you on Rogan, and I appreciated what you're doing. And you say you used to be vegan, I'm vegan. And I'm like, like your kind of brother, whatever. You know, I just think I'd burn some time.
Yeah, I became a lot happier and more successful when I started eating meat. Just to let you know.
In 13 years, I'm doing good.
I don't think I was ever like a strip fan. No. No, I don't think so.
Ayahuasca, man.
I don't think so. What is the drug of choice nowadays, Jason Robo?
I do this thing called Rapé or Hape. Has anybody heard of it?
Nope.
Yeah. It's like a grounding thing. You put medicinal tobacco mixed with different medicinal herbs, and you blow it up your nose instead of snorting it. Yeah. Pretty intense.
You blow it up your nose?
Yeah, there's different plants they mix into it. Yeah.
Okay. How often do you do that daily?
I do it like before and after clients to clear my energy. And that's why
you're like a real guy, huh? This isn't a character or anything. This is you.
What I do.
Okay, let me ask you this: what do you think is the most hippie-ish? Like, you know what you are, like the crystals and you're wearing a yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, that's the nicest way of putting it. Yeah, all these things. So I'm gonna ask you this: what do you think is the most hippie-dippy thing that you've ever done? Like, I mean, what is that extreme? And you know what I'm talking about. Because I saw you smile. Shit in a bucket? No, come on. I would expect that of you. I want you to surprise me with this answer. I want to hear the extreme, thing where you're like, God, this is crazy for even me. I'll let you think about that one while I ask you the opposite question. What do you think is the most, say, conservative or, venture to say even almost Republican-esque thing that you've ever done before where you're like, God, this is so against my character, but I'm going to do it anyway?
I don't know, maybe call the cops when some guy attacked me with a knife.
Okay, call the cops on somebody while being attacked with a knife. This is how these people think, by the way. Like, oh, I don't really want to do it. This is so conservative, but I guess I'll do it since I'm being stabbed right now. Oh, it's revolutionary, man!
I usually have a knife too, but
You have a knife?
not with me.
Not with you.
But yeah.
Where did this happen? Where did the attack with the knife happen?
It was in Northern California, actually. I was riding my bike to a house sit grow scene. And
To the what?
it's an indoor grow scene, that's what we call it.
Oh.
There was a guy last week talking about being a grower, yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's go back one more time. Let's see if you thought of anything, the most hippie-ish thing you've ever done, because you are an extreme character, I have to tell you. We've never really had anything quite like you on here. Like, your dog is so at peace, it's asleep right now. It's like you have him on the same tranquilizers the Longhorns give Bevo before a big football game. You ever seen this mascot? I fucking love it. And it all makes sense, by the way. It all makes sense. Nothing better for the Texas mascot than a fully grown bull on tranquilizers just drooling on itself. Okay, I'm giving you enough time to think about
I think the crystals on the toes is like,
Alright, if you don't have an answer, Red Band has something obnoxious he's about to ask you.
it's an hour to do it.
Here you go, Red Band.
Is there a crystal that like really pisses you off? Like you don't want anything to do with it?
There it is. They're right on cue, everybody. A definite unanswerable question.
I got another diabetes joke about the blindness thing, and basically processed sugar causes your eyeballs to cloud because of it. So basically your vision isn't crystal clear. So they're probably that.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
There you go. All right, Jason. Pretty interesting character. So you've been doing stand-up, did you say 13 years?
Yeah, I got 25,000 YouTube subs. I got some mixes on there. My George Carlin mix is 6 million plus views, yeah.
What's your George? It's a mix of what?
His best material, he said he found his true voice after 92, so I use all that, and I like audio level and all. So
I think you're going to have your best material after 92 as well, the age of 92 perhaps. Fun times today, Jason. Very fun interview. You definitely are an original character. There's a medium-sized joke book. Jason Robo, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, I have a special treat for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. One of our elite regulars of all time is here for you. He is a reigning, defending Kill Tony Hall of Fame member that is here to grace us with his presence. I present to you one of the greatest to ever do it here on Kill Tony with hundreds and hundreds of appearances. This is the long-awaited return of David Lucas, everybody.
BLM said there's no such thing as black on black crime. Well, what I want to know is, who was that nigga who broke into my house last night? He wasn't white. Trump said that Tylenol is making kids retarded. I don't believe him. Because the last few bitches I had sex with all had retarded kids. They never let you know their kids is retarded. They just put them in the back of the house and you got to hear that nigga. I was in the middle of having sex with this one girl, and next thing I know, her fucking door busts down, and in comes 11 years old, butt-ass naked in dinosaur slippers. And I'm like, hey, bitch, what the fuck is that? She's like, that's my autistic son. I'm like, I almost shot this nigga, bitch. I didn't know you lived with a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She was like, let me put him back to sleep. He was having a bad dream. I said, bitch, I'm having a bad dream. Huh? I just seen a retarded nigga's dick. How you think I feel? She was like, we can finish fucking. I'm like, I'm good.
I don't want no more of that retarded producing pussy you got. My dick is inside of itself. But I'd rather fuck a bitch with a handicapped kid than a retarded kid because, like, at least if she got a handicapped kid, she probably drives a van. And I like space. And I'd sit in the front seat and recline my seat on that nigga's legs. I'd be like, shut up, complaining, nigga. You can't feel them legs anyway. All right, that's my time.
Hell yeah. David Lucas showing us how it's done. Done it again. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Get that jacket together. Can you zip that thing up?
Tony Yayo ain't been this close to a gay nigga since he partied with Diddy.
Oh my God. Oh.
Yes, you did, nigga.
Sly Stallone. Have you ever been to a Diddy party?
Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. I think I would all do that thing.
That nigga looked like when SpongeBob had them muscles. You know?
I'll come in Stallone, man.
Hell yeah.
I'll fuck you up.
That nigga teach retarded power clean. Nigga, get shit.
Yeah, see if there's orbits around you. It's gonna come out of Stallone? Come on. I'm a legend, sir.
I don't even know who this nigga is with this wig on, bro.
It's Sly Stallone. What are you talking about? That's the actual Sly Stallone. This is like your fight. It's like a different fight. Stallone.
Like blubber leg.
Yeah, it's like Showtime at the Apollo Creed.
He's got Ellen's face with Joe Rogan's midsection. Ellen Rogan body ass.
Come on, man. It's not fun. I got an Ozempic face.
Yeah.
Better lose some weight.
Yeah. Tony Yayo, what's up? That nigga look like a poisonous snake. He stuck his tongue out before he walked out here to check the temperature in the room.
What's going on? Boy, bring about that Austin barbecue when I see you. Play at me. What kind of sweater? Slim fit, nigga? What you got on? Shut off me, man.
Go ahead and take that hat off. Your back scales come with it, nigga. You look like a retired racehorse, nigga.
What size is that shirt, though, buddy? What is that, a 5X, 6X?
Yeah. You look like Scooby-Doo daddy, nigga. You got that one.
David Lucas has arrived.
All the other kids with the bumped up kicks.
I love it, David.
I don't call you gay 10,000 times, Tony. I don't know what else to call you something.
I know, okay.
I'm joking, brother.
Well, I know you're joking, but every time you say that word,
oh, cut it out, Red Man, my bad.
We're gonna cut it out. We're gonna cut it out.
You're homosexual. They use that word, bro.
All right, okay.
You can't say homosexual?
Yes, you can.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Waiting for you to take a breath. Lord knows you need it. That is an incredible haircut that you have. What exactly do you ask the barber for when you go in there? The fucking Starlink antenna? Does your head get its own Wi-Fi?
I asked for the Whoopi Goldberg, nigga.
That is crazy.
From Sister Act.
That thing is hanging on by a thread back there. Look at that. Oh my God. You are something else. So, David, what's been going on in life?
Man, touring on the Killers of Kill Tony tour, you know what I'm saying, bro? Working on a lot of stuff. 2026 is looking real exciting, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yes.
You know, Kill Tony, bro, they don't even know how big it's about to be.
2026 is what David sees when he stands on a scale. Hello.
2026 is how many you up texts you got in your phone. You up, like a nigga about to come through it.
Yeah.
You up, Tony? I got the eggs. I know you got the meat.
That's what the trainer at your gym texts you. You're like, yep, I'm up. Cholesterol's up, blood pressure's up, weight's up, everything's up. I love it, David. Well, you're one of the best fucking regulars in the show's history. You did it again. So much fun always. Comes in like a wrecking ball. And that's just the way he's shaped. The great David Lucas. Look, his hair waves goodbye. I think it gave me the middle finger there at the end. All right, back to the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your next bucket pool is Ben Dalkey. Ben Dalkey, everyone. Here we go.
I think I have a bad handshake, so I did some research. And apparently Trump and Bill Clinton are the world's top handshakers. I read that Bill Clinton's handshake is known for being both warm and personal, which is definitely interesting for a guy who rapes. Whereas Trump's handshake is more of a dominant power move, a handshake that makes people go, oh yeah, this guy rapes. And I've been told my handshake is both smooth and pliable, a handshake that makes everybody go, oh yeah, this guy's gonna get raped. For some reason, people think I rape, but I'm not strong enough to rape with force. I can only rape with drugs. I'm skinny and I have skinny arms, but I read that your legs are about twice as strong as your arms, so maybe I should try raping with my legs instead.
Okay. All right. Well, I feel like we're all gonna get raped right now. I mean, that's a rape-heavy set, dude. And you do. You have that energy. Have you been on this show before?
One time, yeah.
I couldn't tell if I've seen you here or just in my nightmares. Ben, remind us, how long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years. And how old are you?
22.
22. Okay, so you started young. How's it going for you?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know, not that good.
Okay, perfect. What do you do for a living? How do you make money?
Nothing right now.
How do you survive?
I have a bit of money from like military pension.
How much?
The Apple Store will hire anyone. How
much money do you have saved up? I'm always intrigued by how people survive.
Like 30,000.
30,000? Okay, good. And you were in the military?
No, it's from my grandparents. Whatever. Something like that.
You inherited money from your dead grandparents?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So you got 30 grand. What's your living situation like?
Live in an apartment.
By yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. One bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. That's amazing. So how do you spend most of your time, Ben? When you're not doing stand-up at night, what else? You seem like the kind of guy that likes to take a pair of binoculars, go to the playground. What do you do, Ben?
Play a lot of games. Yeah.
What kind of games?
You ever played Death Stranding?
I've never played anything that you've played, without a doubt. But I guess the answer is, what is it? Death what?
Stranding.
And that's a video game? Okay. What is that just online?
No, it's online, the TV screens, yes. No, it's a very long game, though. It's a very slow game that you're playing.
Yeah. I'm not done with it yet.
He's our senior video game correspondent, the Duke of Do-Nothing over here. So Ben, what do you think is the most interesting thing about your entire life? You're 22 years old. There must be some fun fact about you, something that happened to you before, or a family trauma story, or something interesting about you.
I did recently start getting pussy.
Oh my God! There you go. You got getting pussy, ladies and gentlemen. And what? So what is this transition like for you? You're getting pussy. Did they?
Oh, you do see a smile. That's it. You see, say getting pussy. Smile again.
So you're transitioning, you're getting a pussy is what you're saying, is that right?
That's what everyone thinks.
Right, exactly. Okay, so how did you start getting pussy, Ben? Take us through this, because if you can get pussy, this is proof that anybody can get pussy. Take us through it, Ben.
Honestly, it was completely an accident.
Yeah? Perfect.
Yeah.
Unlike the rapings that you're used to, which are very purposeful rapings. So let's talk about the accidental pussy.
Yeah, no, I started banging an open micer.
So how does that happen? Take us through it. So you perform, she comes up to you and goes, I think you're really funny. I hope you don't rape me.
Nah, she said that she wanted to bully me. And then I was like, that doesn't sound fun. And then I felt gay for not letting her bully me.
Okay, and then what happened? Exactly what happened?
Let her bully me.
Right, but what does that mean? Her bullying you, what is that? What did she say about you? Dude, what is bullying to her?
She said I looked like a school shooter.
Well, we all thought that, but like, there must be layers to it, right? Was there more?
Well, I mean, for some reason she's attracted to that.
And then what? You took her back to your place?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Like, botched having sex.
Let's talk about it. How did you botch having sex? Here we go. We're getting there, Ben. One step at a time. Every time you say something, just pretend like I go, and then what happened after that? And then it's going to be a good interview. When I go like this, just know that means, and then what happened? Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm pretty sure I have erectile dysfunction, so. Yeah, so my dick didn't get hard.
What was she doing? Was she using her hand or mouth? How do you know you couldn't get hard? You were there.
I know.
This is your story.
I know.
Are you writing it right now?
No.
Okay, so like you were there, and then what happens? You guys start making out?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Nothing after that, pretty much. It was pretty bad. I mean, not really, but like.
Did you take? Go ahead. Slide still.
I'm just like, that's not getting pussy.
She literally just bullied you and then left afterwards.
I get it though. So the woman's vagina is a scary place, you know. And every like 3 or 4 weeks they get their pyramid. It's a total mess. So I get it. Sometimes Cologne gets a dysfunction too.
The great Sylvester Stallone. Plugging KyleDunnigan.com on this appearance. Must be a fan of Kyle Dunnigan's. We've seen this before. Elon Musk plugged Kyle Dunnigan. Bill Maher, the great Bill Maher, plugged Kyle Dunnigan. A lot of these big stars come on here and their careers are so good that they plug Kyle Dunnigan. How cool is that? Who's on a sold-out tour right now all around the country. Okay, so did you try to hook up with this girl again after this one experience?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
eventually, I was able to fuck her, yeah.
How were you able to fuck her? I love it. Sure. Get it out of your system. All right. The sound and lighting. The lighting guy, Kino's going crazy, setting off the lights. How did you find it within yourself? What tricks did you use? What did you do to make it work?
Lots of self-talk, I think.
Like what? What were you saying to yourself?
Positive affirmation.
Like what?
You are enough.
There you go. You got there. Was there anything else you were telling yourself? You are enough?
She's not just lying.
Wow.
Only some of it's lies.
So amazing. So let's face it. So, okay. So the first time you get hard, right? And you're with her. Was this the second time you guys hung out?
I would say so, yeah. I would guess.
You would guess, okay.
Yeah.
So, you get hard, and then what happens?
Fumble around for a bit.
What?
Just fumble around for a bit.
Fumble around. So what exactly does that mean to you? You just did something with your hand there. What does that mean?
Go soft again and gummy worm. All right.
But then at some point, you were able to tell yourself that you're enough, and then it got hard again. So how long do you think you lasted? You put your wiener inside of her vagina, right? And then how long do you think that lasted for, Ben?
35 seconds.
35 seconds. Finally, a very straight answer. And then, so at 35 seconds, you feel it starting to happen, and you pull out.
Yeah.
And then where do you finish at? Where did you shoot your load?
On her stomach.
On her stomach. Very good. I would have expected something weirder than that. I would have thought you would have been shy and shot it on the floor, just on your own pillow or something like that. But wow, you went for it. And did she like it? Did she make any noises or anything? What type of noises was she making during this 35 seconds? Can you do an impression? Go ahead, give us a spotlight here, Kino. This is the girl during. Go ahead. All right, no one believes that. Bring the lights back up. Slice Stallone, you think that's how it went down?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Were you attracted to her? Was that the problem? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You liked her?
Yeah.
She's pretty.
Yeah.
All right. And have you've been doing this regularly since then, or was it just that one time?
Not regular.
How often? Once a week? Every day? What are we talking here?
Probably once a week.
All right. Very good. Very good. And you're excited about it?
Yeah.
Have you gotten better than 35 seconds since then?
Barely.
Wow. Incredible. It's not that bad for 22, Ben. You're not doing that bad. All right. The whole set was rapey and weird, so you're getting a little joke bug. There you go. Sign up again, and we'll see what you talk about next time. Been doing it 2.5 years. You got to have something other than rape jokes. There he goes, Ben Dalkey, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay, this looks like a fun name. Let's see what this is all about. Make some noise for Nino, everybody. Nino is the next here on Hilltone.
Mothership, what the fuck is up? I don't know if you guys can tell by the way I'm dressed, but I am an essential worker. Okay, cool, don't clap, fucking assholes. But yeah, I deliver groceries for a living. Without me, Westlake and BK would starve, alright? Austin needs me! And I think I speak for all delivery drivers when I say this. If you live in an apartment complex, do not order groceries online, okay? That is for homeowners only. Because every time I go to a shitty apartment complex, you're on the 12th floor, your elevator don't work, and you don't tip. Speaking of no tips, if you're Indian, I'm not talking about Native Americans. I'm talking about National Dog. Don't order groceries online, okay? Taj Beer, I swear, next time you order with me, dude, I'm gonna rub your chicken masala all over my nuts and give you some real spice. Bam! Alright, that's my time, guys. Thank you.
Nino! Hi, Nino. You've been on this show before?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
That went pretty well, huh?
Yeah.
Was that your best set on the show so far?
Yeah, it was.
Very good. I love it. So, you've been delivering groceries. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Gonna be 4 years in May.
4 years. And where are you originally from?
I'm from SoCal.
Okay.
Santa Ana, Orange County.
Okay, you're getting specific there. Well, okie dokie. And how long have you been in Austin?
Almost about 4 years too as well. I started here doing stand-up as well.
Oh, cool. Okay. And you've been delivering groceries that whole time?
About 2.5 years.
All right. And so a lot goes on in the grocery delivery business. I'd imagine when the elevators work, it's not that bad, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. But sometimes the elevators don't work.
Yeah, they don't work. You gotta use the stairs. People in the apartments, for some reason, want to order the heaviest shit too. Pieces of water, dog food. Just dumb shit, bro. I hate it.
Okay. All right. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up or delivering groceries?
Well, I'm not on the spectrum, but I collect toy cars.
You do?
Yeah, like Hot Wheels, 1/8 scale toys, trailers, replicas. You guys want to see the smallest toy car in the world? Yeah.
Is it in your urethra?
So this is called a Micro Mini. And Tony, open it up. I want you to open it up. It's a really... Grab it by the front wheels and open it up.
Is that like a micro machine?
Yeah. No, take out the car.
Oh, there's a smaller car in there.
Yeah. Smallest toy car in the world.
Wow, that's amazing. That is indeed a very small car. There it is. Yep, it's so small. There you go. I'm going to put it there. Okay, so that's a small car.
Yes.
I love it. You must get all the pussy.
I'm single, ladies.
They know. They know. Has a woman ever flirted with you while you're delivering groceries?
No, not really. A lot of my customers are old people, so they'll bake me like cookies, give me candies, stuff like that. So not really like hot, sexy ladies, no.
Nice. What do you do for fun around Austin?
Let's see. I like to go bar hopping sometimes. I hooked up with my first GILF a couple weeks ago.
What is a GILF?
GILF is a grandma I like to fuck.
Oh, wow. So how old a ballpark was this lady?
She was probably, no lie, probably like 65.
Wow. Where'd you find her at?
Shout out to Deborah with an H.
Wow.
She literally told me that. She was like, my name's Deborah with an H. I was like, all right, cool.
Hell yeah. So where'd you meet this old bag of bones?
I met her at the airport bar right here in Austin, yeah.
Wow.
So I was on my way for one of my friend's weddings in California. And before my flight, I was like, oh, I'll have a drink. So I was at the bar. I saw she was sitting by herself. I saw she had a fat ass. So I was like, oh, shit. All right, cool. So I made my way next to her. We started talking. Next thing you know, I got her information. She was like, yeah, hit me up when you come back. And I was like, all right, cool. I hit her up. We went to I think she was staying out in Pflugerville, I want to say.
That's where they live. That's where thick-ass 65-year-olds live, isn't it?
So she took me to like this local brewery.
Ah, did you see him there?
Pflugerville with an H, I know.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And long story short, we had a couple drinks. We kicked it off. We went back to my car.
Oh, this one right here?
What? It was actually a bigger car.
Okay, what kind of car do you have? What kind of Honda Civic do you have?
No. It's actually a Kia. Shout out to the Kia boys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sportage?
No, it's Forte.
Ooh.
GT.
Wow, you took a 65-year-old to a Forte? Okay.
Yeah, that's
and
all
then,
I got.
And then what happened?
And then we started talking, and then we started hooking up.
You're in the driver's seat, she's in the passenger seat.
Yeah,
and when you say hooking up, you mean like
we're macking it.
Right. So it's always an interesting predicament when you're in the front of a car. So who do you think was doing more of the leading? Were you guys meeting in the dead center? You right over the stick shift?
I kind of put my seat back a little bit.
Ah.
Set the mood a little bit.
Yep.
And she's taller than me. She's probably like 5'10". I'm 5'7".
Yep.
So I lean back a little bit. She's like gets on top of me a little bit. We're hooking up.
Okay, so she's the more aggressive one.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, fuck it. Like I just start pulling out my pants.
Oh shit! Is this in the parking lot of the brewery?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Nino, you really do collect Hot Wheels. Okay. So you start pulling down your pants right then and there. You got nothing to lose.
And then she puts,
Yeah.
She puts my dick in her hand, starts jacking me off, and then she starts getting me sloppy toppy, dude.
Wow.
It was the best.
Damn.
The best way I could describe it is like, fellas, remember when you were a kid, you would go in a jacuzzi, and you put your dick inside the jet? That's exactly how it felt, dude. Just hot, sloppy. It was the best.
Wow. So Pflugerville. Yeah, that's amazing. You got sloppy toppy from an oldie goldie.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You got some of that fucking.
Bro, if you're seeing this, call me. I miss you.
Wow. So she finished you off right there in the parking lot?
Yeah, I try not to that quick. I probably lasted about 4 minutes top.
There you go. According to a lot of the people that have been on tonight's show, you're a professional porn star. So 4.5 minutes is a fucking real humdinger. That's incredible, dude. Absolutely amazing. So then what happened? After she finishes you off, do you just drop her off?
No, so she wanted to make out with me, but I got kind of grossed out because she just swallowed my cum.
You're damn right.
And I was kind of like, oh, no, bitch, like, back up.
Right.
But I still made out with her, fucking.
Hell yeah, dude.
We're in for seconds. We're in for seconds.
You a crazy motherfucker.
I would like you to find Christ, young man.
Who the fuck is this?
I don't know anymore.
Oh, shit. Wow, big fan, dude.
Yeah.
You look good, man. You look good.
It's one of Deborah's favorite actors.
Did you fuck Deborah too, dude?
I mean, a long time ago.
Oh, shit.
D-Man is famous homophobe on this show. After you made out with a girl after coming in her mouth, he's gone.
He's like, I can't take this no more.
Hell yeah. All right, Nino. Well, you did okay. You talked about your actual job. It was pretty decent, so you're getting a big joke book. Congratulations, Nino. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you want the car back? Wow, what a cheap fuck you are. I keep this one? Okay, cool. I mean, what the hell's the point? The car holder card. What am I going to do with that? I'm going to throw it in the crowd after the show. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is an action-packed show we have here tonight, and we have another one of the greatest regulars in the show's history ready right now. He is the newest regular on the show. He is known as the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great and powerful Dedrick Flynn, everybody.
Man, this shit feel good, man. I used to actually hate rich people before I got money. I did. You know, rich people got different debit cards than us. They got, maybe some of y'all got them out here, these little 22-pound bulletproof solid metal debit cards made out of vibranium from Wakanda. And y'all seen these motherfuckers? And the thing is, my debit card, that shit, if I throw it up in the air, it's gonna be a minute before it hit the ground. If somebody open the door, that shit gonna go right back to the top. Sometimes if I'm high and I'm bored, I just go for my debit card. You know, rich people got heavy debit cards so they can break down cocaine better. Meanwhile, I just roll my blunts on my debit card and they be don't give a fuck about me. But it's cool though, because like now that I got fame and success, I get to talk to people that like have done it. So when I get to talk to Tony, first day I got regular, I was like, yo, what should I look out for? Tony was like, stay out the comments on Reddit. They're mean and racist. They say things I wouldn't say. If Tony would have said I wouldn't do it, but the thing is that when he told me, I just had to appreciate it. But I wanted to laugh in his face because he don't know me like that. For 20 years before that, I was working customer service. They said it to my face. Dude, I was working at a car wash in Atlanta for 17 years, and a girl walked in, this old-ass fucking lady, 65 years old, walked up to me, and she called me the hard R. And that shit hurt my feelings. Because I wasn't even being one at the time. Had she caught me in some niggardly activity, I would have been like, touche. We weren't shooting dice, selling crack, rapping when you walked up. I was just a GM at a goddamn car wash. But basically, the situation happened where a big chick came to my car wash 10 years before. And then when she showed up, the prices were higher 10 years later. Like they do everywhere else in the fucking world, right? Because today's price is not yesterday's price, but not to this racist ass bitch. She ran up to me, she said, you niggers are always raising prices. And I was like, actually, man, we devalue the neighborhood. If you're gonna be racist, be right. I
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Doing more work than he has to do, unlike his people normally do. Normally they show up late and leave early. Not that trick. Not that trick.
It wasn't a good job before, but now I'm on time.
You really work customer service at a car wash?
I was customer service at a car wash. I worked fucking restaurants. I hated that car wash.
What did you do at restaurants?
Serve tables, serve beer. I used to believe in people, right? Before I worked customer service, if somebody died on the news, like 8 people died, my whole family would come together and pray for their family. And then I served one shift, and there were like 6 people died. I was like, good. You should have called me. It could have been 12.
Was it like a chain restaurant that we would know, or was it?
Logan's Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. I hate all them bitches, bro. They fired the fuck out of me because I fought somebody.
You did?
Yeah, one lady, St. Patty's Day weekend, I was working at Logan's Roadhouse in Savannah, Georgia, where they had like the biggest St. Patty's Day parade. A lady poured mashed potatoes on my head.
Okay.
And then I beat up her husband. Because I'm Southern, you can't hit women that good. I wanted to really take it out on that, and I whooped his ass. But they got mad at me for it, so I don't work there no more.
Wow. She poured mashed potatoes on your head. Did she warn you? Was there
no, it wasn't even my shift, Tony. I was covering another nigga's shift. I shouldn't have been there.
What was the reason for it, though? What'd she get?
Yeah, so she got her steak, and then she just wanted to keep complaining because she wanted a free steak. And I was like, hey, I can't do nothing for you. I'm a server here. They throw peanuts on the ground there.
Yeah.
If you want a good steak, go where they don't throw food on the ground.
Right. Yeah. Yep. That is true. Dedrick, what else is going on? What's the update on your big amazing advancement in life?
Bitch, I'm on tour.
Yeah.
Man, I'm going there. I don't know where y'all from, but I'm coming there. I'm in the mafia now. I get to go everywhere. All the booking places, they hit me up for they be like, hey, can you come headline here? But the message before that was like, hey, I'm new in town.
Yeah.
If I can get a guest spot, that'd be cool. Red, not responded.
Right.
Now they want me to headline because they supposed to.
Yep. The game has changed. Sly Stallone.
Hey, yo, I was just thinking.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, I'm too high for you. I did not know you was there.
Keep it out of experience. I just suggest that you sell your mouth and buy a diversified portfolio, like a good ETF, like a basket of funds.
You do it, thank me.
Yeah, you know I'm gonna kill Tony regular. I don't need to sell shit to make money.
Look at this. Here's the before and after. This is Dedrick 40 years later, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. This is what happens.
I would never be blind. He chose that.
Has anyone in your family ever had diabetes?
Yeah, my dad.
Yep, you're gonna be blind. But it's cool. Blind guys can be like rock stars and shit. That's a whole thing. Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, D Madness. D Madness rocking the fucking Heisenberg hat tonight.
He don't know what that shit. He's never seen Breaking Bad. He's seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he hasn't seen shit.
You ever heard Breaking Bad?
Yeah, he has. D Madness, what's your favorite? You ever listen to a Sylvester Stallone movie?
Oh shit.
You ain't near the mic.
Good. Picked up. We got it.
Rambo.
Oh, collateral damage. Sly Stallone. You have any behind the scenes info on what it was like filming Collateral Damage? I see the wheels turning over there.
I remember ever making a movie called Collateral Damage. I made so many movies, you know. There was Rambo 1, Rambo 2, Rambo 3, Rambo. I kind of Rambo 3. I regret. You ever seen that? You know, I fought for the Taliban in Rambo 3. That is a fact. I gave a young kid a knife at the end. I think he hijacked the plane years later. You ever see Rambo 3? I hear that.
Perfect. Dedrick, another unbelievable set. I mean, you are just a fucking freak of nature. We love you. I love you. There he goes. The great Dedrick Flynn, ladies and gentlemen. We're having fun here tonight. Back to the bucket.
By the way, I thought that was adorable that he said like a gold-plated debit card instead of a credit card. I've never seen like a debit card.
Wait till he finds out about credit cards. We are watching a kid's full, like, we are going to watch Dedrick grow up in front of our very eyes. Some people got light debit cards, some people be having heavy debit cards. Like, he has no idea what credit even is. He almost fainted when Sylvester Stallone said diversified portfolio. We're gonna get to watch him learn everything. Oh, wow, okay. We've seen this guy before on this show. I mean, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for what some people are calling a local legend. This is the return, I believe the second time ever, of Keegan Carmichael, everybody. Here we go.
Hey, a guy strikes out 9 times out of 10. I don't know who the 10th girl is, but tell her to throw the ball. Hey, I was at the bakery. They were like, "Baked fresh daily." Yeah, me too. I wish I had a burrito restaurant because burritos roll. Free delivery if you live downhill. Our only competitors, a can of soup. And I have a car. It's not push to start, but it is push to keep going. Come on, guys, push. Oh, we just got passed by a burrito. Thank you.
Keegan Carmichael. Welcome back, Keegan. Now, the last time you were on this show, all we talked about the entire time was of how you reminded us of Mitch Hedberg. And after a lot of, I talk to people and, word gets around about the guy that looks and sounds and delivers like Mitch Hedberg. And it turns out that you're a genuinely very funny guy that just happens to look like and have the delivery of Mitch Hedberg. It's pretty interesting. It's kind of
Tony, what the fuck happened, man? That's a 180 right there.
What do you mean? That's what I'm saying is that the first time we're like, oh my God, this guy's ripping off Mitch Hedberg. And like I said, I've heard from some of my associates that it turns out that you do this every night, that you're a good writer. They've seen you do longer sets, and it's just who you are.
Thank you, associates.
This is what I mean. He's a funny guy. Okay. So Keegan, tell us more about your life. What exactly do you do with what's a day in the life of Keegan Carmichael like?
I've just been watching like a lot of Nat Geo. I learned a lot about whales.
Yeah, what'd you learn?
Every whale was a sperm whale. Then I watched an episode about kangaroos, and I learned a lot about kangaroos.
Oh, what'd you learn about kangaroos?
Like the mama kangaroo kept the baby in her pouch. The daddy kangaroo kept the baby in his sack.
Yep. That checks out. What else, Keegan? How do you make money, Keegan? That's what the world really wants to know.
I deliver food on a bike.
Ah.
That's why I see you. I see you all the time riding your bike. Oh,
you do?
Yeah, 5 times since he's been on the show.
Wow, you just see him like out on the streets riding his bike. Do you have like a basket on your bike? How do you do it?
No, that costs $100, and that's fucking crazy. I hold it. Oh, that'll make more sense later. Anyways, you'll see what I mean. No, but it's cool. I delivered to Coach Sarkisian this week.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah, the head coach of the Texas Longhorns. What did he order?
Mary's Cafe.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did he get?
It's I don't know.
Okay.
It's not like a doctor coffee.
He yeah, but I told him, like, I shot my shot. I was like, hey, if you need someone on special teams, you know, I'm your guy. He was like, no. You should play quarterback.
Why? Why would he invite you to play quarterback?
They got a lot of NIL money, Tony. There's enough to go around.
Do you know how to throw a football? Really?
What kind of dumbass question? Yeah.
It's a very good question. You don't seem that mobile. You kind of sway a lot.
Yeah, it's called pocket presence.
Oh my goodness gracious! You know about this. I never would have guessed this. Oh, wow.
But on a serious note, that really did happen, and I will go to USC. So
that's a different school.
Yeah, but I don't think he took me seriously.
All right. Okay, Keegan. What else? Keegan, what else is going on in life? Anything else interesting?
I have a cast iron pan.
We know about this. I think we talked about this last time. How's it been going with the cast iron pan?
I don't know. I just wanted to mention, like, you know, last time I was on, I said I was a father to a pan, and everyone was like, missed the opportunity to name him Peter. No. My pan's name is Glenn Fry, because he performs when the heat is on.
Keegan, you are two of a kind. Here's a big joke book, buddy. I like your style. Keep signing up. There he goes. He has a little athletic prowess. He does know about pocket presence, and he did catch that joke book with great ease with his left hand. Underhand, left-handed catch. One of the hardest ways to catch a joke book. A little fun fact for you. All right, back to the buckle we go. You guys still having fun out there? All right, let's see what happens next. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket pull goes by the name of Sean Cantwell, everybody. Here comes Sean Cantwell. Make some noise for Sean, everybody. All right, here he goes. Sean Cantwell.
This is my first time doing stand-up, so thank you. I feel honored to know the genius. You were grooving, right? So my name's Sean. I'm from Sean Cantwell. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. 462. Not too soon. All right. Anyway, so I'm one of those people diagnosed with ADHD, right? Right? Because I grew up in the era when we didn't have helmets. All right. You're laughing, right? Yeah, that's why I never had kids. Unfortunately, I never had kids. I didn't put a helmet on my kid. I ride a bike. You know, I just ain't doing it, right? So, and this is my first time ever doing stand-up, and I'm like a ferret. I the attention span of a ferret. I crystal meth, right? Bro, right? Come on, you got it. You got it. Spit on you. You're like, holy shit, this dude just spit on me. So, I had a total minute planned. No, I didn't. No, I really didn't. No. Seriously.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Piece of fingers.
What just happened? just happened? What the fuck did you just do? Sean, welcome. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Is stand-up something that you've ever wanted to do before?
Yes.
And how long have you wanted to do it?
About 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks. It became a passion of yours. And this is your first time ever attempting it.
Yes.
What made you want to do it on this show in front of this many people?
Because it's got something to say. You got to say it's in front of the best. You're the best.
Well, okay. I mean, that's very
Oh,
nice.
I'll text you. I'm sorry.
Okay, Pat, Sean, you are a wild, wild person. So let's just slow it down, one breath at a time. How old are you?
47.
What do you do for work?
I'm an entrepreneur, and then I left that to...
What kind of entrepreneurial stuff have you done?
I'm an investment advisor.
What have you invested in?
I'm not allowed to talk about that license.
You're not allowed to talk about it?
Not in Texas.
Not in Texas.
No, it's... Yeah.
Okay, so your investments are all in PA, and you're not allowed to talk about it here.
It could be considered as a solicitation and licensing. That's why you do it.
Tony, I don't feel very safe being this.
Yeah. I know. So that's just allowed. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right.
This is the guy that trained you in Rocky, isn't it?
Oh my God! Oh, come here. Yeah, bring it in.
All right.
Fun fact.
Sean, give us a fun fact about your life.
Fun fact, I trained the first professional boxer in the United States of America.
You really did?
Oh, I helped train, yes, when I was a corner person.
You were the corner person?
No, I was the corner person.
That's what I just asked you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you on something right now?
I can't talk about that either.
Okay, well then put the mic in the mic stand. If you can't talk about things, then there's no point in doing an interview with somebody that can't answer questions about their job or anything.
Wait.
Yeah. Wait.
I understand the algorithm for 369. I really just want to talk to Joe Rogan and explain how the universe works.
There you go, everybody. Wow.
Infinity.
There you go.
Oh, come on.
Sean, put the mic in the mic stand. There he goes. Everybody, there he goes. There he goes. Don't sign up again. Sean can't love it. What the hell was that? Oh, that's him? All right. Okay, you know what? Let's cleanse the room with a little something special. We have a special type of sage we use to cleanse the stage here at Kill Tony. He is, without a doubt, one of the greatest Kill Tony regular / golden ticket winners / forces of nature to ever come across the show. Every time he does, it's absolute insanity. You're a very lucky audience. You're here on a very special night as I present to you a man who gets to do whatever he wants on the show. A man who is the only fucking fool ever that I'm slightly afraid of. This is the great and powerful Timmy Dobrik.
So it's fucking this 2-year-old. Relax. I was 1. Guys, that need to get a much bigger pop, okay? That's some funny fucking shit, alright? I need you guys, I want this clip to go fucking viral, so I need you guys to I need you guys to all stand when I do that. I want you to take your tits out. I want you to take your fucking dick out. Black guy, I want you to like it so much you give me an Edward pass. Alright. Take it from the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, what can I say? I mean, truly, a freak of nature, a beast, unlike any other. You're here on a special night as I introduce the one and the only Timmy Dobrik.
So this 2-year-old was fine. Was fuck. take it from the top.
Sometimes in this world, you are graced upon a presence unlike any other. Someone that is simply unlike anybody else. A man who has more power than any bucket hole in the history of the show. You're here on a special night as I present to you the old golden goose. This is Timmy No Break.
So, how about that N-word pass? Come on, bitch, give me that shit. God damn. Look at this motherfucker. I'm gonna turn to my left. Yep, I'm gonna look right. Yeah, I'm looking at the panel to my left. I'm looking at the audience for a little bit, but then I'm turning to the left. No, there we go. Look at this gay motherfucker. God damn. Look at this gay motherfucker. Your face looking red as shit, you Navajo looking motherfucker. God damn. What's your name? She squats her dick. Holy fuck. God damn. Look at this black guy. There's a black man on the face. I challenge you to a rap battle.
Let's do it.
What do you know about rap, bitch?
Let's go, bitch.
Fucking. I'm gonna suck my dick. Come over here, get on your knees and suck my dick. I'm just setting the stage. All right. Give me a beat. Nah, what the fuck is that? Nah, that's not my beat. Cut it out. No. Every time I do this move, I need you to hit the beat the right way. God damn. Alright, every time I do this move, just this move right here, I need you to do the beat good. Hit me. Alright, give me 5 words. Give me 5 words right now. I'm gonna use them in this beat. Tony, say 5 words.
Okay. Horse, white, cigarette, gun, whiskey.
Nah, this beat sucks. Nah, fuck this beat. Nah, fuck that shit. What the hell was that, Tony? God damn. Jesus Christ.
Give him some gangster shit.
You want to see some gangster shit? I'm going to say the N-word in 3, 2, 1. I got scared. I was a little afraid of that shit. My bad. Look at this motherfucker. Yo ass. Nope, I'm not saying anything. You got any questions for me?
I keep noticing that your lips are moving and sometimes nothing's coming up. Wait, it appears as though if I talk, the guys move. I think. It appears as though that if I talk, his lips will move. Where the hell did you find this guy, Timmy? He doesn't understand the job at all.
Don't break the fourth wall. Don't do that. Don't you do that. That's something Red does. That's something you do. God damn. Look at these lights. I'm getting tired of this shit. Look at that light. Hit me with the spotlight. I'm blind. I can't see shit. Turn off the spotlight. Oh, man. Look at this Hootie and the Blowfish looking ass. Tone number 2. God damn. Look at the light. Anyways, any other questions for me, Tone?
Wow, this is incredible. How did you transform? We watched you come out twice as yourself, and then you came back a third time as a black man. How were you able to do this, Timmy? Your powers know no bounds.
Question, Tom, and I know I'm turning, from the camera, and that's not good for video, but that's fine. Now look, the last time I was on, I set a bar, and I was like, how do I top this bar? You know how I thought I'd do it? Blackface. That's the only way to do it, Tom. It was the only way to do it. And I said, fuck blackface, black body. And yeah, I did just gesture to my big black cock. That is something I did. Any other questions?
Wow, this is incredible. Timmy, what have you been up to lately? I know you've been busy, you've been on the road, you've had a lot of opportunities lately. So what's been happening with you? What have you been up to with this, especially with this newfound power of being able to change races and whatnot?
Well, man, yeah, I've been doing big shows on the road, just going around. I did, I did Denver, I did your fucking mom. Boom, got your ass. Hit me. Yeah, fuck your mom. Hit me. I was up in it so good that she was like, God damn, I want you to be my son. Hit me. She came. Hit me. Any other questions?
When you fucked my mom, did you do it normal, or were you in this older, blacker man character that you're able to do now? Ever do it normal, Tony?
Yeah, I never do it normal. No, I fucked her like this. She's a saint, Cone, and I did it missionary.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is absolutely.
Can I show you my dick?
No,
Can I just take out my
Timmy,
dick?
you definitely shouldn't.
Wait, look at this. Look at this. Look at this bass player. Look at this bass player right there. He's right behind me. He's to my left. I'm going to turn. Nope, on the left. On the left. On the left. Fuck it. Fuck it. Look at this sax player. The fucking piece of Goomba from Mario. What the fuck is this guy doing? Jesus Christ. I turned left. I did it. Man, this is fun.
Yeah, it is.
He's lip syncing.
I saw that. Man, you're so fucking fat, you broke the fourth wall, you piece of shit. What are you doing? Who is this guy?
That was fucked up. I don't know.
This is incredible. Timmy No Breaks somehow absolutely not knowing which way to face tonight.
Looks healthy though. Looks healthier than ever. Younger.
No, I don't. No, I definitely don't.
Wow. Timmy, have you, is there anything else that you do now that you can become a special black man? Is there anything else that you find yourself doing out in society now that you can be black sometimes?
That's great. Really good question, Tom. I'm going to turn my back to the audience for this one, if that's okay.
Yeah. You're going to face that way towards the audience?
Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, ever since I became, embraced the power of being an old black man that I met 10 minutes ago, I've been going to Ross, dress for less a lot. I'm good at basketball. I'm not racist at all. This isn't racist at all.
What does it look like when you shoot a basketball? How exactly do you shoot a basketball? What is your form like?
Here I go. Boom. Nothing but that.
How about throwing a football? Do you know how to throw a football?
Check this shit out. Drop back. Tight end.
How about bowling? Do you have a good bowling form?
Yeah, get ready for this shit. Get ready for this shit. Yeah, I'm looking for my ball. I'm bowling right into that guy's face. What else you got, Tom?
Now, I noticed that you bowl left-handed, but you shoot basketballs and throw footballs with your right hand. Are you ambidextrous?
No, I'm just black. What are you looking at, dumbass. Wow, Red Man looks like a gray ass motherfucker. God, this guy looks unhealthy. I'm looking at the ground, I'm looking all around. I'm having the time of my life up here.
I gotta tell you.
Oh, look at you. I thought, fuck these glasses. Who needs them? Nope, I need them.
Wow, Timmy, I mean, you're on a whole new level. Every single time you come onto the show, you're so innovative. You completely take over. This is unbelievable. In my near just about to be 20 years in this industry, I've never seen a man with the balls, the courage, and the talent to be able to switch races. I've seen people switch genders. I've seen people switch everything about themselves. I've seen, but I've never seen anything like this before. Timmy, you have done it again. You have found another way to innovate and take things to a whole nother level. You're unbelievable.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Where's my big fucking joke book?
And I gotta tell you, you're showing amazing skills. Have you been trying to be a ventriloquist? Because there's times where you're talking and your lips aren't moving at all.
You see, I've learned, Tom. I'm gonna eat your pussy. You got a pussy and I'm gonna fucking eat that shit.
Here's a big joke book, Timmy.
Hey, watch me catch this.
Here we go. Here it comes.
Yeah.
You got it.
Watch out, motherfucker. See you next time. Here I go. I'm leaving now. I'm gonna dance a little bit, but then I'm gonna go. All right, I'm walking the way up here. I'm walking up. Here I go. All right, I gotta go now. I'll see you guys later. Good to meet you, Tom. Good to meet you on the coast. I love you, bitch. All right.
Jesus, Timmy.
Snapping up the one big flare. And I gotta get the fuck out. I'm going. I'm out. Peace.
Make some goddamn noise for Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. That was one of my favorite things ever, dude. Yeah. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Timmy No Breaks, freak of nature, has done it again. I mean, 15 minutes of absolute chaos. Back to the bucket. This is going to be hard to follow. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Patrick Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Cassidy.
You guys ever walk in on your parents having sex when you're a kid? 27 times. It's awkward when they tell you to stop doing it. You keep. It's my fault the first time, actually. I was about 5. I said, what do you want for your birthday? I said, I want to watch. Fucking shit said, actually, my father passed away not too long ago. I'm pretty happy about that now. He left me his motorhome. I'm living at about 2 miles away from here, so I get to sign up all the time. It's pretty awesome. But I've had a hard time talking about it with all my black friends because I don't want them to think I'm appropriating their culture by not having a father now. Which got me thinking about Star Wars and how Anakin Skywalker was white. Oh, damn. But then as soon as he turned black, he left his kids in. No, that's all right. All right. That's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Patrick Cassidy. All right. There's a little something there. I can see the premise that you were going with. When Anakin Skywalker turned black, coincidentally, he did leave his children. He became Darth Vader.
Played by a guy named Hayden, and then all of a sudden, he's 6'7", played by James Earl Jones. Yeah.
There you go. Patrick. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 6 months. This is my 33rd time on stage.
Months. Have you ever thought about doing your comedy off stage into a microphone while a black man lip syncs your material for you?
I am now because that sounded funny and I didn't get to watch it.
Yeah.
From back there. It was hilarious.
Yeah, it was great. Did you say 6 months?
6 months, yeah.
And remind us, you've been on this show before.
I have.
And what did we learn? What did we talk about that last time?
We talked about
your father dying,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And remind us what that was all about.
Well, we've always watched the show, and then he said, when I go, I get out there and do the show. So I came out here last year for 8 weeks, and I got on the show. Yeah. And then
have you been doing open mics? I'm working on it.
Yeah, I just moved out here in August. I've been doing open mics ever since. I've been working on my comedy for about 3-4 months.
How long ago was that you were on this show? Remind me.
I was on again about 2 months ago.
Okay.
I didn't do very well, but you let me do another joke. All right. So,
well, do you have another joke that you can do that's better than your set this time? This could be your specialty. The guy that doesn't do good in the minute and then does a joke that's better than everything he tried in the minute.
Okay.
Do you have another one?
I got a lot, but I don't know what's going to be better. To be honest with you.
No, just try it. I don't think you know what's funny.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Dating's a little different now that I'm 50. Like when I was young, the only birth control was the pill. And that was kind of, I don't know, it's going to work. Or she's going to take it. They didn't have Plan B. Plan B was fucking move. Plan C was Canada. Plan D was down the stairs. But I never had to go that far, thank God, because I have family in British Columbia.
There you go. Sounds like you got a lot there. Patrick, what do you do for work?
I used to do insurance, but since I moved out here, I've been door dashing a lot.
Door dashing?
On a motorcycle.
Okay. How's that going for you? How's door dashing on the motorcycle?
It's getting my RV space paid for, my truck paid.
Okay. Any crazy things
on the table
happen while door dashing?
I've only been doing it for about 3 weeks. Because before that, I had all Dad's money.
Spent that?
Yeah.
What did you spend that on?
Just rent, food, hookers and world.
Did you really spend it on hookers and
No, I'm too old for that.
Do you do blow?
I used to. I've done 4. I'm not a big that's just girlfriend. Why? It doesn't make sense, right?
Your delivery system sucks. Have you ever thought about enunciating it so that people understand the words that you're saying?
Yes, I'm very nervous, but
okay.
In front of one of my heroes right now.
That's what happens. It's a big fan of Sylvester Stallone, obviously.
Don't be scared, when I was about to fight Clubber Lang, my legs are going all scared. Then I realized I had written a movie and we weren't actually going to be punching each other.
There you go. That's a good way to move it. Patrick, it's tough to follow Timmy Dover.
Yeah, I was hoping to follow the other guy.
I don't know if it would have gone that much better.
Probably wouldn't have, actually. You're right.
You got a little joke book last time?
I did get a little joke book.
Well, there you go. Yeah. That is where it will remain. We'll see you again soon. Patrick Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen. I keep it moving real fast here as we come around the corner. This should be the last fucking pull of the night. Make some noise for one of our very own. Make some noise for Heidi, everybody. Make sure you check out Love on the Line at HeidiRegina.com. Again, this episode brought to you by Talkspace. This is actually one of our very own team members around here. Make some noise for a brand new minute from Dusty Carter, everybody. Here comes Dusty Carter.
I recently made a horrible mistake. I cut off all my hair and most of my beard. Yeah, I used to look like Jesus if his first miracle was turning water into meth. I got tired of walking around looking like a caveman who had been thawed from ice. The problem is now I just look like a white guy hired by it. I was at my daughter's school the other day and I overheard these 2 ladies talking about a deaf kid that had been learning sign language. And then he had an accident over the summer during 4th of July. Messed up some digits. I was like, that is so sad. That little boy was born deaf. Then he developed a lisp. It's okay for the rest of y'all to laugh. Hell, if he was here, he wouldn't have hurt you. That's my time.
Dusty Carter with exactly 58 seconds. Hi, Dusty.
Hey, Tony, how are you doing, boss?
Great, buddy. Good to see you, man. Not a lot of people know this, but Dusty, a little fun fact, opens one half of the curtains for everybody that comes out here. Yeah! Isn't that interesting? It's like some inside showbiz stuff. There's two guys right on the other side of those curtains. One of them is Dusty, and then there's another guy. And then when I say the person's name, they wait 1 second for the band to start playing, and then they pull the curtains that way. Isn't that interesting?
High tech.
High tech stuff.
High tech shit.
Dusty also puts together the table every Sunday night.
Yes.
With another guy. It used to take 2 hours, and then it took an hour and a half, and I believe they've now got it all the way down to what, 58 minutes. 58 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Did you guys like to put together an LED table? That's not easy.
No. 58. Why do you think they took it out?
No, they're timing themselves. Yeah, they take it very seriously.
Yeah. It's more of a challenge than, anything, just to see if we can beat what we did before.
Yeah.
Because each week it's something different, because this isn't the only show they have here. They have other shows, and then we have to sort through wires and things.
Right.
Make sure we got everything y'all need to enjoy what we do, or they do.
You're damn right. Absolutely. Dusty, you mentioned having a daughter. How old's your daughter?
She is 11.
Nice. And how's that going?
She's amazing. She's excelling at everything, and she's loving school right now. She's with her mom this year while I got settled in Austin, and she'll be back with me this fall.
Nice.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Being a dad is the most rewarding and stressful thing I've ever done in my entire life.
Yeah, that's your only child?
No, I have a son that's 26.
You have a 26-year-old son. How old are you?
I'm 45, Tony.
Wow.
Yeah, prison has a lot of preservatives in its food.
Yeah. And you were in prison for what again?
Manufacturing methamphetamine.
There you go. The crowd goes wild. Welcome to the Kill Tony universe, where you get a standing ovation for making meth.
You never dabbled in Holler healthcare?
No. Tell us about it. What's making meth like?
It's not like Breaking Bad. That was sissy shit. I used to do mine in the woods for 45 minutes, and it'd be 90% pure.
Wow.
What needs all that laboratory equipment when you're just fucking moonshining?
Right. I would ask you your secrets or your process, but I immediately realized that that's probably YouTube restricted.
For entertainment purposes only, we can talk about whatever we want. We can write books.
Oh, interesting.
By the way, Tony, I'm here to promote my coloring book.
You got a coloring book slide?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, kind of promote that.
Wow.
We haven't talked about it, like at all.
What's your coloring book?
It's an adult coloring book, and like the subject is very mature, Like the pictures you color in. Like scenes from September 11th, just to honor those who got 9/11. Nice book. And at the end, there's like a centerfold pop-out big thing of those who fought at the 9/11 memorial. Anyway, I'm saying that.
At KyleDunnigan.com. That's the only place to buy the coloring book. Dusty, a great appearance, fun times. You're a likable guy. There's a lot of different funny. There goes Dusty Carter, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what an episode we've had. I mean, this had 3 regulars and a golden ticket winner, the return of a couple great old characters, and now there's only one way to end an episode like this, and that's with the man with the most appearances ever in this show's history, the most interviews, the Hall of Famer, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Magazine Monster, the Elevator Accelerator, the ZipRecruiter Zebra, the Talk Space Tycoon. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. Here we go.
out front. It's filled with guys in turbans reciting prayers, like frantically reciting prayers. Anyway, so I'm watching this Diddy documentary, The Reckoning, and I didn't realize that early in his career, Diddy hosted a celebrity basketball game where 9 people were trampled to death when they were rushing into the gym to get a seat. Apparently, they thought it was an Aphex Twin concert. Is it just me, or has the Taliban gotten too woke? I've always wanted to go to a mafioso Christmas party and be like, hey, wait, this mistletoe has a tiny little microphone hanging down. A teenager who wants to be a lion tamer jumped in the lion enclosure in a Brazilian zoo. If he had not been eaten alive by the lions, it would have gone really well. Okay, that's why I died. They gifted me 7 seconds for the man who's done it the most. And still adding to his resume, the great William Montgomery. So nice to be here. I'm excited. I started back on the row machine yesterday. And Tony Yayo, I gotta say, man, one of your buddies up there is super high in the green room. He's been asleep this whole time. I drew a mustache on his fucking ass with a Sharpie. I hope he doesn't get mad when he wakes up. Please hit my back when he wakes up.
That is possible.
Yeah, that motherfucker's. What do you sit up there, Tony? Wow. Yeah, but he's having fun.
Yeah, he's having a good time. I love it. William, you're back on the row machine. You've been doing your puzzles? You've been making puzzles?
Yes, I'm almost finished with the one that's filled with cakes. I ended up taking a break last week. I wasn't in the mood. I got out of the mood with the puzzles, but now I'm back at it tonight, and tomorrow I'll be done.
What kind of cakes are on this
Yo.
puzzle?
Oh my God, I mean, well, they all have blue icing, which makes it super fucking difficult. Some of them also have red icing. Some of them also have a little purple icing. There's just all kinds, but all of them have blue icing, Tony, which makes it really hard. It's a really hard puzzle. 1,000 piece.
1,000 piece.
Yes. Some of them have it's like blue and purple, blue and yellow.
Cake. There's no like
there's no red on the inside. One of them is white on the inside. Yell it, thanks, dumbass. Is that what you wanted, you fucking idiot? What you want me to yell? It was a strawberry cake, you fucking idiot.
Wow, you are mad at that guy in the crowd.
Fucking mad at that fucking idiot. What did he want me to fucking yell? It was a strawberry cake. I'm trying to have fun tonight, Tony.
Yeah. Well, what's fun to you?
I don't know how.
What's Oh my God, how depressing is that? For no reason whatsoever. Oh, all right. With lately, what are you passionate about? Yeah. Anything? William? Is there anything that you're excited about in all of life?
I ate a banana earlier. It was pretty good. I hadn't had a banana in a while. Yeah, thank you. Oh my God, it was a really great banana, Tony.
Oh. Wow, you had a good banana. What did you have with the banana?
A little bit of peanut butter, Tony.
445 milhões. Ah, não consegui pegar.
It's a Metamucil because I've been shitting again.
Metamucil. Wow.
Yeah, sugar-free Metamucil.
Oh, sugar-free Metamucil, right when
It's horrible.
Oh my God, what does it taste like?
Like Tang. And it looks like Tang too. It's orange.
Wow.
So it's been fun mixing up the different mixtures, seeing how much I can put in there.
Okay.
It still dissolves. Yeah.
And the Metamucil makes you feel better?
Yeah, it makes my tummy feel a little better, Tony.
Really?
Had a pretty good doo-doo today, Tony.
Oh my goodness. How have your duties been lately? Solid?
It's been okay when I can. I mean, it's been 2 fucking days. I think it was because I was eating a bunch of Butterfingers out in Tulsa.
What were you doing eating Butterfingers in Tulsa?
Starving, Tony, and I felt weird. I was hot. It was freezing cold, and I was in the hotel room, and I don't want to leave the hotel room, and I'm watching some football, and it's like, well, I can't do it though, and I got to before the sets later on. 20 minutes later, I'm able to do it, so it's okay.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Sylvester Stallone, have you ever seen anything quite like William Montgomery before?
No, I'm gonna have to leave. But thank you so much for having me, Tony.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Well, we are at the end of the show. Do you have any favorite
Well, about prosperity to everybody. On the way of the great reporting to become viral. Gotta get on board with the technocracy. Don't you want to put in your like digital servitude? I'd love to. Yeah, we could discuss technocracy some more. Openly as tweeting on friends. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that everyone in Discord doesn't mind the refuge. I mean, San Francisco, Chicago, people are coming together to watch the game. Yeah, pretty cool. think that thing that like Technocratic Society is that like somehow it believes that because something is successful that they're like automatically more qualified to do anything, right? It's not the same as like meritocratic, right? Meritocratic would imply that like you earn this position on merit, whereas Technocratic Society implies that you earned it through some sort of like abstract measure of success, like say wealth, like Elon Musk, your Peter Thiels,
the Koch brothers, Bill Gates,
your Jeff Bezos,
P. Diddy. Everyone's just trying to make the money however they can.
Yeah, right. So I have to say, technocracy is so
what's a society called where everyone's forced to read the manual before using it? Like
read the manual?
Yeah, like you're forced to read the manual before using the vehicle. Or are we just living in a society where the vehicle is just going to do everything for us? Well, like how much are we even going to read? Like how much are the new people even going to read? Yeah, do you think they'll be even reading anymore soon?
If the statistics are true, 40% of people are functionally illiterate in the United States.
This is so high, it seems, but probably true.
But they can't read at an 8th grade minimum.
No, I understand. Or recite things, like they couldn't read it to you if they, like a newspaper or something.
Yeah, they can't derive like certain higher concepts from shit.
There used to be this thing called critical thinking, where one side would be presented, then the other, and then people would discuss the two sides.
Right.
So somehow we lost that.
We used to have shows like Crossfire back in the day.
Crossfire's good.
Still around?
Oh, man.
This is not important enough for me. Now, again, you may be saying other things are more important than this, and that's when you're going to be faced with it. Just understand when there's a lack of kindness.
Wow, it feels so good.
Communicating is a hierarchy of importance in life. Messages that we're kind of promoting to other people or giving off to other people. We don't even intend to do it, but nice again, it's looking up. But it's interesting to see this range of people when it comes to time. Okay, anyway. Ela esteve cambiamos. So try to figure out what Rabbi has this Hakira. So what is this Hakira? So there's okay, so the tempting to say maybe Hakira is what time, meaning exact time that a person is dead, right? That the event occurred. That's fine, but not everybody holds that people have the ability of documenting decision. So what could be the Hakira? Ela esteve come up the yoga. What year during the Bilbel cycle did the murderer occur? We already asked that. Days of Shavuot. That's one of the first questions, right? What during the Shavuot cycle is going on? Elolas, Yovel. No. The question is once over again. Yovels, right? Yovels, right? It's interesting. It was like how it's all part of the same time of motif, right? If you think about it, think about what it counts. We count hours, right? We count hours. We count minutes, right? Job as appreciation means, right? What's the mobile? I don't know, whatever, right? So whatever, 4 minutes, after this. So we count, right? We count minutes, we count hours, we count days, we count weeks, we count months, we count years. We count years in a Shemitah cycle. We count Shemitah cycles in a Yovel, and we count Yovlos as well. We count every single unit of time. Because I must say, what's interesting is this same lesson that keeps appearing over and over and over again. Time is the greatest resource. And therefore, time management is the most important tool. That's why, again, we go back to Friday's thought.
right? I don't know what the hell about, right? But okay, so maybe I'm not managing the minute to minute. That's probably the Halabah gets that level, but at least to manage the hours of life. Not to let the hours slip through our fingers into oblivion is the key to personalistic success. So maybe again, it was just maybe the 8th Hakira is what number Yovel are we at? Even it's a Shabbat, they'll buy the Yovel. The other thing is, no, you don't need to know the number of Yovel. As long as the witnesses know what number he's hearing the cycle is, that's more than enough. So therefore, interestingly enough, just be okay. So what's the takeaway from this? Here's the takeaway. Takeaway is the Mishnah told us we have 7 Hakiros, right? And what the Gemara taught us is, interestingly enough, the Bakar, the source for those Hakiros, not the Hakiros themselves, but the source for the concept of 7 probing questions to ensure that the witnesses saw what they saw, at least were present to be able to see what they saw. That concept of 7 Hakiros comes from the Torah. Where does it come? It comes from the conglomeration of hearing Dachos, the individual watches of the Torah, and Eidim Solar. Out of those 3 contexts, we have Darashta Kakarta Hativ, Darashta Hativ, Darshu Hativ. There's an opinion that says that there's an 8th Hakira. Halacha B'Aisa, we reject that opinion. We go with the 7 Hakiras as espoused in our Mishnah, but act as biblical source. It's incredible. Let's go back there. Same thing about Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi came along and said that you guys are getting too complicated. Rabbi Yossi said there are only 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Is it Yom? What day did they kill Shimon? Is it Shah? What time did they kill Shimon? And then he said, whenever you see Shah never means 8th hour of the day, 9th hour of the day, something like that. And the is a blocker. What place? What place? That's Rabbi Yossi's 3 questions. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yossi says to them, according to you, let's say witnesses show up, right? The witnesses say yesterday, right? So let's say Monday. Right? So what happens? Witnesses show up on Monday. They say yesterday, Reuben killed Shimon. And he says yesterday. Are you going to say, oh my God, there is a Shavua, there is a Shana, there is a Chodesh, the Kalama Chodesh? So we'll say, Rabbi Yossi talking like this. If witnesses show up and they say that yesterday, Sunday, Reuben killed Shimon, you're going to start asking now the witnesses all of these questions, right? But which year the year was, right? Which year, which month, what year was it? He just told you yesterday. So in other words, what Rabbi Yossi is trying to highlight is that very often all of these hakiras that are astounding, they're unnecessary. Guys rolling into days and saying yesterday, Reuben killed Shimon. So because that Rabbi Yossi says, I'm going to tell you the 3 or 4 questions, and this is all you need. What day? Okay, you answered that yesterday. What time? And where did it happen? All of the other questions are very often just totally unnecessary. That's what Yossi says. So the Gemara says, so the Chacham said back to Yossi, going to do Misha Baba Omar Achshav Arkin. Omar Lo Be'ezi Yom Be'ezi Shah Be'ezi Makom. So Yossi trying to your logic. Let's say witness Shah basically say literally just saw Reuben kill Shimon. Just saw it. So say it comes from Yossi. Are you going to ask them what day? You're going to ask them what time? So in other words, we'll say, so the conversation of this, you can see, put your back on you. Ella, I'm not up to work, sorry. Like, you're not probably the Shimon Ben Abbas. That was a conversation like this. You're right. It could be that sometimes questions are unnecessary, but we will ask them anyway. For what purpose? We want to impose the need to share this information in accordance with Rabbi Shimon Ben Abbas. Eliezer, what's her name again? Rabbi Shimon Ben Abbas only said that we try to confuse the witnesses in capital cases in order to get them to contradict themselves, and ultimately in order to get the testimony not just the word. Remember, our goal is we want to exonerate. That's our goal. So therefore, again, the comments essentially say we fully recognize that there are times when all of these questions may be unnecessary. But we ask them anyway. We ask them anyway in an effort, first of all, to ensure that people are really telling the truth. And if they end up with they trip over themselves with information, then again, we're happy for that to occur as well. Whereas Rabbi Yossi says, Emesh Argu Shia, Rav Echos. Achshav Argu Shia for Echos. Rabbi Yossi will respond the other way. Yossi will respond that witnesses coming in and say that Halacha L'Maisar, moving from yesterday, that's a common case. Witnesses coming in for days and saying moving just saw moving Kil Shimon, that's not common. That's not common. And therefore, Allah again, we're not believing that is going to actually occur. All right, now so bottom line, Allah we have this fundamental they're coming giving 7 hakiras, which come all three have your source in the right. So Rabbi Yossi says 3 basic questions: what day, what time, what place. The Rabbi answers like the Chachamim, and therefore Allah capital uses 3 points. 7 questions, 7 hakiras. Incredible. Right, was not stop over for today. Shkoyach, okay? There's a some incredible week ahead of us. Yeah. All right. Everyone Zoom? Have a great day, everybody. Oh, yeah. So we have 75 dark. It's more like middle of the hour, end of the hour. People still do that. They definitely measure hours, that's for sure. Yeah. So I think there was still.
Our smart technology adds transparency and speed, while real experts, lawyers, mediators, and financial pros are there just in case you need some extra help along the way. We've helped over 15,000 people move forward, 97% of them without going to court, and we're proud to be the highest-rated online divorce platform on Trustpilot. Divorce is hard. The process shouldn't make it harder. Start your next chapter at HelloDivorce.com. Anti-Semitism takes many forms, from a passing comment and casual conversation to vandalism and even violence. Shine a Light is a national initiative to spotlight anti-Semitism, a coalition of over 60 Jewish and non-Jewish organizations from across the U.S. and Canada. Shine a Light draws inspiration from Hanukkah, the Festival of Lights, to encourage Jews and Allies to speak out against anti-Semitism and send a message that every single light in this film matters. Join us at Shine a Light.
Your touch day, the filters rock. You know, I realize that sometimes I neglect to thank our annual county coach. They don't just like stuff when they come to all the street, but somehow I only end up mentioning it over the course of our annual county coach. Okay, so let's begin. So, how do you great this here? But I'll say train to have
Ashley's chat.
Sylvester Stallone projects that you've seen?
I loved you in Predator. I thought you were wonderful killing off the Predator. That was wonderful when you put the mud on your body.
Talk about
That was really cool. I love that part.
all this busting thing in front of me, pal. You're gonna get the horns right here.
Did that? Hold on, Sylvester. Did that one guy?
That's a baby longhorn that I murdered myself. Strangled it in front of his mother.
Sylvester, did that one guy actually shave in the jungle without the shaving cream? Did that
You
actually
got
happen?
the wrong movie, buddy.
Huh?
I think
You're the wrong guy.
Yeah,
That is the Arnold Schwarzenegger guy.
that's very disrespectful. You're thinking of Arnold. You're thinking of Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Why are you shaking your head like a fucking idiot, dumbass? I almost didn't have to interact with your fucking ass this entire night, and I was feeling pretty good.
man.
What's that little cigarette you're smoking? What is that, a Virginia Slim, you fucking pussy? What are you fucking...
Speaking of... You didn't think I was gonna look down there?
Fucking idiot.
I think that I met Simon was, they asked me to be a guest judge for this Conan. To be, they asked me that I met Simon was...
Fucking highlight of my days drinking Metamucil, you fucking idiot. Why are you coming after me? Why do you think coming after me was a good idea, dumbass? Yeah, after your mom and I are fucking done in her bedroom, which is way too hot all the time. She's smoking those fucking Virginia Slims. Whatever, Robin Hood.
Whoa. Roasted by Redman. The crowd doesn't know how to handle it because...
What are you referring to? This hat I got from my sweet dead grandmother B?
Your grandmother
referring to, or what are you referring to?
His grandmother's name was B?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That's adorable.
We call her Queen Bee. We used to fuck her from behind.
Whoa. Redman is roasty tonight. They're having a I fucked your mom and grandma battle, everyone. This is a whole new thing. He called your bluff and raised you a grandma, everyone. It appears that the William is short-circuiting right now and doesn't know how to handle this situation.
Could your Grammy tell you all about that Metamucil, Will?
Okay, Redman, very good.
Fucking mom did, dumbass. A couple years
Oh, wow.
Fucking it.
It's a grandma-mom battle that's going nowhere. Before we let you go, I want to, because it's not easy to get a powerful guest like Sylvester Stallone here, and you accidentally named an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I'm going to give you another chance here. Is there a favorite Sylvester Stallone film that you have that you would like to say right now?
What, is it Rudy? Aren't you the kid in Rudy?
Kick his ass. I swear to God.
Is that what it is?
Don't kick his ass, Sly. Don't kick his ass. Let's give him another guess here. This is the great Sly Stallone.
Aren't you the coach of Bad News Bears? Is Bad News Bears? No.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Sly. I don't know what to do.
What's stopping me is the mental illness. I don't want to attack mentally ill people who look fat on TMZ.
That's true.
It's flippy. You know, they don't show that part.
Yeah.
They're in the wrong movies.
Yeah.
They just show Stallone beating up a retarded guy.
I'm going to give you one more chance here. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. We have Sly Stallone. You should pay your respects. You must have a favorite Sly Stallone movie. You do not leave your hotel much. You don't leave your house much. You watch, you consume a lot of television and movies. This should be very easy for you. What is one of your favorite Sly Stallone movies?
Rocky 3.
Oh,
Rocky 3. That was my favorite one. I thought you were great at Rocky.
I was hoping. All right, Rocky.
All right. Well, a real climax there at William and improv guru, some would say. Absolutely amazing. William, anything else you want to say before we leave here?
It's Mom will shoot on your chest.
Wow, Redman, do you think you could create more silence in that?
Yeah, you're fucking
in my flying machine, and it's up she goes, up she goes. Something on a beam, in the air she goes. Where? There she goes. Up, a little bit higher. Ooh, nice. The moon is on fire.
else you want to say before we get out of here?
Here we are.
Just fucking yell something, will you? Really, it's just such an easy job at this point.
I want to go back. So beautiful. So vast and endless. They're so small. My crowd. I think they're giants. They're not even dust in God's eye.
There's been a mistake. You're not one of them. You got mailed to the wrong address.
I did, didn't I? Look, a shooting star.
It was a long one. My pops used to tell me, every time you saw one, it was a soul going to heaven.
I like that. Are we supposed to wish on it?
Why? What would you wish for?
It's my flying machine and it's up she goes, up she goes. Something is buzzword on a beam, in the air she goes. Where? There she goes.
Certified free, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy, make that pull out game. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop with this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got with this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, nigga, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this pussy right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a geek, what is the size? Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. Pussy is wet, come take a dive. Tie me up, like I'm surprised. Let's roll. I said certified free, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy, make that pull out game weak. Yeah. You fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got with this wet ass pussy.
Is that certified freak? 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. Fuck. This one's gonna be hard. And yeah, that song sucks, girl. Sing my song. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket in a mop for some wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something fun. You ever heard this song, bitch? Well, you going to. You gonna live this song, woman. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. How do you like that song, you stupid bitch? Yeah, give me that North Face coat back, ho.
Here we are.
Something fun. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something fun. Song, bitch? Where you going to? You gonna live this song, woman. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Bitch, your sense of music sucks. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something fun, girl. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a girl, your sense of music sucks. Girl, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something hot, baby. You like this song? Well, guess what, girl? You're gonna live it. I said certified freak, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy, make that pull-up game weak. Yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, Rabbi Nick, take a charge. Bitch, your sense of music. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. You ever leak? Fuck. Bitch, your taste in music sucks. You ever live a song, girl? There's some hoes in the house. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house. I said certified freak, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-up game weak. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, Rabbi. Catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard.
Let's play something fun. You ever heard this song, bitch? Well, you're going to. You're going to live this song, woman. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull-out game weak. Yeah. Bitch, your taste in music sucks.
Bitch, your taste in music sucks. Let's play something hot. Yo, what up?
Rabbi.
Yo, how you living, pimp?
Do you remember me, Rabbi?
Dog, I meet a lot of people. What's new, big dog?
I know. Yeah, we were talking a decent amount, a month ago or some shit.
What were we, fucking dating?
Basically, at one point, pretty much. It was pretty intimate. It was pretty intimate.
All right, I'm glad it was good for you, dog.
Yeah, it was good for you too. It was good for you too at the time. I just didn't know it was that dispensable, man. Like, fuck. It's fucked up, Rabbi. That's fucked up.
I like your personality, big dog. What's new?
I got back from DC after an internship. Now I'm going back to A&M. Going back to college, man.
Oh yeah, your fucking Aggies suck dick in the college football playoff.
Yeah, I remember me and one of my friends were talking to you about UT and A&M at one point before the game took place.
Right.
Yeah, they got fucked up.
That's okay. And at least made the college football playoff. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean it's good for me too. I mean, I don't really watch a lot of football or keep up with it that much. So
Yeah, and why not? You're like at a pretty big football school.
I know. Yeah, I know. I agree. I've gotten more into it because my friends at UT, so we both watched that specific game together, even though we lost fucking twice in a row.
What'd you do? Hold hands? Dog. You need to be.
We hold something else. We hold each other.
I can tell, dog. I can tell you guys are using stick shift on each other. All right, so yeah. So all right. So you got the Aggies, and you had a pretty good women's basketball team a few years ago.
I didn't even know that.
Like a decade ago.
Basketball team, not gonna lie.
Dog, you need to get into sports, man. What else is there to do in College Station?
I don't know, man. I remember because I'm in the core at A&M, we just kind of, I don't know, do our own shit.
Oh yeah. Wait, why don't you go to the game?
I do. Well, we're forced to, but I've been absent from A&M for a year because I've been doing a bunch of internships.
Oh, okay.
Politics. So I've been
Okay.
doing all that shit.
So what do you want to be? You want to be you gonna run for governor?
Hopefully.
Oh, is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I did. Like, regardless of what you think about politics, but I just got done doing a White House internship, which is really hard to get into.
So you were in the White House?
Yeah.
Was that baller?
Yes, dude. It was. They let us do crazy ass policy work. It was actually insanely fun.
All right, very
I
cool.
don't think it would be that hands on, but
All right,
it was pretty cool.
I'm glad we have a bunch of
I did domestic policy.
All right, so like what in particular?
Let me think of what Yeah, they said I could talk pretty much everything. I think so. You know what the General Services Agency is?
Fuck yeah, GSA.
Yep, they had me go through a bunch of federal buildings and look into the history of all the people who are named after certain courthouses, post offices, whatever it might be. Oh yeah, love it. And so I checked all their backgrounds and whatnot, and then saw, for the administration, whatever, those people should be the ones being honored and whatnot. So I changed like 4 or 5 building names.
They had some college.
The DU.
They had some college kid changing names of buildings.
Yeah, that was one thing. I mean, it was different every day what I would be doing. Because he found some weird law. Like, I don't remember. It was some weird law to where I could manipulate it and change the names. So it was like good. But then there was another.
Hold on.
You know Bonnie Blue?
Of course I know Bonnie Blue, dog.
I was trying to I wrote a bunch of stuff that got sent to the Department of State to try to get her banned from the U.S.
Why do you want to ban her?
She's just not good for the country, man.
Dog, there's a lot of people in the United States who aren't good for the country. That doesn't mean they should be banned.
I agree. And we can't do anything about them because they're citizens. But Bonnie Blue, she's not a citizen.
Yeah, okay, what did she do wrong aside from getting dicked by 1,000 guys? I'll wait.
I just don't think that that's a good thing to promote to the youth. She says she claims, by her own words, to go after barely legal teens. And I quote that from
Doug,
her.
that's what the president did.
Hey, I'm not going to comment on that. But, I mean, regardless, I don't think that's good. I mean, I'm sure to some extent.
Wait, hold on. Don't you find that to be a bit contradictory that the president can hang out?
I've never looked into any of the stuff. Like, what specific instance of the president are you looking into?
Okay, just like.
I don't know. I actually just straight up don't know.
Sure. Look at the testimony of Katie Johnson. It's on YouTube. It's 30 minutes long. And she talks about how the president raped her and took her virginity. And when she asked him what she's supposed to do if she gets pregnant, he, quote, said, "Then you'll get an abortion, bitch." Unquote.
That is crazy.
Word. It is wild. Just one moment. I've got some friends here.
What are you saying, bro? Maybe start?
Don't worry about them.
Oh, Brandon.
No, that's not Brandon. That's not Brandon.
No,
Sonica, how's your day going, big dog? Hey, how are you?
Yeah, bro.
What's new?
Habibi, Habibi. What's happening, bro?
Dog.
Rabbi, what's happening?
I get this shit all the time. This is just part of my life. Yo, what'd you say, big dog?
I'm your fun.
I'm your fun? Okay, I don't know what you're saying, man. All right, so Jason, back to you. Go watch the Katie Johnson. Dog, I'm talking to somebody.
Katie Johnson, right?
Yes, sir. Watch it right now.
Watch it right now. Okay.
Yeah, I'll watch it with you. It's 30 minutes.
Okay, sure. 30 minutes?
That's not long at all, dude.
You know, my TikTok brain, dude, it's just...
Quit with that shit.
Let me watch it.
If you're allowed
Where is it? Where's the 30-minute one?
type in Katie Johnson.
Be Trump? I see a 29-minute one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Before I do that, I'm going to do some background research. Like, so was there a court case on this?
She was gonna sue him, but then ended up getting threatened by people in his administration and pulled out her case.
This is not really good. This court. Yes, it is. I'm playing it.
Excellent, man. I'm here for it. It's sick. I mean, it's really sad.
So it was on Epstein stuff?
Yeah, oh, yeah. She was recruited by Epstein. She was recruited as a model. Yo, what up, Zoot? Zoot, my friend here, he is the Bonnie Blue expert. I mean, he's watched her documentary. And then I got my man in here, Jason, who tried to personally ban Bonnie Blue from the United States. This is like Tyson. This is like.
She's banned from Australia and Indonesia.
All right. Well, my man here tried to get her banned from the United States.
And she might get banned. She might be banned right now. I don't know.
Why would you do that?
I just don't think she has a good influence on society at all. And she's not a U.S. citizen, so she doesn't get the same rights as a citizen. I don't think young women should think that the way out of making lots of wealth is by sleeping with as many men as possible on camera. I just don't think that's a good way for society to go. I don't think it's good. It's good that she isn't allowed here.
Zoot's coming after you.
No. She's not doing it for the money.
She claims that a lot.
No, she never claims she did it for the money.
Zoot would know.
I mean, yeah, she said that she likes doing it, sure, but she constantly bloats about the wealth that it gives. She like insanely does. That is like a fact. She does do that. I've read a lot about it when I was making a memo. And she does do that, and it's quoted within my memo. Many examples of her saying stuff like that.
Okay, so how is she different from any other sex worker?
I mean, I think it should all be not. I mean, it's all not good. I'm not like that's kind of a mute argument. I'm not saying that she's different. I mean, well, there is a good key difference is she's not a U.S. citizen, so you can actually ban her. And there was other stuff I was coming up with, you know, to ban people who don't align with U.S. interests. More so in that regard. So if they're coming over to film pornography in the United States, I don't agree. So it doesn't really matter if somebody's doing the same type of stunts that Bonnie Blue's doing. If they're less, it doesn't really matter. And if they're doing any of it, then they should be banned.
So why do you got a problem with the actresses and not the producers?
I have a problem with all.
Good.
It's I have a pretty consistent view on that. Like, yeah, I have a problem with every single thing, like all of it. The websites, like literally everything. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But she's one of the main media targets that is heavily geared towards the youth, and I think that is a very big issue. And it goes on a whole philosophical argument of like, promoting promiscuous activities in the youth usually results in higher divorce rates. And I think that a marriage, obviously between two people, I think that is good for a child to be raised in with two parents. And with being promiscuous leading to higher divorce rates, I think that is not a good thing to have in our society. I could go into all the statistics, but
I agree with you, and I would also say drugs and alcohol are a contributing factor to that as well.
Of course, yeah, and I think that's bad too. I'm not gonna lie, I drink, but I do agree. It's not necessarily good. I don't know. There's no way to stop alcohol and drugs. I mean, drugs. Okay, well, if we want to get into like straight up like crazy drugs, like shit coming from fucking Mexico and other areas, then sure, there's ways to stop that. But I'm talking about more so like.
I think alcohol is one of the worst drugs we could have legalized. If we got rid of alcohol, I'd say that a lot of crime would go down.
Probably. I would agree.
Violence against women would go down. Violence against women could go down. I think sexual assault cases would decrease by like 25%. Alcohol is
probably a drug. Yeah. Oh, I completely agree. No, I'm not denying any of that. I haven't done much research into the statistics of like, how many sexual assaults are caused by the influence of alcohol, but I would believe what you said. Like that sounds intuitively correct. So yeah, but I do agree it's bad. Yeah, I agree it's bad. I do. So again, I don't think it's a good thing. Again, I drink myself, so kind of a hypocrite in that manner, but I do think objectively it is bad for society as a whole. I do. Completely. But yeah. What do you think about all that, Rabbi?
I think that you should allow people to do what they want to do. In terms of your legislation that you proposed, I think it's wrong to single out one individual. If you wanted to say, let's not have any foreign porn stars or sex workers in the United States, that's how I would have gone about it, as opposed.
I did go about it like that.
Okay, so Bonnie Blue wasn't mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay, so I can explain it a little more in depth than that. The policy people that I was talking to about it, they kind of had the same issue as you actually. They were like, we need to have a blanket view in policy on how to deal with these people. And I was like, okay, sure. Like that, I agree. I obviously completely agree with that. It's just, it sounds theoretically hard to implement something like that. But then I started thinking of ways to possibly do that, and it randomly came to me. So I wrote a policy memo on that too, but I did single out Bonnie Blue because I do think it is good to, cut the head off of the snake, while doing the rest.
But she's not the head of the snake. She's not the head of the snake.
I would say so. In terms of porn and foreigners, I would say so.
Oh, incorrect.
I don't watch a lot of porn.
Incorrect, dog. You know how many foreign porn stars are in the United States making far more videos than she ever has? Like,
yeah, I'm sure they just have a lot less publicity than she does.
That's true. So you're basically going for easily graspable fruit. Like just because she got on your radar, somehow through TikTok or whatever.
He's going for the most influential woman in 2024, 2025. Probably
in Zoot's life, no doubt.
I didn't just go after Bonnie Blue too. I went after Lily Phillips as well.
Oh wow! Congratulations! You went after the two people who made headlines. Why didn't you go after? I don't know her. Why didn't you go after every OnlyFans model who is foreign in the United States?
No, I proposed a policy to help mitigate that.
So
the issue is it's so hard to somebody can just lie. When they're trying to come over, it's really easy with an ESTA, I believe is what it's called, to come over to the U.S. from like Britain or any of the nations that we're really close with. So they can just simply lie and say, yeah, I'm not going to come to the nation to do anything bad. Like, if there's nothing on the radar for the government to look at them for, then they're not going to. They just come here, do what they do, and get out. But what I was thinking is there should be files kept on all these foreigners coming here, And when they come here, do something bad like that, then you can ban them because you won't know until it happens. Like it's really hard to just be like, all right, yeah, this person's come here. All right, ban them. You don't know that until it's done.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Otherwise, we'll come back and forth.
Here's the thing that's confusing that.
Yeah.
I know sex workers in Australia that can't get into the US because they've done escorting. But
Você se sente mais poderoso?
What's happening, bro?
I don't know. I'm gonna mute them just for a moment.
No, I know escorts in Australia that can't get into the US, but they'll let porn stars in. Why?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I was creating their policy for something like that I thought of. Like I had personally thought of that. It wasn't a prerogative of the administration or anything. They were actually skeptical because Trump has a pretty libertarian view on all that, like porn and stuff. From what I know. So it was kind of like my own thing that I was doing.
Yeah.
And,
probably because he has a history of it.
Yeah, I mean, I would from what I've heard, I hadn't done any research on any of it just because
I mean, wait, but let's talk about that for a second. So you've done a bunch of research on Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips, but not the commander-in-chief. Like, that would be the first thing that I would do. And I understand that you don't want to piss off the people who are giving you an opportunity, but you are literally in the White House. Why wouldn't you just start looking at the highest person in government?
Don't necessarily want to be like, again, I don't know what is true and not with any of what is said about it. Dog. There are like, okay, I stream my life online. Okay, so I'm an exception, but to Zoot and to you, I bet you don't have as many pictures as Donald Trump has in some compromising positions with convicted sex offenders. I just bet you don't have on all of Facebook, you don't have that many public pictures as this person does. There's obviously this man was doing something that was perhaps highly illegal, and I've given you evidence to watch, and I understand that we've been interrupted. I get that. Yeah, I will watch it.
I'm going to sit here for 29 minutes with you, and until you watch it, then we're not on the same playing ground. I mean, basically, I have more knowledge on the subject than you do. You watch it.
No, I mean, I would agree.
Exactly. So if you watch it, then you're going to recognize that, wow, the guy who they elected is incredibly guilty if what this one person says is true. But it's not just him. There are other people who have talked about, I mean, he's a convicted felon and rapist. Sexual assault.
Yeah, I need to look into all those claims. Like, I don't know what is, again, true and what's not. I know what's said. I do know people say he was a convicted, all of these things. I know, like, everything that you've been saying besides, like, Katie Johnson. I don't know the specific names like you do, but I know the general grasp of what he's accused of doing. I just don't know if it is literally true. I don't know that. Because I would imagine, because of how hated Trump is, intuitively, there are going to be people that come out against him, even if it is false. I do know, like, of course, like, that's intuitive that is going to happen. It happens to football players, it happens to so many people where their lives get ruined because they're falsely accused of doing something that they didn't do. So, I mean, it would even be more expected with somebody like Trump, who is so hated, way more than any football player or anybody who else who has been accused of doing it. But, and I agree, I should do research. I do. But it was one of those things with, taking a position and doing what I did. I can't really do anything about him having done that. He is the commander-in-chief. He is in the position that he is.
Yeah,
I applied and was offered a chance.
I get that. I get that. But to me, you seem like a lackey. To me, you seem like a lackey. Basically, someone who is just going to toe the line for whatever the boss says when you don't have the open-mindedness to just look into all of this evidence. Look, I'm not saying Donald Trump has raped anybody. I'm saying this woman says that he raped her. So, just watch it. That's all I have to say.
No, I will. No, I literally will. I've never looked at the term lackey, but again, there's nothing I could do about any of it. I got into, and I was able to make change that I thought was right So that was what was like. I got to do it. There's nothing I can do about anything that Trump might or might not have done. I can't do anything about that. But what I could do is get in there and propose policy that I do think is good. I could do that, and so I did it. Yeah, I did. Like arguably the most I could do. Like that is what I could do. Or I could just sit out of it and just act like nothing's even happened. But I didn't. I was able to do so.
I get that. I get that you're in at a university that gave you this opportunity, but at
it wasn't even the university that gave me the opportunity. Yeah.
Well, whoever gave you the opportunity, you didn't look into the president, and the fact that you didn't. When I said the term lackey, if you don't know what it means a follower. You're just following. Okay. You're just like blindly following. Now, look, I personally don't like to get political, but in this case, just watch what Katie Johnson says. It's 29 minutes. She talks about the multiple rapes. She talks about him taking her virginity and with some other woman there. And then you've got E. Jean Carroll, who said that she was sexually assaulted. There are other people who have allegedly been sexually assaulted by him. And if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. I mean, look, if you know who the stand-up comedian Cat Williams is, he's got a joke, but it's true. If one person says that you smoke crack, you might not smoke crack. If there are multiple people who say that you smoke crack, you might be a crack smoker. And it's like where there's smoke, there's fire. And in this situation, I want to defend him. I want to defend Donald Trump as best as I can. But after I saw the Katie Johnson testimony, I understand they blur her face. I get that. I 100% understand that because she has been threatened and such. But once I heard what he allegedly did, and I see why would she put herself out there? She's not political. She's not working for the Democratic Party. She really wants to stay anonymous, but she wanted people to know. Now she did this interview in 2016 or so, and the American people were able to make their decision not just in 2016, but again in 2020, perhaps, and again in 2024. What's the problem, Zoot?
I'm gonna say there were a lot of people that were interns there that did not even like him. You want to say like I even did not agree with plenty of stuff. Not that has anything to do with the extreme stuff, like the accusations against him. That's a lot different than what I'm saying. But I'm just kind of like trying to, a lot of people were kind of in the same boat of like, I'm gonna get in there again, do what I can for the nation that I think is right, and then get out. Like you can't. I mean, again, it's not like I can personally do anything against. Like theoretically, let's say I believed he did the sexual assaulted people or whatnot. I can't do anything to get him out of the presidency. I can't do anything like that. But what I can do is go there and do my own policy, and hopefully it passes. That's do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
I guess you can call it a follower or whatever, but I can't do anything else. Like there's no alternative.
No, there isn't. There's majorly an alternative. I'm not saying that I would have done this either.
What is it?
Just not go and say, look, I'm
exactly. But then I won't get to do anything. That's the whole thing. Is like I wasn't doing stuff specifically for Trump. I was doing things like because that's not even how the whole thing usually works. It's like there's certain people who are special assistants to the president, whatnot, that come up with their own policy and just get it done. That's kind of the stuff that I was doing. I was just.
I get that. I get that. Just watch it. I've got 29 minutes for you. Let's watch it.
Okay. I got it up right now. All right. Press and play. 1 minute and 40. Dang, Rabbi, you dick, bro.
What did I do?
No, I was just complimenting you, man.
What? May I ask why?
You're a dick, bro. Damn.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm all muscle, baby. You should. That's not even the thickest part of me, baby. Dog, why do you click your mouse so much when you're watching a video?
I'm doing both. I have two monitors, so I have the video up on one and I'm playing a brain rot game on the other. But I promise you, I can recount everything that's been happening. Trump knew he did that. I'm watching. I promise. I'm listening.
Yo, what up, puppy girlfriend? How you living, girl? What's up, girl?
Hi. I came in earlier, but immediately it closed out. So I was like, I don't know what just happened.
It closed out? What do you mean?
I got kicked out. I was like, okay.
Oh, I didn't kick you out. I'm the only person who has the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Are you sure Discord didn't crash or something?
What, glitch or something? Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I don't
Oh,
know.
okay. So, how are you and your friend doing?
My friend, my Discord husband, are great.
All right. Any plans to visit before the new year? Is that your friend?
Yeah, that's him.
No way. You got to meet.
It's more than a friend.
You got to meet. That's wonderful.
Everything.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations.
The Discord gods.
Oh, I'm very happy for you. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, me too.
Well, wonderful. Well, don't spend time with me. Go spend time with your boy.
Yeah, his name's stuff set up. So we're just vibing. But I did want to come in and say hi.
Absolutely.
How are you? How you doing?
I'm really well, thankfully, and I'm really happy for you. Not as well as you're doing. Good on you, girl.
Oh yeah, I went to a Catholic church for the first time. That was really cool.
Okay, how was that?
But it was worth the experience.
Okie doke. Did you go with your friend?
Yes.
Oh wow, that's pretty serious.
I did. My special friend for life.
All right, very well. That's pretty serious, girl.
So, I'm 10 minutes into it. Do you? I mean, I don't know. If this
Jason,
happened to you,
Jason,
so do you
Jason,
think this
Jason,
for sure
Jason,
happened?
Jason. Absolutely. You don't file federal lawsuits if you just are making something up. Generally, just watch it, Jason. Just watch it.
I'm watching.
Are you saying bye? Bye bye. Peace. Take care. Good on you, girl.
She's bad, bro.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Yeah, I don't.
Rabbi, do you know one of the first cases of culture in the entertainment industry was Charlie Chaplin?
Okay, tell me all about it, big dog.
So he got exiled from the U.S. and lived his life in Switzerland. So the press made allegations about him. They made accusations about him dating younger women, like underage, when he was like 29, which was very common in that time and less controversial than it is today.
Right.
And then he didn't get exiled because of that. He got exiled because it was very common in the time. If you had communist views in the US, you'll get exiled from the USA.
Yes,
it's very common during that period of time.
Yes, I did know this.
Right. I'm seeing a lot of cancel culture coming right now, but the same thing is anti-Israel. The same thing's happening today with anti-Israel, where a lot of journalists are canceling celebrities, and it happened to Dave Chappelle.
All right. Well, I don't think he's been canceled.
Yes, he was cancelled for anti-trans views, but he still made a career. They labeled him as a transphobe, but he turned it around.
Okay, so how is anti-trans anti-Israel? I'll wait.
Was Rabbi anti-trans?
He did anti-Israel in his last show.
He wouldn't have gotten.
What's happening?
Hey, my man Jason. Watch the Katie Trump. I know that we're distracting you. Or Katie Johnson.
I love you, Rabbi.
What's not to love?
Rabbi, is the fact is, I don't know if it was her, but there was an alleged victim of Trump that killed herself, so there'll never be a prosecution.
Okay, that's not her. So, Zoot, get your facts straight before you just start throwing out words.
No, I just want to talk about the half that I have already watched. Like,
No, Doug, you're wasting my time. You're wasting my time. I was doing something before you came in. I'm giving you my time. You watch these 29 minutes, and then we'll talk.
Rabbi!
He does this to me. He did this to me with fucking astronauts in space. I had to watch astronauts in space.
He's being a grumpy man right now. I'm going to have to punish Rabbi.
Don't talk to him about the moon landing, or you have to watch about 3 documentaries.
Zoot, you are true. That is correct.
I am again halfway through it. It's interesting hearing it. It's just there's one story that she's talking about right now. It's some maid fantasy that Trump had, and Tiffany, one of the 16-year-old, she had just turned 16, and she's there, and after many other instances of blowjobs, hand jobs, and other things, which sounded believable on Epstein's Island, everything that went on, that sounds believable. But then when Epstein had this whole fucking maid thing, Jason,
it's not out there at all. Absolutely not. Watch the rest of it. Look, watch the rest of it. Okay?
I will. I don't know. Okay. All right. I'm watching it. All right. I'm unpaused. I'm locking in. I'm watching.
I think he did it.
I do too. Zoot, are you excited for stand-up tonight?
Yeah. I think Trump did it.
What were you saying, Zoot? You think that what? So, Zoot, how many hours until stand-up? 4 hours. Okay, so do you know what you're going to say?
Okay. Do you know why I think Trump did it, Rabbi?
Why is that, Zoot?
Because no one over the age of 20, 30, he was over the age of 30. No one goes to 15, 16-year-old beauty pageants as a over 30-plus-year-old man. No one goes to it unless you are a predator. That alone is enough.
Well,
me think he's guilty.
And then there are the stories that so he not only went to them, he bought it. He bought the Miss Universe pageant and the Miss Teen USA whatever pageant, and then he would go behind backstage. And this is out there. This is public.
I know this story. I do know this story.
Okay, well, if you're not a pervert, what?
These girls were aged 12 to 17. That's fucking creepy.
It is. It is creepy. It's absolutely creepy. And he would just come in and surprise them when they were all getting ready. That's creepy.
Have any of the beauty pageant people come out about it? Because I know.
Absolutely. I'll name them for you right now.
Okay, alright. I'm gonna pull it up.
No.
Let me tell you something. A lot of them aren't going to come forward because a lot of them don't want to get killed. I mean, Epstein was probably in those at those states too.
Yeah, you know the girl. I do. You mentioned this earlier, and I do know the girl that you're talking about. I don't know her name, but the girl who killed herself after she came out saying Trump didn't do it.
Her name is Virginia. Her name is Virginia Guilfoyle. Her name is Virginia Guilfoyle.
Virginia what?
Guilfoyle.
Guilfoyle?
Yeah, Guifyre, something like that. It's a difficult name to spell.
All right, got it.
Here's my that was a
I'm gonna make a Google Doc. I'm dead. Gonna make a couple. Let me start writing some stuff. All right. Do you have anything? Okay. So, what are all the instances that I can look into that are huge mainstream?
My man, it's called 29 minutes of Katie Johnson's testimony. That's all you fucking need.
Yep. I'm on 1548 right now.
All right. Well, you're doing a lot of talking and not a lot of watching. If you have to, I understand. So if you have to, deafen yourself for 15 minutes, and then you come back and we'll tell you all about the teen pageants and all that other stuff.
All right. All done. I do love you though, Rabbi.
Love you too, Big Dog.
The reason he didn't go after Virginia is because that was in the early 2000s, and at the time he had beef with Epstein over a property he bought in Palm Beach.
Dog,
Trump wanted to buy.
Virginia Guilfoyle was not a Trump girl. She was publicly a Prince.
Epstein.
No, not well. Yeah, but a Prince. Whatever his name is, girl. There are pictures of them together. Prince Andrew, yeah.
Yeah. She was trafficked to Prince Andrew.
Right. So, I mean, look, this is not the person who you want in your presidency. Now, I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is any better. They're both controlled agents of the same organizations.
What do you think would have happened if Trump didn't get shot in the ear and he got the head?
And he got the what?
What would you think would be happening right now if Trump got shot in the head?
And he was killed?
Yeah.
Oh, there would
You
have.
think the Democrats would have released the files?
No.
So why are the Republicans releasing some of the files when they know Trump's incriminating? But they must have something of someone that he's afraid of.
Well, they're not releasing the files that are incriminating the Republicans, only the Democrats.
shut down the day with today. They kept running with it. So the guy put his program, he put his hands in it. And we're going to be counting more. So I was like, you could be the way to you that. Think of it here. Right? So you tell me that you don't have many holidays are you ship product of it for bottle. So there was another thing. Let's say that whether all the business like the same or multiple, they go from I don't know if at the same time multiple people. He says, but we'll say, by the way, you understand that sometimes how to switch all the and what do I do so it doesn't happen? First of all, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say is that what you don't see what right? But you didn't say how long. But don't you see my card? I'm going to assume just last December that it was years ago, and that your husband last first trying to find insurance. So, and focus is to get your husband to understand.
All right, big dog. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So the next thing I want you to do is just type into Wikipedia or just Google Donald Trump sexual misconduct allegations.
Can we talk about what I just watched? That?
Yeah, absolutely. Just one moment, though. Now, when they have a page like this on you, something's up. It's not just one chick who said this.
When were all these released? These allegations? I can look at them actually.
Since the 1970s, 28 women. And so that's 28 more than you're ever going to find on me. And hopefully 28 more that they'd find on you. And these aren't just like, he touched me on my bare back on a hug. These are like he open mouth kissed me while he was married and had a pregnant wife. And, you know, I mean, he's a scumbag. And I hate to say it, but like he cheats on his wives. He cheats on his wives. He cheated on Melania with Stormy Daniels while she was pregnant. He cheated on his first wife, Ivana, with who would become his Marla Maples, his second wife. I mean, he's a scumbag. Now, there are 28 women. You said, I'm going to make a Google Doc about this. Wikipedia is your Google Doc. Anything that you need.
No, I agree with this. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I have it up. What I'm going to do, I'm not doing this tonight. Fuck that. But tomorrow, like, deadass all day, because it's winter break, you know, I can chill out for like a few weeks. I'm going to look into every single one of these cases and see their relationship, not only with Trump, but the people around, like, just everything. At the time it was, how Trump was at the time, what he was doing at the time. I want to know literally everything. Because I think he's the most powerful man in the world at the time. Like, right now. So, which obviously, I guess, yeah, he wasn't president in 2007, nobody knew, like, 1996, 1994, all these things. I want to look through all these cases and see what was going on.
Okay. With that said, talk to me. Absolutely. So there are 28 women there, and that doesn't include like dozens of women who talked about him backstage at pageant dressing rooms, and that doesn't include the perhaps like far more women who are just too afraid to speak out. They're going to have their lives ruined. They might be in a relationship, and they don't want to ruin that. I would say for the 28 that are on here, there are at least 100 out there who have had their voices taken away from them. Now, I'll say this. I'll say this. There's an exact same kind of page for Bill Clinton. So I'm not saying one side's better than the other.
Oh yeah, I know you're not.
Yeah.
No, I never thought this was a political thing. I don't think that.
There are just 28 women. Look, I could even understand 3 women. I could understand 3. I might be able to understand 6 over the course of such a long period of time. 28's a lot, though. And these aren't just like, okay, we listened to Katie Johnson, and she's like, you know, he raped me in 2000 or 1994 or whenever, and he took my virginity. And then I absolutely believe that he wanted to play maid with these chicks. That's what somebody in his position would want to do, basically have a fantasy, and that's a very common fantasy to have. That's probably a top 10 fantasy of all men. So that's not strange.
Look, I'm looking at every single article, like that they use, because obviously Wikipedia cites their sources and whatnot.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at, which again, I'm still going to look at, oh no, this is one, right? Ignore me. Never mind. I was looking at something retarded.
You're good.
Okay, it's actually, never mind. What I was saying was kind of checking it. Yeah, I mean, it's just, let me just keep looking at more. I've looked at like 10.
Do what you need to do.
But not in depth. I'm looking at the dates. When these articles and when all these accusations started coming up. That's what I'm looking at. When did I haven't seen one before 2016. I haven't seen a single one. Maybe just
well, there are. Hold on.
possible.
Hold on. His first wife in 1989 said that he raped her, and it was in their.
I'm not making any conclusions. I'm just stating like a literal fact of reading it that is concerning.
It was in their divorce. It was in their divorce proceedings. 1989. Ivana Trump and Donald Trump married in 1997. Ivana stated in deposition taken in 1990, which is before whenever your date was, during their divorce proceedings, that Donald had visited her plastic surgeon, following which he had expressed anger and ripped out hair from her scalp. So that's not just like sexually, but that's like violent. Donald said the allegation was obviously false. You can say this. You can go, that's on its face a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. That's fake news. You can do that a few times, but this is your ex-wife, the mother of your children. In the book Lost Tycoon: The Many Lives of Donald Trump by Harry Hunt III described the alleged attack as a violent assault. Yada yada yada. The Trump's divorce was granted in December 1990 on the grounds of Donald's treatment of Ivana, including his affair with Marla Maples. And then.
Okay, wait. Who was the person that's accusing him?
His wife.
I swear I'm gonna look in.
The ex.
Okay, which wife? I don't know.
His first wife. The mother of Donald Jr. and Eric and Ivanka. Their mother is the one who accused him of this.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to say this too. Like, I'm genuinely trying to figure out, like, because earlier you said, you try to defend Trump and all these things. So I'm taking it so unbiased, by the way. Like, I'm not even taking it this biasly. I'm not for or against Trump. I seriously am just trying to figure it out. Like, I promise you. I will not take bias. I will not take bias at all. I promise you. And sir, I will try not to. Unless I do it subconsciously.
How are you going to
I'm just looking.
How can you defend? How could anyone defend this type of behavior?
No, well, yeah, of course. No, of course. If it happened, then yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, of course. Like what you're thinking, yeah. Obviously, it's terrible. Like this you said. I just want to know if all this stuff happened. Like, and I'm trying to figure, I'm looking at literally. I want to look at everything. I don't want to, just read headline, or read each thing. I want to read one. It's everything. I mean, literally everything. We're taking every bit of knowledge that I can have on each of these cases and then come to a conclusion. That's basically what I want to do. I mean, I'm not saying one thing or another. Obviously, if this happened, terrible. What the fuck? Of course. I want to know if that happened. He's the most powerful man in the world. So, of course, he's going to get accused. I think, regardless of anything, of course he's going to be accused of stuff. But I would agree, there are a lot of accounts. So, yes, this is enough where I definitely want to do a complete deep dive on this. But I'm still skimming through and this is my first weird thing about it, which makes me even want to look into it more. I want to do an insane deep dive on it now. Because all the sources in this Wikipedia page are after 2016, which is when he was running for president. All of them. All of these sources are from 2016.
Wait. Hold on. Let's talk about that. There's a reason why that is. Sure. Wikipedia wasn't even a thing until like 2000. So all of the sources before then also weren't electronic. So they're much more difficult to get. Additionally, many of them are paywalled, even if you can get them.
It was made in 2001.
Oh, you're gonna hold me off 1 year? Is that the game we're gonna play?
Wait, what did you say initially? Chill, Brad.
I said.
I'm genuinely trying to figure it out.
I said.
I'm not, like, trying to,
I
like,
said 2000.
make sure
I said 2000. I said 2000, and you said 2001.
I thought you said okay. Never mind. All right. I thought you said something else. I genuinely thought you said something else, like way different. So I just misheard you. Come on, Rabbi, don't got a tweet, man. We're just
Wait.
trying to figure something out, or I'm trying to figure it out. I don't think.
All right.
What were you talking about? Like, continue with
Well, you're not focused, and that's okay. You're playing a game, and I get that. But if you really want to delve into this, you would say, all right, look, to quote Cat Williams, if a motherfucker calls you a crackhead for 20 years, you might be a crackhead. In the same way, if people call Donald Trump a sexual assaulter or a rapist for 20 years, he might be a rapist. The same shit with Bill Clinton. If people call you a rapist for 20 years and there are new allegations that come out, now you're saying, well, all of these are since 2016. No, they're not. I just gave you one, 1989. His wife, Ivana Trump, said that she was raped.
And it's interesting you say that because I just saw. Yeah, although the article was retrieved on 2016, the article was made in 1992. So they do have a source from 1992.
Not just
1990.
They have.
Okay, now that we're on Ivana, I'm on Ivana Trump, by the way.
That's
And,
the first one.
From 1992.
That's
so that is weird to me. Yeah, that all the other ones are from 2016 and up, but there's some that are from 1990. Like that, I don't know. Yeah, that is a little weird to me. That is weird. I think that should be weird to you too. I think you should think about that.
I think it's.
I don't know how. Like I know the quote that you stated. You know, sure. I don't think I should base the most powerful man in the world and his accusations against him based on the quote that some guy made. But I do agree that the amount of accusations do warrant a quote unquote investigation.
Doug,
I do agree.
on top of that,
Which is what I'm trying to do.
on top of that, guy's a scumbag. He cheated on his first wife with his second wife. He cheated on Ivanka, or apologies, he cheated on Melania with Stormy Daniels. What if you're so against porn? Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you go after? Why wouldn't you go after the president and say, "Look, I'm against porn. I don't think that's good for the country. You cheated on your wife Melania when she was pregnant with Barron with a porn star, and this is like." This has been played out in court. You wrote checks to Michael Cohen as your cleaner, essentially, to get this woman out of your life. I mean, right there, like, there's just some hypocrisy I'm seeing. Nothing against you, but you're, like, blind to this. Like, dog, if you're so against Bonnie Blue, which is fine, I get that, and Lily Phillips, why wouldn't you be against the president who cheated on his wife with a porn star?
Yeah, and I mean, I can answer that. Like, I can answer that up front. I have two options to choose from: Kamala or Trump. And I think that Trump has a lot more views that are similar to mine. He might not have the same view on porn and cheating and all of those things, which I think are awful. Even though he did them. I mean, Kamala, I'm pretty sure she has it's just like Trump. I've never done research into it, but I've heard just a lot about Trump doing sexual assault stuff. I've also heard about Kamala sleeping her way to the top tons of times. So maybe that's true too, and I disagree with that a lot.
Wait, I agree. I agree with you with Willie Brown and the mayor of San Francisco. I agree with all that. I mean, I understand what you're saying. There's only two ways to go. That's why, as a recommendation, I would stay out of politics because there's a no-win situation. You won't be able to put your head on the pillow at night feeling proud of what you've done, knowing that you're working for scumbags.
I don't know. I want to run for something in the future, and the only way to do that is by, I mean, you have to, in a sense, play the game. You know what I mean by play the game. I'm not about that. But I want to change that, and you might say that, well, that's just you can't do, like, that's improbable to do that because of how many scumbags there are, or whatever the argument might be. dude, I get one life. If there's anything I can do, that would be my goal, is to change it all.
Okay, that's cool. I get that.
Of course.
I'm not
Which is what I want to do.
I'm not
And
hating.
if I have to sacrifice my life doing that, and if I don't do it, then whatever.
I'm not
at least die being like, all right, fuck it, I did. I at least tried.
I'm not hating on you for that. What I am saying,
No, I know you're not.
What I'm saying is, you have one group of people that holds up Bill Clinton, and he's a rapist, in my opinion. And whether that he hasn't faced criminal charges for it, I can name 5 women who he had at least inappropriate relationships with, cheated on his wife during that's a big thing to me. If you're gonna do this, divorce your wife, and don't hurt someone else. Don't hurt your children. Like, if you're gonna be married, be serious about it. And these guys are scumbags. And then you just see, I mean, to quote George Carlin, it's a big club and you ain't in it. And basically you have pictures of Donald Trump, who is feeling Bill Clinton's balls at some like after Bill Clinton was president. Like, basically and then that.
Do you believe that?
Do I believe it? It's on camera.
It's on camera. I know what you're talking about. That was like what you talked about at the different shit that I worked in.
I'm not.
It was a quote. Okay, so the email that said that Trump, I think it was.
Stop, because we're talking about different things. I'm not talking about blowing. I'm not talking about blowing Clinton. I'm talking about type in. It's Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, golf, picture, I'll just say testicles, because I don't really know. Yeah, okay, there you go. So it shows up. There's a picture of Donald Trump grabbing Bill Clinton's nuts.
Let me look this up. Hold on, I want to see it. What the fuck? That's crazy.
It's a video.
What the fuck? I think I've seen this before, but a little. Dude, hold up. Yeah, it's not real. Say hi.
How do you know?
Fact checking websites are saying that. Say hi. And let me look more into it.
Yeah, Doug. This was Doug. That's fine. I can put out that kind of stuff too. This was reported in September of 2000 via Reuters.
Wait, can you send me that?
I mean, it's from Reddit. It's under. Just look under. President Trump celebrates his handling of a big, beautiful bill. This happened in September of 2000 via Reuters. Now, I saw this picture before AI was making rounds. Like, this is like at least a few years old. Now, I could come out and just say anything's AI.
No, I know. I think it's just odd that, more leftist news stations and media outlets that have an incentive to say that it's real would be calling it fake.
Doug,
that's what's weird.
Doug, I have relationships with my guy friends, and I don't want to say grab each other by the testicles, but we have like some jovialness to us. So
we fuck with each other in strange ways.
Exactly. Now, so this was taken by White House photographer William Vasta. Isn't it interesting? It's amazing to me that they say it's AI when this is like from a White House photographer. It's from the year 2000. It's at the U.S. Open.
I'm looking through the CNN article about it. Okay. So there should be a way to watch or look at it, like through literal, like President Clinton's presidential library.
Well, hold on, but I think it may have been after. No, he still would have been president.
That's what
then.
CNN says. It says the series of 5 photos were taken in September 2000 at the U.S. Open in Flushing Meadows, New York. They were released by Clinton Presidential Library on Friday, September.
I thought it was AI though.
No, yeah, I want to look.
Wait. Hold on. You said, oh, it's AI. It's AI. These websites said it's AI. And it ain't AI, baby. It's in the presidential records. So
Okay, let me look. But I agree that the CNN article was created in 2016 and AI wasn't big at all back then. So yeah. So I'm more leaning towards your side now.
Leaning towards it, it's in the.
I promise you, I'm trying to authentically figure out the truth. I'm looking at every detail, and yours with this photo is adding up. Yes, I agree. Which is not even that bad. It's not that crazy. Like thinking about it, honestly, I'm thinking about the actual photo itself. That's not even crazy.
You don't think it's crazy to have a pic? There are no pictures of anybody with their hands on my genitalia. And I'm not the sitting president of the United States.
Let me see. Hold up. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at the photo. Like, I want to see it from Clinton's presidential library. Like that, I agree. Like,
I don't know. I don't know if
I don't think it was AI.
I don't know if I don't know if they're going to have that in the presidential library because
I think it was released in that. I think that's how they got it.
It's an embarrassing. It's an embarrassing photo, but nevertheless, can we agree that this is a real photo?
I think yes. As of right now, yeah.
Okay, but wait. 3 minutes ago, you said it's AI.
I thought it was because I saw website. Dude, all I can go off of is what I see, and I saw a website saying that are liberally incentivized to say that. So I thought it was AI. Then you mentioned something, and then I looked a little deeper, and then I saw an article from CNN on from 2016, which AI wasn't that big then, so I don't think that is AI anymore. So it's not like it's not like I'm just trying to deny everything. I'm literally going off of what I am literally seeing. That is all I'm going. Like I promised you. I don't want you to think I'm biased. I promise you, I'm not trying to be biased.
I don't think you. I don't think you are. I'm thinking that you are quick to judge.
Sure. And when I say something like, and I mean in a literal sense, like
your quote to me was it's fake. Your quote to me, and I can go back on my stream. It was something along the lines of it's fake. It's AI. It says it's AI, and no, it's not. And then my thing to you was I don't think so because this has been around for like at least a few years. I think I said 2 or 3 years or something like that, and that's before AI was making the rounds like it currently is. Nevertheless, it's a picture. It's somewhat embarrassing. It shows that these two guys are really close, so to speak. What does that have to do with the 28 women who have cases or sexual allegations against the president? It really doesn't have anything to do with that. So let's go back to the women who had their life. Some of them had their lives ruined. And what I'm saying is that they're both scumbags.
No, I know. I just specifically with the sexual assault stuff. I want to do a deep dive into. That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
I make any conclusions.
I understand. Wikipedia. You just read that Wikipedia article. It'll take you.
I will. Well, I'm not. I don't want to just read the Wikipedia because that even might be biased. I want to read like 5 or 10 sources on each case and see what everybody's saying. I want to see everything. I want to see their personal quotes. I want to see everything. I want to see literally everything. I want to see everything. I want to see what Trump was doing, maybe even where he's fucking living. I want to see everything. I want to see all of it. I don't know. I want to know the literal truth, like with no exaggeration. This nothing. I just want to know the truth. Get me, Rabbi.
I can.
Well, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back though. Or do you want to say? I can say for you.
All you need is that Wikipedia article. All of the sources are in there.
You really think
It's. I mean, it's already been pretty much hashed out. Now, is it? Can you always believe Wikipedia? Absolutely not. But that has the sources for you. What more do you need?
They did. Yeah. No, well, okay. I know what we're talking about. I'll be right back, and I'll resume it as what I was about to say.
You do what makes you happy.
I'm back. Yeah, what I was gonna say though about the Wikipedia stuff is it just taking it up front from Wikipedia weirds me out specifically with this case because looking at all the sources besides Ivana, I think was her name, they were all from 2016 and on when he was running for president. So, it's just weird that weirds me out enough to where I want to look further. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If you get that, that's enough to weird me out, and I want to look further.
What more do you want?
I want sources from a long time. I want to, if there's any court documents of each one, like I mean, literally anything. It doesn't matter. Like what I want is just more information. That's it. More information. That's all. I want earlier sources. Like I just want everything. Because it's a pretty big. I mean, that's a pretty big deal. Wouldn't you agree? Like if that's true, like that's crazy. And I agree that is like holy fuck. Like, that's insane. So I want every piece of information because of how big of a deal that is. I'm not going to conclude my opinion off of a Wikipedia page. But the Bill Clinton photo, yeah, I agree that was almost certainly. You ever played Bloodlines?
I'm focused on this. All right, so here we go. Stacey Williams in 1993. She alleged Trump groped her in Trump Tower, introduced by Jeffrey Epstein. 1997. A former model accused Trump of sexual assault at the U.S. Open. 2006. Multiple pageant contestants claimed Trump entered the dressing rooms while they were changing. 2013. A Miss USA contestant said Trump repeatedly grabbed her buttocks. So
yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm looking. I just looked into your first case, but she claimed that in 2024 when he was running. Like that's the issue. Is it's like all these people are coming out right when he's running, and it's like okay, what the fuck.
Okay, what about?
Why didn't Stacey Williams come out in 2016?
Dog, Katie Johnson came out in 2016 before.
No, Stacey Williams.
No,
Stacey Williams.
I'm sorry, Katie Johnson. I know the woman you just saw a 29-minute video on. She came out in 2016.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, no, my issue that was just my issue with Stacey Williams. I don't like with Katie Johnson. Although I don't know if I even Stacey or whatever her name was, Katie Johnson. Dude, like the stories that she was saying, I get that like the maid stuff is like a common male fantasy, but all of that shit, like in front of everyone, like I don't know.
Jason. At this point, I don't know what proof I could give you. Okay, there are 28 women who have accused this man of sexual assault since he's been in the spotlight. That doesn't include all the women out there who just never went public because they didn't have any evidence or whatever it can be. I can't do anything more for you. I've got a woman who's willing to risk her life, risk her reputation to go on camera to speak about this. And that doesn't include the porn stars who he paid $200,000 in hush money for. I mean,
by the way, I haven't made any conclusions. By the way,
right, and that's where it's questionable. What you're like this bastion of morality that you're saying that some woman named Bonnie Blue shouldn't be allowed in the United States because she made headlines because she had sex with a bunch of guys, but you're not holding the same standard to the president who paid women off porn stars while he was married and had an affair while his wife was pregnant. Do you recognize, like, to me, if you ask me what's worse, a woman who has the freedom to make her own choices, she could have sex with 1 million men. I don't care. So long as she's not causing any heartache to anyone, that's fine. Or someone who is lying to their spouse while she's pregnant, going with a porn star, which you don't like, and then paying that porn star off.
Yeah, so again, it's one of those situations where there's Kamala or Trump. And
Wait,
Trump
I get that. I get that.
Kamala, so I'm going to pick Trump. That's like, and then that's kind of how that works.
Right.
It's not that I'm not holding someone to a standard. It's that there's no other person that is going to be present.
There are other standards. You don't necessarily have to play the game. I'm not saying that I get what you did, but you could be a libertarian. You could run for the Green Party. You could perhaps be a socialist or a communist. There are other options out there.
I agree.
If you want,
and none of that has to do with my point of like, regardless, like even what I believe, and there were people with different political parties even in the White House when they were working there. But it's because that there were realistically only two options in presidential election, or like that election outcome of 2024. That was it, or 2025. Yeah, that was the only. I mean, there are two outcomes. So who's the closest to your policy? And then Trump happened to be mine. He was closer than Kamala.
I get that.
So I picked Trump. Which I'm not saying that I agree with everything that Trump does.
Who's this scumbag?
But,
Who's this scumbag? Okay,
I
look, at what point?
There's no other option.
I understand that. At what point would you admit, and maybe you wouldn't, but that Trump is a scumbag? Come on, man. Come on. Look, you're.
This is on live stream, man.
It is. It absolutely is. And so let's say you're running for you're running for the governor of Texas, and I say to you as a reporter, here are 28 allegations against this guy. That doesn't include paying off porn stars publicly and cheating on your wife. I have multiple wives. Ivana he cheated on with Marla Maples, who he married. Then he made Marla Maples sign a non-disclosure agreement, so we don't even know what happened there, and she's still held under it. And then he has Melania, the first lady he cheated on while she was pregnant. At what point, potential governor of Texas, are you going to say that this person is a scumbag? The people of Texas are going to ask you this question. And if you don't have the balls, the cojones, the courage to say that this person's not a scumbag, then you look implicit. You look guilty as much as, in some ways, that you are defending this type of behavior.
God damn, you don't have to accuse me of cheating on my wife, bro, because I didn't answer it. It's chill, man. Okay. But yeah, those are scummy things.
Those are scummy things. So, I mean, look. The phrase
I don't
is.
Say anything because I don't want anything to yet. When I'm in the midst of doing all those things, I'll say, I promise you, I mean, I think you already know I have.
I'm just, look,
those are scummy things.
look, they're scummy things. So it would be one thing if there were 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 scummy things, but this gets into 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 scummy things, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 scummy things. 28 scummy things, and you're not going to call this person a scumbag?
No, again, I don't know if that is true. I haven't looked deep enough into it.
Then you look like a scumbag. That's what the people of Texas are going to see. Okay? If you're not willing...
I don't know enough to make a conclusion. If anything, that is what the people should want. Somebody who does an absurd amount of research to know the truth.
Look,
I'm not going to conclude my opinion.
I could take any average Texan who is open-minded and say to them, I have 28 allegations against this person. That doesn't include having cheated on multiple wives, and one of the wives was pregnant at the time, and he paid off a porn star while he had sex with her. Okay? Every single person, 100 out of 100 in a double-blind study are going to say that person is a scumbag. If that's not a scumbag, what is a scumbag?
I agree that, yes, I agree. If a person is to do that, that is a scumbag. Yes, I would
Thank
agree
you.
with that.
That's all. That's all.
Again, this doesn't discount. I don't care if I agree that Trump is a scum. Theoretically, if he did this, then I haven't done any research into that, especially that. I have not done any research into him cheating or any of that. I have heard many stories of that from many places, but I want to do research. I can't say for sure that I have an opinion when I don't even know what the fuck I'm having an opinion for sure about. I don't know the details. I don't know any of it. I want to know. Yeah, but I do agree that that would make a scumbag, sure. And you even agree that Kamala did scumbag stuff too. So
100%.
right?
She's a scumbag, and so is Bill Clinton, and even Hillary Clinton.
All right, theoretically, okay, so Kamala and Trump are scumbags. If Trump has policy alignments towards me that I think are very beneficial for the country, then of course I'm going to choose Trump over Kamala with a little power I'm given to do so. Even if it's one vote, I'm going to do it. And then, for example, with my internship and my decisions, I'm doing that based off of what I believe is right for the nation. That's what I'm doing it. I'm not doing it for anybody else. I'm doing it for the nation, but I'm not doing it because Trump thinks it's good. I don't have any say in what he thinks is good and wrong, but I do have a say in what I think is good and wrong, or you know what I mean, and what would benefit the people the most. What I want to see in the next
let me
generation.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Is what Bonnie Blue did, which is really not illegal, and
I agree. No, it's not illegal.
Exactly, and she didn't cheat on anybody without their consent. If she was in a relationship, it was an open relationship. Is what she did better or worse than what Donald Trump did?
So we're just talking about the cheating stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even. Why does that even matter?
Because you wrote legislation to ban a woman from entering the country based on her behavior, yet you didn't have the courage, and I understand. I don't think this would have gone very far.
I mean, I could have done anything. I don't think there's no courage. I could have done anything. In a literal sense, I could have done anything.
Yeah.
So it's either I make a policy that might contradict something that Trump has done in the past, or I make a policy that I believe will truly help the nation. And if I just simply, add quote unquote courage, but I don't think this is courage, but yeah, to say, yeah, that's wrong, Trump, you shouldn't do that. I just get fired, nothing happens, or I can make the policy, and then that's what I do.
That's slimy, though. That's slimy.
So of course
that's slimy.
How is that slimy? There's nothing I can do otherwise. There's literally nothing, absolutely nothing I can do.
Basically,
if I had more power, then of course I could.
I get that. Basically, what I'm saying to you is, a reasonable person, in my opinion, reasonable person would say, what she's doing isn't illegal. She's doing something that tens of thousands of people are doing every single day in the United States. That isn't illegal. If anything, go after the industry. Don't go after this woman. And I think that's what you were advised as well. Like, it needs to be umbrella legislation. It has to be broad. And you tried to do that, and it didn't work so well. So then you wrote another piece of legislation to go after this girl, which is cool.
Right, both at the same time.
Exactly, and I understand. I don't agree with going after the girl. I do agree with perhaps if it's your passion, then eventually to go after the industry. But at a certain point,
I mean, I was going after a pretty big industry when I was going after that type of stuff, but
right? So
in
in your world, should all pornography be banned?
I would like that. Yeah, I would.
Okay, should all alcohol?
Not from a religious perspective or anything.
Hold on, I understand. Should all alcohol? So, do you look at pornography?
I have.
Okay, isn't that somewhat hypocritical?
Sure. I mean, no.
Wait, you just said, yeah, it's hypocritical, and it is, and I get that, and that's cool.
Well, that's the issue. Is I should have never been able to look at it. I should never have been tempted to do that. It's a gross and bad thing. I do think that.
Okay, I mean, no one.
If you want to have sexual pleasure, then go out and talk to a girl and then have sex. Don't sit on your phone.
Hold on.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's no.
Wait, absolutely. But wait. But you're saying, I'm gonna take the example that you gave. If you have sexual urges, go out and find a girl, and I get that. Okay, and you should be able to have relations with women, right?
But I do think people should wait till marriage.
Okay, you think people should wait till marriage? Have you?
Yep, I've never had sex, and I have many opportunities to do that, and I'm not just fucking.
Okay, no, I understand. I understand. Okay, great. So you have
not religious. By the way, I'm an atheist. So
okay.
I want to point that out. None of this
Be whatever you want to be. Okay, so people. So let's say people want to have sexual relations outside of marriage. Should they be prosecuted for it?
No.
Okay, so then it should just be highly.
I think it should societally be condemned, like many other things have been in the past, without having to, require some sort of persecution.
Okay.
Disagrees with it. It's heavily pushed on society not to do that.
Okay, should a husband and wife, if they're married, obviously, should they be able to videotape themselves having sex?
I think it should be pretty. Again, you're asking me things that I think should just take.
Wait, it's a pretty simple question. It's not complicated. You have a husband and wife.
No, I agree. It's not, but there might be some unthought of complication with certain aspects of the law like that. Of course, there might be that I'm not thinking about, which is why you get with teams, and that's why there are teams for these things to think about all the different possibilities.
You don't need a team. If it's up to you, I make you king of the castle. Okay.
I understand what you're doing.
I say to you,
instantly summon a group of people to talk about all the possible outcomes of doing something like that. That's exactly what I'm doing. Even if I were the dictator of the world, I would do that. I would want there to be like sort of a Senate thing. I don't want to talk to people. I'm talking to you. Like I'm getting your perspective. You might disagree with me on a lot of things, and I get to understand your side and not make an irrational decision.
That's slimy behavior.
I don't want to do that.
You could make a decision. You could make a decision. Think about what's your gut instinct.
Okay, should adults be able to film themselves having sex? Instinctually, no, that does not sound good. But I wouldn't persecute them for it. No.
Okay.
Or prosecute them.
What's wrong with it?
I think sex should be a lot more intimate than that. I don't think having a video I don't know. It's something that it's just nasty. I don't know. I don't like
this is something that you've never experienced. So I think that you're talking out of turn here.
I don't think I ever will.
I mean, no, I'm saying like you've never even had sex, so you don't know what.
Sure. I don't think I'd ever want to report that.
You don't know though. That's like me saying, I've. If you had the right, if there were the right girl, super smoking hot chick who you were in love with, and she said to you, Jason, you're a politician, and we're a perfect match for each other, and we want to have children in the future, and we're trying to do things the right way, and you are going to be traveling on tour, and I'm going to be at home for whatever reason, and I'd like to be able to not just use my imagination, but have the intimate times that we've shared together.
Okay, yeah, that's not it. Okay, see, that instinctually doesn't feel wrong.
Right, it doesn't feel wrong. Hold on.
With that scenario.
Wait,
that
that's
scenario, sure.
that's what couple sex tapes
I didn't know
many
that's what
times
you were
are.
talking about. I did not know that's what you were talking about. Sure, okay. Sure, if you want to do that, I don't think you should be able to post it for everybody to see, though.
Wait, hold on.
That I do not agree with.
Hold on. So first you said no, because that's not something that you think would happen within a marriage. But then you may have a future wife who says, "Look, you're going to be gone. You're going to be gone," and just like someone would have home videos of themselves that on vacation or whatever it may be, I want to reenact those times while you're gone because you're not there. So I'd like to make a
No,
video.
yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't. And again, I was just saying, like, because you said intuitively, what do you think? And intuitively, I think that's disgusting. It's kind of like if you have somebody with a weird kink, if they think that kink is, if that should be allowed or some weird shit. Of course, they're instinctively going to say yes. Just like I don't like that. That doesn't sound good to me in any way. Videotaping myself doing anything provocative or intimate. So instinctually, I don't like that. Instinctually,
I understand.
People should be prosecuted though.
Wait. I'm not talking about prosecuting. Let's flip the scenario. Your wife is going to be gone for a few weeks, and she says to you, "Look, I know you look at porn. That's something that you've told me in the past, but I don't want you looking at other women. If you can control it, I want you looking at me. So let's make a video together. And when you fantasize, you can fantasize about me. Would you be okay with that?"
I just probably wouldn't want to do it. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I would
Wait.
never film myself doing things.
Hold on. If a woman says to you, "I don't want you looking at porn. I don't want you even touching yourself with thinking about anything but me." Okay? And if you need something to be able to arouse you or whatever it is, I want it to be me. I want it to be, even if it's not you in the video. Okay, we'll take you out of the video. We'll take you out of the video. This is just your wife who makes a nude video for you. Are you against that?
No, I don't. I wouldn't want that. No, I wouldn't. By the way, I do want to point out though with the porn stuff. Like, no, I did say I have watched porn in the past, like almost every guy. But I do not know. I don't do it anymore. I haven't done it in a long time.
But you already have, so you're already as guilty. You're already as guilty as anybody else.
Sure. No. Yeah. No. I'm not. Yeah. My point isn't that I'm more or less guilty than anybody else. That wasn't even my point. I was just saying the scenario that you're giving. Like, I don't want you to jerk. Like, the girlfriend tells me she doesn't want me to jerk off. She doesn't want me doing that with anybody other pornographer. I don't do that, so it wouldn't even be an issue to begin with. So it's like I'll wait till I get home so I can see you in person, and and if we choose to be intimate with each other, then we're intimate in person. I don't want. Well, and it's not because I think it's wrong to do that. What you're describing, I'm not saying it's because it's wrong. I don't think it is actually. Like, I don't see any reason why that would be wrong. However, releasing it, or if it gets leaked, and this happens all the time with people. I mean, their shit gets leaked, and that's why I wouldn't want my wife to do it. That is why.
Okay.
I wouldn't want it to get leaked, and I would explain that to her. No, please, she would understand.
Okay, I mean,
that's it.
Then you might be.
I still probably wouldn't film myself though, because I think that would be weird.
With the right girl in the right situation, you're gonna film yourself, no doubt about it.
Maybe, man. I will admit. I mean, again, I'm waiting until marriage, so who fucking knows? I don't know. I agree.
Okay.
But right now, I would not.
Okay, I understand that. All right. With all this being said, you admitted what I think is the right thing, which is that the president is a scumbag. Now, I understand you put a lot of qualifiers on it, and I'll give you time to do all the research that you want.
But I will be back to discuss it. I promise you, I will be back to discuss it because I want to see. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm not. And I want you, again, I really want you to know, like, I'm not trying to disprove you. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I just want to understand it. And I want you to, like, I want us both to,
I want to know.
come to a conclusion together.
Okay, so before you go, I want to know what evidence would have to come out for you not to think that Trump is a scumbag.
What evidence would have to come out for me not to think he's a scumbag?
Right. You already admitted.
Think he's a scumbag.
You already admitted he's a scumbag, and that's cool. I think that's big of you. We also admitted that Kamala's a scumbag, and Hillary's a scumbag, and Bill's a scumbag.
Yeah, I want to say, like I said, yeah, Trump is a scumbag. If he
Okay,
did all these
so
things,
right. So what kind of evidence would it take for you no longer to believe that?
I need to see all the dates of when the articles were posted. I need to see the dates of the interviews. I need to see what he was doing at the time and correlate that together. I need to see specifically. I want to hear what they're specifically saying about those. Like anything.
Here. That's not.
Everything.
Okay, but you already said that he's a.
Everything together and make a conclusion.
I understand. You already said he's a scumbag, and I agree with you. Look, I'll tell you what would make me not think he was a scumbag. If someone had come to him in, let's say, 1970 and put a gun to his head and said, you have to do all these things or else we're going to kill you and we're going to kill your family and all this other stuff. Okay, some type of evidence that came out like that, then I might not think he's so much of a scumbag, because I'm going to say that he was forced to do all of these things. But nobody's coming out to say that. At this point, he did all of these things very voluntarily, of his own volition, of his own free will, and short of some type of event that comes out where he was absolutely forced to do these things, I'm going to say he's a scumbag. And I know you've already said he's a scumbag. And if anything,
yeah, I said if he did everything that you said, then yes, he is. But I don't know. That is my whole thing. That's what the thing. It's literally been the whole dynamic of the conversation. Is if he has done all this. So
wait, let's say this. Let's say this, Jason. Let's say this. If he even did half of that stuff, he's a scumbag.
Yeah, if he sexually assaulted a woman, then yes, he's a scumbag.
Or if he sexually assaulted, I'll even give him the benefit of the doubt. And if he drank, which he doesn't, and he said, "Look, one night I got a little too frisky with a girl." Okay, I can understand that. Still not a good thing to do, but I could still maybe get behind you. But if you don't drink and you don't do drugs, and you have 14 chicks who say that you've, or 28 chicks, but even half of those, that's scumbag behavior. That's grade A scumbag behavior. In fact, if you were to tell me, I want you to make up a character who's just a scumbag, we're not going to put a name on him. And I said, all right, well, let's say there were 28 people who accused him of sexual misconduct. Let's say he bought a teen beauty pageant and would go backstage knowing that the women weren't going to be clothed, that he cheated on his first wife with his second wife, and he cheated on his third wife with a porn star. That would be like grade A scumbag. Could it get worse? Yeah, he could be like, he could have raped every woman on earth, sure. But I mean, being realistic here, that's like a gold medal for being a scumbag.
No, and yeah, again, assuming he did all these things, then of course, I will say that. Of course.
Okay. Then
I will do my research tomorrow, like a shit ton, probably hours of it, and I'll come to a conclusion if he did it or not, or if there were a lot of fake allegations.
And
I think is possible.
And keep in mind that Wikipedia wasn't out until the early 21st century.
Yeah.
Keep in mind as well,
there's
a lot of the publications have gone out of business. Most magazines since the 1990s have gone out of business. Most newspapers from the 1990s have gone out of business. So you can't even link
to. Does that matter for citing sources?
It absolutely does, 100%. Because previously, in say 1998, you would have 50 newspapers that would have this published. When today, there's only one major newspaper in every city, essentially. Unless you're in unless you're in New York City, or in Washington, D.C. I mean, Los Angeles has the Los Angeles Times. That's it. We have the OC Register, which is different. There aren't competing papers. There used to be competing papers. There no longer are. So that makes it more difficult to have sources as well. Keep in mind, too, there are far more channels today to be able to get out this information from a television standpoint. Back then, there were only 4 real channels out there. There was no 24-hour, well, for some of these allegations, there weren't 24-hour news stations. And then even later on, they weren't so interested in publishing these types of allegations. You have to understand, this is a billionaire, someone who has a lot of influence in society. These and not only that, he was in the pocket of NBC, or probably better to say, NBC was in his pocket. So he had one of the major 4 networks for whom he had their #1 show with The Apprentice, and he also sponsored the Miss USA pageant on there. So they're not going to go after him. He's their ally. So when I'm saying, why am I saying all of this? That's why you're going to see a lack of some sources. But even still, people are writing it in books.
Wait,
There.
Can I ask you a question about like government? Like, I know this is a weird change of subject, but I don't mean to do. I mean, I'm going to do research. We need to go back to it. You said you're like a socialist communist, right?
Yeah, I'm more a libertarian communist. So what does that mean?
How does that view? Like, how does communism work? Like, I actually don't know much about it. Weirdly enough,
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially the idea. It's essentially the idea that no one has a right to own anything, whether it's a house, whether it's a car. That we should work in a communal sense. And I'm also an advocate for libertarianism. So what does that mean? It means individual rights. So I believe you should be able to say whatever you want. I believe you should be able to do anything you want, so long as you don't violate the rights of someone else. That's what's important to me. And then from a communist standpoint, what you have to understand is that in whether you have a capitalist system or a communist system, you have to look at the end game. And in a capitalist system, there isn't a parachute. There isn't a safety net. Basically, you become homeless and you die. In communism, there's a safety net. And that safety net makes me more of an advocate for communism versus capitalism. If you let capitalism play out long enough, at the very end, only one person has any of the power. One person. If you let it play out long enough. Within communism, there are safety nets so that the people who may not have control in society at least don't end up homeless and don't end up starving and without water and dying. Additionally, it provides for a system where education is free. And even the United States already has many communist or socialist types of ideals. We have free public education in most places. We have a post office, which generally, I don't want to give post office. That's perhaps not the best, but there are low-income food programs. There are low-income healthcare programs. So even don't think the United States is a purely capitalist country, and don't think that China is a purely communist country. Basically, China is much more capitalist than it's given credit, and the United States is much more communist than it's given credit. So how does it work? What do I envision of this perfect society? Well, I'm not a fool, and I know that what happens in communism happens in capitalism. You get a small amount of people who are running society, and that's fine because it's really unavoidable if you let it play out long. If you let it play out long enough. So maybe in the beginning, everybody's equal, but after a long enough time, you'll have a small group of people who control the larger group of people. But
that's weird, but I think sorry, I don't want to mean to interrupt you, but I think you're one of the only people, and I've talked to politics by a lot of people, and I think I'm the only person that you're the only person, that I've met who has a really similar ideology in terms of anything that I do. I have the exact same view.
That's how it works.
It would be only a small group of people.
That's absolutely how it works.
That's the only thing that it is.
You can see this in the game Monopoly. If you play Monopoly long enough, one person ends up controlling the whole board. That's how it works. Sure, at the beginning, you have some kind of division of resources and properties, but eventually, one person controls the entire board. And in the same way that a capitalist system ends up like that, a communist system ends up like that. And so, if we recognize that under current civilizations that we have, if you're going to have to choose between the two, I want a civilization or a system that allows for a safety net, so that if you run out of money, you have, I mean, there is no money in a purely communist system. What ends up happening, though, there are shortages on things because the people at the top don't allow the people at the bottom to be able to have what is considered to be the bare minimum, which is understandable. However, if you put some safeguards in there, perhaps then there will be opportunities to maybe be able to share the resources. I was looking this up earlier today. If you took away all the wealth of everyone in the world and gave an equal amount to every single person on Earth, it would be like $57,000, which I think it could be a lot more because that doesn't necessarily include the businesses of the world. It doesn't necessarily include banks and the corporate system. But if you were to just take Elon Musk and take up all his money and allocate it to everybody, and John D. Rockefeller and everybody else, you would get every person with about $57,000. And generally, people anywhere in the world would be able to live on that. Now, would they be able to live on it forever? Perhaps no. In a current system where we are, if I had to change anything in this regard, once you make, let's say, $1 million or perhaps $1 billion, then you should be taxed at 99%. 100%. That doesn't mean you can't continue to make money, but then whatever you make needs to go back into the community. You can still, you're comfortable at that point. You don't need any more money. And
so
that,
do you think there should be some sort of hierarchy, though, like in society, or do you not think that? I think that's natural for humans.
No, it is natural for humans. It is something that I would want to avoid because I do like it. Yeah, I mean, it's just natural. If you get a group of 100 5-year-olds, they're going to break themselves up, and eventually one of them, who's the kid who's the best soccer player or the kid who's the loudest, is going to be seen as the leader of them. That's just how societies work. And I think that if we're going to recreate a society in this ideal situation, if you're going to, let's say, if you want to be a billionaire, you should be taxed at 99%. Once you make that $1 billion, that gives other people an opportunity to be able to make their $1 billion. If not, it just ends up being a small minority of people who end up controlling all of the wealth of the world. And that's currently where we sit, essentially. But the thing is, they're not taxed on these things. And that's an unfortunate situation. Now, I'm not saying taxation is the way. I'm saying under this capitalist system in which we're under, that may be the way to do it. But frankly, I'm not a capitalist. I'm a communist.
Yeah. So wait, do you think that like how am I going to explain it? Oh yeah. So like, you know how Elon's making all these different companies, SpaceX, Starlink, Tesla, all these things. So do you think somebody like that who's making all these businesses, has to shell out literally billions of dollars? Like, what do you think about that whole situation? How would that, if they're taxed 99%, so he wouldn't even be able to build a lot of the different companies that have helped a lot of different people?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But somebody else would have been out there and would have created those companies.
Yeah, maybe.
100%.
Like, what's your why do you for sure? I mean, I agree.
Look, let's take Elon Musk himself. He didn't start Tesla. He bought Tesla. Okay, he bought it with what he made from PayPal. He didn't start many of the companies, he acquired them. So there were already people who started the company. It's just his company already had more money, and so they purchased these companies. He didn't buy Solar City. That was already an established company. There are already established companies that he basically acquired. And so for him to be seen as this like amazing inventor and all these other things, he just basically takes other people's ideas, and because he has more money, he's able to acquire them. If he didn't acquire them, those companies would have continued without being acquired, or they would have been acquired by someone else, but they would have been successful on their own.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, I think it's
Look, let's just take him as an example. If he, let's say he did PayPal, okay, that should have been the end game for him. Now, he might have been able to sell what he made on PayPal and then start another company. Like, let's say he didn't even start Tesla. He bought into Tesla after two guys had already started it, and then bribed them essentially to make him, on paper, a co-founder. But he wasn't a co-founder. On paper, he is, because he bought the rights to that, but in reality, he's not. Okay, but let's take that. Or Twitter. He didn't start Twitter. Okay, so then he starts Tesla. Then he can make Teslas all he wants. That's great. But he shouldn't have been able to buy Twitter, and he shouldn't have been able to buy SpaceX or start SpaceX or Macro Hard, his newest endeavor, or the Boring Company. No, those would have had to be made from other people, because they would have said, look, you are at the 99% tax rate now. Any more money that you make is going to go right back into society. Now, do I think the way that funds are allocated with the tax system are currently correct? No. That would need to be cleaned up as well. But if not, if you don't do this to people, then eventually you get one person who controls everything. It's just like a game of Monopoly.
You don't play Monopoly?
You don't play Monopoly?
Yeah, I played it.
Okay, every single game that you've played all the way to the end, does it not end with one person having control of the board?
Yeah.
You've never played a game of Monopoly where two people are headbutting the whole time and neither one of them is able to gain an advantage on either one. If you play it long enough, one person eventually gets the advantage on the other person. Am I wrong?
No, yeah, I agree.
Exactly. And the same happens in capitalism. And so you basically have to say, whatever the number is, maybe it's $100 million, maybe it's $1 billion, but after $1 billion, then all of the profits that you make from that company have to go back into society. And there shouldn't be these loopholes of trusts. So you just put your money into a trust for your family, all of that, because that is it's an unfair advantage that people use on each other. And then they make it so that you have to have incredible accounting firms and lawyers to be able to navigate that system. And if you don't navigate it properly, then you're going to go to jail. It's basically a trap for the little guy. That's not a fair system. And I don't think anybody really who's being honest about it agrees that it's a fair system. It's the current system that we're utilizing. But in terms of, if you look at even in like 1940, the top tax rate was 99%. And now it's like 30%. It's just been shoved lower and lower and lower, and eventually it's going to be for the top earners of the world 1% or 0%, and it already is that, because they just take all their money and put it into a trust. That's what Bill and Melinda Gates did. That's what Mark Zuckerberg and her name starts with a P, Priscilla Chan did, and the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. That's what Warren Buffett did. He just gave like 99% of his wealth to it's called the it's some not-for-profit. That's what just one moment. That's what Rupert Murdoch has done. That's what that's what George Soros has done with the open foundations. That's what everybody does. And that's not necessarily fair. Those places aren't giving back to the people. they're basically doing everything they can to ensure that this corporate hegemony is kept. And that's not fair to the little guy.
Yeah.
So basically, the way that I would revamp the system is once you have $1 billion, you're going to be comfortable, and your family's going to be comfortable for the rest of their lives. You can't make anything more. Basically, I mean, you could maybe make 1% more if that's what you really wanted to do, but that's like the tax rate would be such a stranglehold on you that it wouldn't be worth your time and effort. And guess what? You could still vacation anywhere you want in the world and buy a yacht and do all that other stuff, but it just gives other people an opportunity to be able to work their way to the top. That's all I'm saying, is that there should be more opportunity for people. And currently there, under the current system, there's not. And even these people who, whether you're Bill Gates or George Soros or Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk, they're not that wealthy in comparison to the familial trusts that exist, that have been around for hundreds of years. And so, yeah, they may be the ones who are publicized in the public, but their wealth isn't nearly what some of these familial dynasties are. The people who literally pay Forbes and Fortune and CNN never ever to mention their names. And that's done. So, in answer to your original question, how does libertarian communism work? It's pretty simple. Ideally, we would live within small communities and take care of our own communities, and we would share resources. We would share childcare. We would share education. Everything would be free. Okay, well, it's like, how do you get food out of that? Well, you could, especially in today's day and age, have all of that outsourced by drones and robots. That's why I'm a major advocate of agricultural drones and robots. There's no one in this world who should be picking crops anymore. That all can be outsourced by robotics. And maybe within a generation or two, we'll have universal basic income, which is an allocation to each person, no matter what their economic status is. And it's based on the fact that jobs are no longer available to anyone. And that really is a communist way of living. It's a communist society. And then eventually there will be fewer and fewer people who have any jobs, and everyone will become much more reliant on universal basic income. But that gives people who want to delve into art or poetry or perhaps arts and crafts or music, that'll give them the opportunity to be able to be impassioned by that which is of interest to them and not having to go to their boring 8 to 5 job.
So do you think that the world's like, it'll take the world coming together to make something like this, or do you think that the U.S. should just straight up do it right? For example, if they can do it right now.
Well, let's see here. Could the U.S. do it right now?
Not literally. But you do know what I mean? Like you could efficiently reform the government to do that.
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
it'd be efficient.
yeah, I think the United Nations could do this.
Do you think it should be more of a globalist thing? Like it should happen all around the world?
Ideally, yeah, I would want it
Like
to.
when we were all under like a single nation and stuff?
I mean, we already in many ways are with the United Nations.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, for sure. But you do like, who do you think would be like the leader of that? Like theoretically, like,
The United Nations Secretary General, that's already established. The United Nations Secretary General.
So there's going to be like, who's going to lead it? Like, so she's going to lead it, right?
I just said the United Nations Secretary General.
Yeah. Okay. Like, is it dictator or would it be elected? Like, so I'm assuming it would be like they would take it.
So, I mean, it's been it's
so
a position. It's a position that's been around since the 1940s. It's just not a lot of people focus on it. And there are already UN programs that are very socialist and moving towards communism in themselves. So once we can establish, let's say, robotics and drones to be able to take care of the world's crops, to provide food for people because they're height, then you can allow people to start focusing on that which they want to perhaps explore. Maybe someone who's never been into art, maybe someone who's never been into music, maybe someone who's never been into creative writing or building or woodworking or whatever it is. People can start to do the hobbies that impassion them, or even just video games. You can have people who really just want to spend all day playing video games, and you should be able to do that if you want to. That shouldn't be seen as lazy. It should be seen as a sign of the times. We're in late stage capitalism, and eventually we need to allow the money to work for us. So we have robots and drones that are able to do all of the jobs that are quite difficult for people to do, or that just no one wants to do. You wouldn't have migrant labor anymore. You might even get people, I'm almost certain you would get people who would not come to the United States, but would immigrate to areas of the world that have better weather. And because you would be able to have drones and robots create air conditioning, the reason why people don't want to go to Central America or South America is because it's so hot. But if you were able to have air conditioning there, there would be a mass exodus to these places that would change the world in a revolutionary sense. People would no longer necessarily want to move to the United States or even immigrate to the United States. These are options that aren't currently available, but perhaps within a generation or two will be. The invention of air conditioning transformed the world. It made it so that you no longer had to live in a cold climate. You could live in a hot climate and be able to live a comfortable life because air conditioning made it available to you. And there will be other inventions that will be able to transform society so that not everyone's trying to live in Los Angeles or Miami or the more desired locations of the United States. And on top of that, we can utilize different technology to be able to make the places where we currently live more hospitable. There shouldn't be any wildfires anymore because we have cloud seeding. We can use cloud seeding to just rain wherever there's a wildfire. Wildfire shouldn't be a thing. Drought shouldn't be a thing. We have cloud seeding. We should be able to water any crops that are necessarily in need of water. And cloud seeding is something that is done regularly in United Arab Emirates. Dubai and Abu Dhabi have programs of artificial clouds that create rain once a week. There's no reason why that can't be done in California when we have a fire, or in Maui if there's a fire, or in Wyoming if there's a fire. Anywhere there's a fire, we shouldn't have to be dumping chemicals onto the earth through planes. That's just impractical and is like throwing a bucket of water on a roaring fire. Why not just make it rain? The problem will be over in 2 days. So these are some of the advancements I think that we may be able to utilize to be able to end many of the world's problems. And overall, I'm more optimistic of a world government than individual clan organizations that we currently have. Yeah, the nation state system to me is was created because of colonialism, and I'm more an advocate for a global society where everyone has the same rights and everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. And while we don't currently have that, there was a time when humanity didn't even have the United States, and people would say, man, I wish there was a place where you could have freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom of the press and all the other things that we enjoy in the United States, and I would like for those same opportunities to perhaps be available to people of the world. And I'm optimistic at a future world government. And for those people who say that that's the coming world order, well, what else do you think would happen if we advanced enough in time? Of course that there would be unification on the world to eventually be able to get off planet and start space tourism and space travel and terraforming of other planets. But that will only happen once we have unification on Earth. You won't have that if you have a warring civil war between nations on Earth. You're not going to have those types of advancements. So at only a point where we can put our differences behind us and start focusing on that which unites us, will we perhaps have the opportunity to start some of these other options. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just about to go to bed. I hear y'all talking.
Well, very well. Miss Aquarius, you ready for me?
Yeah, I was ready and you was talking, so I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, that's you could have interrupted me. Is it too late? Are we still able to play?
We can play real quick.
Excellent. Okay, Jason. So
Yeah, it was good talking to you.
excellent. Look into those 28 ladies.
I am. I promise. I'll be back probably tomorrow night.
Okay, well, I'll be here for you, big dog.
Love you, Rabbi.
Take care, big dog. I love you too. All right, Miss Aquarius. You, my friend, have an invitation.
Let's go.
Puppy came in and she got to meet her significant other for the first time, and she seems really happy. So I'm happy for her. That's cool.
That's good.
Look at you, Miss Aquarius, just coming off right at the beginning with a spare.
Come on, strike.
That was slow.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you, ma'am.
No one's trying to interrupt y'all.
Oh, you're more than welcome to.
Now having a good conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
What's wrong with that?
Get these 5. You got them. Miss Aquarius, you got them, girl. Oh, come on. No. That was a major miss, Miss Aquarius. A major miss. A major miss. That was a big one. Look at your score. You went from a low score to 41. Now get one of these. Get both of them. Oh, you should have got both. Hey, Miss Aquarius, I misspoke when I was saying that Brandon, that his team was out of it. I thought they were out of it, and he was just sad that they maybe weren't doing all that well because their best player got hurt. But they're still in it, so he's still happy about that. But I was not checking the standings as closely as I should have been. So he came in, and I was like, it's sad. He's like the Ravens won, and I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't really matter because they've been eliminated. And he's like, yeah, that's how it is. And then we checked, and they're like, no, they're still in it.
Right. Yay!
That was big time, Miss Aquarius. That was a big one.
Okay.
I needed that.
You win, I win.
Absolutely. I needed that one. Get it.
That's okay. I'm not worried about it.
Oh, this could be big, Miss Aquarius.
I don't know, because it's a card.
Oh,
I got it.
That was beautiful.
Yay.
That was beautiful. That took effort. Get it.
Nope, you got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
All right.
Finish it, Rabbi. You got it.
You've got a big lead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's over, Miss Aquarius. You won. I can't get these. Great job, Miss Aquarius. Great win. You win, I win. That was a good one.
Thank you. I thought you were going to win. It's okay.
I ended up with a really tough second shot on that last frame.
It's okay.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
Come on. You got this. Let's go. Right. Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Good job. That was a tough one.
Thank you. Yeah.
There we go.
Yay!
Thank you, man.
Good job.
Get it. I know I've asked you this before, but do you like Cardi B?
Yeah, she's cool.
I agree.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. What, you like her?
I like some of her songs.
Yeah.
I think she's creative.
I forgot what they were saying about her and stuff, but I don't know.
Stefan Diggs.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on.
Do you like Mariah Carey?
I love her.
Same here. Oh, that was really good. Maybe I've asked you this. Do you have a favorite Mariah Carey song?
The Christmas song, Santa Baby, Santa, and then,
Do you mean All I Want for Christmas Is You or a different song, Santa Baby?
it's a different one. It says Santa Baby. Yeah, that.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it's a lot of songs she got. She got a new CD. Have you heard the new album?
I saw that she put one out. I haven't heard it though. Oh, Miss Aquarius. That was big time. You went from near elimination to back in it. Get it. You just need this one to take the lead. And she gets it, folks. She is clutch. There's ice in her veins.
Well, no, because you're going to get what? You got to sing it too. See? There you go. You beat it. You beat her one. You can't never say nothing like that, okay? Close. You got this. You got it.
Ooh. I'll take it.
You still got it. Yeah, you win, I win.
I win, you win. That's the best one. When you win one, I win one, and we both win them all.
Yeah, yeah.
You win, I win, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win. Nice job.
Yeah. Nice job. Yeah, you like Mariah Carey?
Yeah, I do. I like her old stuff. I like Fantasy. I love Always Be My Baby. That's like my favorite song of hers, maybe. I like Emotion. I like Honey.
Yeah, Fantasy I love. Honey, I love Honey. That's one of my favorite songs, yep.
Yeah.
Honey.
I'm sure there are a bunch of others that is it
some one of those songs I like that one too. But Bone Thugs and Honey.
Yeah. That's a great song. And then I love, I think it's Gimme a Love. Hold on, let me think of it.
She got one say, "Get the fuck out." I like that one. Yeah, she got a song kind of GTFO. Get the stuff out.
Oh, Heartbreaker. I really like Heartbreaker.
That's hard. Yeah. That's it. That's the song. Yeah.
Yeah. And then she's got oh, what was that song? Hero. If you remember that song,
Oh yeah.
that was a big song. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, I love her. She was singing.
You know what I love about her? I love her attitude. Like she, I mean, like there are people that come out and they call these like people divas, and like to some extent they've like earned the title to be able to have like you do it my way or else kind of a deal. But there's this thing that I love about her, and look, I'm sure there are things like not cool about her that I don't know about, but one thing she does that I love is she has this like beef with Jennifer Lopez, and this one time she was being interviewed by somebody, and they're like, "So what are your thoughts on Jennifer Lopez?" And she's like, "I don't know her," and it was at a certain point where she should have known who Jennifer Lopez is, but she's just like, and they interviewed her like yeah, exactly. And they said it, they asked her like years later, and she's like, I still don't know her. And that could be interpreted multiple ways. And I understand how it could be interpreted like basically, she's not on my level. I don't know who that person is. But also, she may not even really know her as a person. So I'm not going to comment on somebody if I don't know who they are. You know, that's kind of the mindset. So yeah. But she's got about a dozen hits or so that I really like of hers, and I'm sure there are others that I'm not thinking, but yeah. So anyway, I like her. All right, Miss Aquarius. What's the schedule this what's it okay, so you got your hair done on Monday, and then is it a normal week or do you get a day off?
You know, got me 2 days. New Year's is Thursday, so we're only working 2 days. Well, I'm only working 2 days.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right.
They work 3. I'm only working 2. They work tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. So that's what 4 days. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's 3 days. Yeah.
Do you have plans for December 31st?
No, not really. Be in the house.
All right. Well.
Drinking wine with my auntie.
Okay. Very cool. Very well, Miss Aquarius. All righty. Well, you know I'm here for you if you need me. You take care, my friend.
Okay.
Sweet dreams, God willing.
You know where to be, where I be.
Absolutely,
Okay.
ma'am. Sweet dreams, God willing. Take care.
Sweet dreams, God willing. You too. I'll be here.
Oh, wonderful. I love when you're here.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay here.
Excellent.
All right. Good night, sweet dreams. God's willing.
God willing.
First shot this month together there, Sasha. It's going to be fantastic. Incredible. Another ridiculous tomorrow. It's going to be great. Well, say, guys, I'm about to be my first speaker at a new base medrash and have a Bible for 20 years to come. That trouble is going to be here. It's going to be here now in the main show. It's going to be here in the session. All right, everyone's moving. Have a wonderful, wonderful Shabbos, everyone. There it's Israel, Florida, Baltimore, anywhere I guess is warmer than here. So enjoy it. Enjoy. How about your Shabbos?
Right? This only so you understand I'm talking to myself. From his here and there is so hard. But okay, so it's not spot. Just like it's not
Good morning. We don't have a microphone for today, so I apologize. Yeah, no, the speakers in here, we just don't have the microphone for today. Okay, so I have the microphone for tomorrow. The same as it's tremendous slow as well. I want to take something else. So then I'll do this, and I push such a tremendous Swiss walk. Such a beautiful first got this year. My this year ever in this beautiful and incredible space. So they spoke about this, and I know that some coming things will be built with changes. And changes are beautiful, changes are incredible because they open the door for so many beautiful and incredible opportunities. One of the changes I want to just set about these expectations is, we're down in the old shul, there's a lot of extra space here. We're going to be utilizing every separate Southwest. Please do not put your personal luggage on the middle seat in an offer that, so that we just know, especially for that, the seats are going to be used. So again, sure, it's fine, but just also just be mindful. Just look around, if you see people that is not going to have enough seats, so I just want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to be able to sit there and walk up and sit in the pavement to be able to properly. So just be mindful in terms of where you're putting the personal belongings that no one feels boxed out, and that's especially going to be true in your session for dabbling as well. It's just, and again, for many different things, we're still trying to find our way a little bit. So certain things may not be fully set up, certain things, may have to move a little bit. So apologizing in advance for any shortages that may occur over the course of this season. But to God Hashem, what a simplicity is. Such a holy, wonderful magnificent, but it's also our smaller partner I can get as opposed to putting on a Kodesh. So just think, again, just how to move around. Again, sitting at the show, so we'll hopefully have everything set up mostly as it should be. Like God Hashem, what is specific to this is that beautiful place is where it's shut up and bouncing around. Things that it gives you. Winding up with the job is spiritual program at Rand Corporation. They take in Santa Monica. While he's working at Rand, Ray meets an unemployed actor named Bernie Farmer. So I tell Bernie Farmer to go to I will get a little bit louder, but at any point I'm not speaking loud enough to just let you know. And as with that, let us begin the first feedback of many topics that is finished. At the beginning today, beginning by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our Comic-Con sponsor, Ford, Touches Day at 5785. We have the South Wilsons. We're dedicating all the issues we reach and Russia's this year. As a source, so it covers for all of artists. Our counter sponsors for the month of Phoenix and Bobby will cover the colors of the members of Archie broadcast. Rabbi Rothschild, the brother of each time he was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Canada. We're sending out our comic book. We're dedicating the shoot today in honor of our new Kodesh Mishida Edwas Hashem. As he says, Mishida Edwas Hashem run out of space faster than our old boyfriend. No. Good. Edwas Hashem, the next rabbi will have an incredible hustle. Don't be next door, we're just doing incredible hustle. I'll take the rabbi, maybe running out of space in the Mishida Edwas and having the usual. I don't think that's so great. I think that is coming probably sooner than we think. But again, it's actually we should say that it's not just service to many years to come until we're so generous and Hashem. It's very Moshiach, the Hashem, something else. Let us begin with this incredible class. Ahead of us today, 3,937. And we have to drop against our shout.
Just now, that's 6C conclusion exit. Let me see, last process, the first CC main image. Okay, I actually execute, execute. Yeah, definitely execute.
Exponent spoke, no. Exponent has been up.
I brought it down.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Come back in the comment section. Somebody's raising up his hand. let me see first before I 6C creation. Look at the GMU.
So go and come with Derek, go and give him that follow, go and give him that follow. If he has followed you already, go and smash the follow back button. I beg, let's learn to support one another. Okay. I think Kamikaze raising up his hand. Kamikaze, how can I take to be of help to you?
Oh, very fullness. Thank you very much. You guys talk say 10 or 10 times. Now one account on a 10 different accounts. Now that was hacked. Because I didn't talk to 10 times, my body got this shake. I mean, we go back to the side of Derek, I beg clarify, I beg you to correct me.
Not 10 times, I said 3 times actually. Like I mean, just carry out. I just put my account, I got the gift calm down because the gift for a bit.
Oh, yeah, no. So, that's okay. I there, you would be said, oh, my you not go for that. Sorry about that. So, I feel, I think I am doing in this space. I said, the one, just what we people they connect. But that is not better like this. We lost everybody with their accounts because this don't work in their papa. Sorry, we don't hear you. I bet you need it from my side.
Not to take your company that he said we go join the 10 times people when you go 10 times you rise again. So yes, guys, just so everybody I beg. And the better else take their accounts. It might be you, it might not be me, it might be somebody by your side. So just I give the person I beg. So Derek, Kamikaze is your brother in arms. He was also suspended. I feel that he's the first person you will connect with on this space. But he's on his second suspended account. You remember one time, just know this account, they might take it very soon. They might
Just stop it.
Thank you so much for that massive energy coming to Mania. But you didn't tell me you were watching pajamas this Christmas, did you? No. So nobody on this page was watching pajamas. We need to do better. At least supposed to be the community. Anybody that did not wear matching pajamas on this sticker, I go first drop you down, make it to see. You have to take your life seriously next year. So please use up your heart. If you don't wear matching pajamas, definitely your hand is up. You didn't wear matching pajamas. You better take it. Remove from speakers. No, I go do report and remove twice. Report and remove.
I beg, my single, I don't keep messing.
Oh, you keep it cool, take me play face.
No keep betting, I beg. And why is Kryptonian sounding like this guy? What's that his name? That's teacher guy. I forgot his name. But he's always missing. Thank you, smart educator. Thank you very much. It sounded like smart educator. Sounds like smart educator.
It's not about retentive memory. It's not even about what the heck.
See,
I mean, I can recognize your voice, but if Kamikaze recognize your voice now, I would suspect. If Elijah recognize, in fact, anyway, yeah, Elijah, so you not be able to recognize what's the egg. You understand? Sounds like Elijah. Azal. Because now I know they wear my pajamas this year. Make a best.
Is that how you say debut?
Yeah, debut.
Okay. No, I like the French version.
Debut,
Yeah.
baby. Buffalo accent, okay? Debut on Fox version.
Not the debut. Not the debut.
The debut. My debut on Fox.
Is that how you say debut?
Yeah, debut.
Okay. No, I like the French version.
Debut,
Yeah.
baby. Buffalo accent, okay? And that's when I actually made my debut on Fox version. And that's when I actually made my debut.
One of them says, how's business? The other one says, great. He gets it. He's Jewish, he gets it. You're not, you don't. This is the greatest Jew joke I've ever heard that I love. You're not going to get it. Are you Jewish? Okay, then you'll get it. The setup of the joke is it's a Jew joke. Two Gentile businessmen meet on the street. One of them says, how's business? The other one says, great. He gets it. He's Jewish, he gets it.
But really, you guys speak, the mic is yours.
Actually, this one first time on the space. I honestly don't know. That's what that is about. But yeah, I'm here to connect with people, make new friends, and also engage with people who engage with me. Yeah. So nice meeting you all.
Eric has finished all the hats that Elo gave him to use today on one face. Does any Finnish man here want to tell her what the space is about? Or should I proceed? Kamikaze and friend, if we're doing festival like festival only. Does any of you care to tell her what the space is about? Kamikaze, you owe your mates them your opinion for Mexico Syrie. That is it. Would you like to tell Helen what the space is about? Okay. Shame on you.
Good morning, Boss Ellie. Welcome to the Mingle Engagement Space, where we mingle, we vibe, we connect.
Questions, backsided questions, and I knew that at my age already. And I looked at all four of them. I said, are y'all crazy? I said, what you think I'm gonna do? Tell you that Michael did something bad so that we could sue them for money? That's what I told him. I was like, you're from my mom. And I was like, are you serious, Mom? I was like, what is going on here? Why are you letting this happen? And she goes, well, I think something happened. I think something. I'm like, really? That man did nothing but be hospitable, kind, loving, giving, everything you could think of. We rode four-wheelers for 5 hours, me, him, and Chris Tucker in the mountains at nighttime after his birthday party. Him and I hung out and talked pretty much all day.
Well, guys, a new study was just released that found that people go on the highest number of dates in the fall. Here to comment on this is Jane Wickline.
Hi, Colin.
Hi, Jane. So how was your night last night?
Well, let's just say I'm wearing what I wore yesterday.
Yes, but you also wore it the day before that.
Well, let's just say the first 2 days were because I thought it looked nice, but this is the third day.
Okay.
It's 6:29.
Yeah, I live in the States, and it's 11:29. 11:29. Thank you. So,
And we went forward exactly the way Hulk wanted to go forward. The audience believed that Hulk Hogan was pissed, and he took the belt and he left the building. It went according to plan. We jump in the limo. We leave the arena with the belt. We go to the airport. We're on the plane. We're high-fiving, cracking beer, laughing. Everything went the way we wanted to go. As Bischoff and the arena, the show continues. What happens next will be debated by fans and insiders for decades to come.
as Russo takes matters into his own hands.
Here's Mr. Russo. What the hell is this? 30 minutes later, the plane lands, and all of a sudden, Hogan's phone is blowing up. So is mine. Russo went out and cut the scathing promo and buried Hulk. This was like a big, great swerve that somehow turned real when Russo does the promo later, and things end up getting worse.
There's only one way for me to do this, and that's for me to tell it like it is. You know, Bray, again, these are the things people hate me for.
Baby, you got something to sniffing that cake. Did you feel?
Like, what do you do on Web 2? Like, and what do you interact with here on X?
Honestly, I interact with anyone that is ready to interact with me. I do have a lot of good people, but honestly, I really don't know what it is because I've not had anyone to like properly educate me, guide me, and all that. I kind of have a form of an idea, but I'm not to it that much. Yeah, like honestly. So I just jumped on the space. So yeah.
Okay, that's understandable. Well, stick around. We have a lot of experienced minds here. We have Mr. Nex, and his will of knowledge is overflowing. Let's say like kamikaze, anybody can literally just DM anybody and be like, please talk to me, and they're going to guide you 20% through your 40%, so you learn more about what they and how we make money here and all that.
Okay, thank you.
Alright. You guys should answer the mic. Right, then you know the assets. MK Fugo, I just followed you back from. This is right. I don't give them money because I'm like.
Or Australia.
No, good guess. Macon, Georgia. No. So I heard a rumor that it's Macon, Georgia, but I don't believe that. The largest city without roads. I mean, it's also the country with the city name is in Vatican City. No.
My first thought was somewhere in West Virginia, but the only city I know in West Virginia is Wheeling.
No, not it. It was Birdwell. You said city?
Yo, what up?
Blank, I don't know.
How you doing?
Did you watch the San Francisco games?
Yeah, I watched some of it.
Yeah, I just got back from a little get-together, pizza party.
Did you have fun?
Can't go wrong with pizza and football.
We're a dog. And are you a Niners fan?
I'm a Saints fan first. They're my favorite team, are the New Orleans Saints, but my second favorite team is the 49ers.
All right. Do you have a favorite player all time from the Niners?
I'm going to be really, vanilla and just go with Jerry Rice.
That's the right answer, though.
Right? Come on. Is there anyone better ever? Guys, so good.
We're a dog. Who's your favorite 49ers quarterback?
I'm more of a Steve Young guy than a Joe Montana guy, but I think they're even.
Either works. Either works, so long as you just didn't name anybody else. I mean, I guess you could, but those would probably be wrong answers.
Or like Bumgarner? Drunken Miller?
I mean, you could have said Purdy or Kaepernick, or even Jeff,
Purdy tonight.
even Jeff Garcia.
How horrible the NFL is. Like, both of those quarterbacks tonight don't even deserve to be in the NFL 20 years ago.
Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy.
Yeah, they're just horrible.
I understand that.
They make wild, brash decisions and play like it's college. The game has totally changed.
Well, Purdy got that W.
Yeah, man, 11 and they're going to the playoffs for sure. There's a lot of 11 wins teams this year.
6 straight wins.
Yeah.
And he did it.
And they get Kittle back too.
I was just gonna say he did it without Kittle.
Imagine when he gets Kittle back next week. Big old Viking. You know, that's an extra production every game. It's something you can count on.
I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna have him play next week. They might have him take the.
That's what I read today.
Okay, very well. Just thought is like he doesn't. Didn't they clinch already?
For tonight they clinch?
They might be going for a better spot. So.
I think he'll play.
Okay.
Well, what do you think the odds are? 50-50?
I thought he would have played this week. They only pulled him like yesterday.
He might have. He was supposed to play tonight, but they pulled him last minute.
Right, exactly. So they might do it next week too.
Yeah, you'd say it's just an ankle sprain.
Doug, he's been battling that ankle sprain since week 1.
I know. It's a high sprain. I mean, plus he's old. And he just doesn't want to play. Like, he's just saving himself for the playoffs. That's all that's going on.
That could be. They clinched last week.
Oh, okay, yeah. He probably won't play till the playoffs till it matters.
Well, they might get a better spot if he plays, but I mean, it might be a game time decision, and they just may say they might not start him. So
I can't believe the amount of hype that Aaron Rodgers was getting on TV. Like, I don't know who his agent is, but somebody's really working hard to make sure Aaron Rodgers is still relevant.
He's the second highest paid player in NFL history.
You know, we went to high school together.
No way.
Yeah, he's from my hometown.
That's baller.
Yeah, we're 4 years apart, but yeah, he was still there at the same time.
How'd your high school team do?
They're okay. They're never really good. The best I ever did in football was my Pop Warner team when I played as a kid. We played in the state championships at our level.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, we got beat at 12 years old. The other team kicked the field goal and beat us.
Oh, that's pretty rare.
Yeah, it was amazing. 20-yard, like 15, 20-yard field goal. Yep.
Did they have a kicker do it?
Yeah, they had a kicker, of course. Yeah.
Whoa, everybody, I got game.
What happened, Brandon?
I got a game coming up.
You got a game coming up?
Speaking of the NFL, I got a game to come up. Coming up, I have to play in it.
You're gonna play in a game?
My buddy TV's gonna be back.
You think he'll be back next week?
Yeah.
All right. So Brandon here really likes Lamar Jackson. All right, Brandon.
Hey,
Well,
Brandon, is that Frosty the Snowman on your profile picture?
It's Santa.
Santa?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I'm a fan of the Baltimore Ravens.
he likes the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, they're cool.
I think they'll have to take you back in the Super Bowl.
I've always been afraid of the Baltimore Ravens. I call them, they're like the dirty birds.
I'm right. It's from the Baltimore Ravens. Or it's on the Baltimore Ravens. It's Lamar Jackson. It's my favorite QB.
Where did he go to college at? Didn't he go to LSU?
Louisville.
Louisville. That's right.
He won the Heisman Trophy there.
You have to rest up Jacob being the game with him replace Lamar Jackson. Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
We got a big playoff market coming out against Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, that's a big game, big dog.
You're saying Aaron Rodgers is the highest paid guy? I didn't know that.
Second highest. Yeah, the highest paid guy is Matthew Stafford, and second highest is Aaron Rodgers.
Wow.
Yeah, he's made
He does so much locally. He bailed out a burger place. So there was during COVID, this burger place that's local was going to go out of business. So he basically just bought the whole business.
Well, he can do it. He's made $333 million.
Yeah, he also fixed our park. He donated a bunch of money to our park to fix. He's a cool guy. He's done tons of philanthropy work locally.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's the only thing that's ever come out of here that's besides Jackson Pollock.
There you go.
Jackson Pollock lived here.
You're around Chico?
Yeah.
Very nice. Does Aaron Rodgers still live in the area?
Yeah, his parents are super cultists here.
Oh, okay.
They have this crazy Christian cult. He had to disassociate himself from his parents, but he still comes back here because the rest of his family all lives here.
All right. Well,
yeah.
He is it's gonna be interesting once he retires what he's gonna do. If he doesn't need to do the whole Fox, CBS anchor kind of thing, but I could see him doing that. Then again, he's very controversial, so I could also see him not getting a position like that.
I think he's just gonna retire in the mountains here, like he wants to, because his
be.
backyard where he went to high school at is just a gorgeous park that expands for all the way to Nevada. So there's plenty of room there for him to just be alone and live in nature.
Well, that's not a bad life at all.
No, he's kind of set it up for himself that way. There's a bunch of he's part of a development that built a bunch of houses out that are all ritzy mansions in this canyon, and so he's set up there with people that own the company Sierra Nevada, the brewing company,
sure,
and a few others. That's also here, the Sierra Nevada beer. The guy that invented that, and their brewery is in our town.
Do you like that beer?
It's not bad. It's good here because there's so many of them. but I'm not really a fan of alcohol. I think it's, I like that they've at least moved to kombucha and non-alcoholics. They have something called Trail Pass that's pretty good.
What's Trail Pass?
It's a non-alcoholic beer. It's a non-alcoholic beer that's pretty good. Tastes like beer.
All right. Well, that's cool. So
they're a $1 billion company, in our backyard.
Can't beat that.
It's funny because the brewery's like in the middle of a ghetto. It's just surrounded by homeless people now. There's like camps everywhere.
Did they get purchased by anybody?
No, it's been family owned and operated and argued over since its inception.
All right, as any good business should.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make it big enough so that everyone wants to steal it from you.
Well, it's just a matter of time until Anheuser-Busch or Bev,
Imperial brands.
What's it like, Coors, or I guess what do they call it? It's a Molson, or what is a banquet beer? One of those companies comes knocking and gives them an offer they can't refuse. So you're gonna watch? You gonna watch the Niners next week?
Who are they playing next week?
I'll tell you in a second. They play the Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch it. But as long as the game's on early, is it on in the afternoon on Sunday?
That I don't know.
Or do they play on a different day?
I'll look it up.
I've been digging that guy's, by the way, Brandon, with the room with, is that his room? With all the animals and stuff?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah.
It's funny because my room is very similar. I've got tons of stuffed animals.
Oh, cool.
I have a real addiction, like a real problem. It's the claw machine at Denny's.
Oh, okay. They play on.
Yeah, since for 20 years now, or more than that, like 20, almost 30 years now, I've been playing the claw machine and just collecting these toys. So at this point, I have a storage unit just filled with stuffed animals.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. It's like a horrible addiction.
I
really can't stop.
The Niners play Saturday at 5 p.m. on ABC ESPN.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I think about the money I've spent on stuffed animals and storage at this point. It's pretty depressing.
How much you think?
Way too much. Tens of thousands.
Oh, wow. That's an addiction.
Yeah, it's horrible. I just can't help myself. I see the damn claw machine, and if I have any amount of cash on me, I will do it. And if I have my card, oh my God, it's the worst. I have to stop myself at $50 or $100.
So it seems as if the 49ers and the Seahawks, they'll play next week, and the winner, I think, clinches the division. And then they may get the first round bye. So maybe George Kittle will play.
I think he'll definitely play it. The first round bye is at stake.
It seems like it is. Man, Seattle kind of snuck up on everybody with Sam Darnold. They weren't supposed to be the best team in the NFC, but here we are. They're 13-3, and they've got the best record in the West. In fact, they're tied for the best record in football with New England and Denver in the AFC. And the 49ers, if they win next week, then I think they clinch the division. And if they win next week, I think they clinch home field advantage through the playoffs. Looks that way. So that's a big game for the Niners. Dude, they have Christian McCaffrey. That motherfucker's a beast. He's the best player in football year after year. Last year was a fluke. He's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm checking out the Seattle team right now. They look pretty good. I mean, they just have consistency, it seems like.
Sam Darnold, man, he's got a lot of experience.
So their schedule looks pretty soft this year, though. I think that's why they did so well.
Yeah.
Because they played Pittsburgh, New Orleans, Arizona, Tampa Bay, Jacksonville, Houston in that stretch, and won 5 out of 6 of those.
As they should.
Then they beat Washington and Arizona and lost to the Rams. Then they beat Tennessee, Minnesota, in Atlanta, Indianapolis, the Rams, and then Carolina. So and they won 6 straight. So Tennessee, Minnesota, Atlanta, Indianapolis, the Rams, and Carolina. I mean, that's a pretty weak setup. Indianapolis is what, 8-8?
Yeah, it wasn't until Daniel Jones. Until Daniel Jones.
The Rams are 11-4.
Yeah, I mean, the Colts were looking to be, at one point, they're the best team in football when they had Daniel Jones, but Phillip Rivers just hasn't been able to replace him. Not that should be expected, but.
Yeah, in their last 10 games, they've only played one opponent that's playoff bound, and that was the Rams.
Yeah, but
this season, the only team they've played this season that's playoff bound is San Francisco the first week, and they lost to them.
Seattle has arguably the best defense in the NFL.
It's their schedule, man. Like, it's such a weak schedule is what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. Well, next.
The NFL a lot of times is schedule. Like, let's look at San Francisco's schedule. It's really weak, too. This is actually San Francisco's first big game against the Bears.
Well, they had Seattle week 1. They won. That's big. And then they
crushed New Orleans.
They lost to Jacksonville. They lost to the Rams in overtime. Oh no, they beat the Rams in overtime. Apologies. They lost to Tampa Bay. That should have been a win. They lost to the Texans. That should have been a win. They lost to the Rams the second time they played.
Yep.
But yeah,
and they've won all the other games.
Yeah, that's a weak schedule. At least they've won 6 straight, but it's not been that impressive. So Arizona sucks, Carolina sucks, Cleveland sucks, Tennessee sucks, Indianapolis sucks, and the Bears. I don't care.
Beat them tonight.
I don't care how much the Bears are hyped or what their record is. I always have my doubts about them.
Yeah, but they should have won tonight. Chicago should have won that game. They were in position to win the game and just choked.
It was tied with like 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And it's pretty amazing San Francisco has done as well as it has with Purdy being out for most of the season.
With Purdy out?
Yeah, I mean...
Not Purdy, but with Kittle out?
No, Purdy. Purdy was out the second game, the third game, the 5th game, the 6th game, the 7th game, the 8th game, the 9th game, the 10th game.
Really?
He's been injured most of the year.
I don't even start keeping track till like week 14. Like, I used to be into it so much with fantasy and all that every week, but now we just can't do it anymore.
Why don't you do fantasy anymore?
Well, we used to play in a group where we would get the baseball cards every year, or the football cards.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me this. You had like a $1,600 fantasy football league or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. But we stopped that. People get old and married and no longer have time to all play.
Well, my season ended today, the season for my league ended today, and I did not do well at all. I ended up coming in, I think 10th out of 12, and I would normally be harder on myself, but I had Lamar Jackson, who was injured most of the year. I drafted Ashton Gentry as my first round draft pick, which was kind of like a crapshoot. You didn't know how he was going to do. And I ended up trading him for Brock Bowers, which then Brock Bowers got hurt or was hurt. I had George Kittle, who's been hurt most of the year. I had Tyreek Hill, who tore his ACL back in like October. And so just injuries just piled up on me. And I never could get in a groove. And the guy who won the league this year, believe it or not, he had Christian McCaffrey, the top player in the league. And it was basically, if you got Christian McCaffrey this year, it was going to be hard for you to lose. Christian McCaffrey was the top player in like anybody's fantasy football league. He was, he ended up with 370. Well, it's not over. The season's not done, but still, he is the best running back by 30 points. He's the best player overall by another 20 points. Josh Allen's number 2. He is the best flex player by another 30 points. And he didn't get hurt all year. And he averaged, at least in my league, he averaged something like 22 points or something per game. But then he had some just monster games too, where he just was averaging like 35 points. He's just.
To me, it looks like you got a lot of teams in it. So you got Buffalo, Denver, the Eagles, San Francisco, the Patriots. It's like 5 teams that are all pretty damn good.
Hold on, let me go to the standings. All right. New England, Buffalo,
Patriots.
So Buffalo, New England. I'm not too keen on Pittsburgh, but you never know. I'm not too keen on Jacksonville. You never know.
Those teams aren't even there, man. I'm talking about like the Eagles are there for sure.
What are you talking about?
They're looking really good.
Jacksonville has a better record than the Eagles.
What?
Jacksonville's 12-4 this year, and the Eagles are 11-5.
That's not possible.
Look at the standings.
I'm about to. I don't believe that Jacksonville can even. What's Pittsburgh standing? Are they even in it still?
Yeah, they're in it. They're going to clinch the North. They're 9-7.
With old Aaron Rodgers?
Yep.
Wow. Goes to show you, they're going to let him play. I mean, hopefully he doesn't get injured. And he's so old.
Well, he's not older than Phillip Rivers, and Phillip Rivers is still playing.
Yes. Okay, where is this Jacksonville team?
They're at the top of the AFC South, right above.
AFC South. Tennessee Titans, the Colts, and the Texans. You got Jacksonville. Wow.
Yeah.
And they had a decent schedule.
Yeah, Jacksonville is kind of the surprise team this year. And Houston is another team that I didn't think was as good as they are, but they are. The big
And they
bits.
put up a lot of points. Jacksonville scores are out through the roof. A lot of 30-point, 40-point games.
Yeah. The big disappointments this year, I think, are Cincinnati because they lost Joe Burrow. They were supposed to be better with all their receiving core and everything. I don't know if people thought they'd be that great, but they didn't do as well. Indianapolis was the best team in football like 3 weeks ago, but they've lost 3 straight. And I think the Chargers are really impressive. Kansas City Chiefs, they are eliminated, and they are a huge disappointment. And they're not going to win the AFC West for the first time in like 10 years. And Buffalo's not going to win the AFC East for the first time in like 6 years or something.
Buffalo? Isn't Buffalo going to win it?
No, New England clinched it already.
Oh, really? Well, New England's like a powerhouse over there. I mean, I don't know. I think New England is going to sneak it in and just win it. They look like they got so much depth.
So we have the Washington.
I said the Patriots are going to win again, but it seems like they're going to.
The Washington Commanders were a huge disappointment. They lost their quarterback, Jaden Daniels, but they were in the NFC Championship last year, so that's a big surprise. The Detroit Lions, a giant surprise. I mean, they're eliminated, but they're 8-8. There are some teams that are still 8-8 that aren't eliminated, like the Ravens. Minnesota was somewhat disappointing. They had issues at quarterback all year. Dallas, nobody thought they were going to do anything good. Atlanta, New Orleans, nobody thought they were going to do anything good. Tampa Bay 7-9, and they're still not eliminated. And then teams that are a big surprise. Well, I don't know if it's a big surprise, but the Rams did really well this year. The Seahawks did really well this year. San Francisco, I don't know if that's a surprise, but they did really well this year. But New England to me is a big surprise. Like, I was not expecting Drake May to have as good a season as he did.
I did a little football podcast 2 weeks ago, and I predicted that the Saints were going to win every game for the rest of the season, starting with the Jets. And so far, it's been true.
All right.
They beat the Jets, and then they just beat Tennessee. I think they're going to beat Atlanta next week. And then the following week, they got some soft team to just finish it out.
Hold on. Is it next week the last week?
Oh. I thought there's one after it, but yeah, you're probably right. I think next week is the last week. They just got to be Atlanta.
I could be wrong, but I think next week is.
So I think you're right. Their final game is at home, or is it at Atlanta?
Yeah.
And I think the Saints are going to win that one too.
Well, calling them to beat the Jets, the worst team in football, that's not a surprise. And calling them to beat
the Giants or the Raiders are the worst team in football. Don't disrespect the Jets like that. Come on. Like, the Giants are just as horrible, or the Las Vegas Raiders. Like, those two teams have the same record and are just nasty.
Doug,
and the AFC East is the best place to play.
The Giants have hope. They have whatever that guy, quarterback. He's a rookie, but he's really good. He just got hurt. And they have Scadaboo, who's very good. There's some hope there. The Jets.
Jackson Dart.
Thank you, Jackson Dart. The Jets are tied. Oh no, the Las Vegas is the worst team in football. But they don't. I don't know. Las Vegas is young. They've got Brock Bowers, who is in his second year. They've got Ashton Gentry, who is he's a rookie. All they need is a good quarterback and a couple of years in an offensive line, and they will be a powerhouse team.
They lost today to the Giants, 34-10. Come on, that's just horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I still think the Jets are the Jets. I don't even know a single Jets player. They're terrible.
Sure, I mean, they're just all three of those teams are just really bad this year.
Right. Okay, so their quarterback.
You're going Jets are the worst. I'm just saying. I don't know. I think all three of them are equally as bad, but the Jets, at least they're from New York and can like slide a little bit. Unlike that other New York team, the Giants.
I mean, but the Giants have some.
New York have? Jeez. You got the Giants, the Jets, the Bills, right? Are they from there?
Yeah, but I mean, the Bills are the only real team in the state of New York. The Giants and the Jets play at the Meadowlands, which is in New Jersey.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it's like a trick question there.
Yeah, so Buffalo is the only team that really plays within the state of New York, and there are a few teams like that where it's kind of confusing. New England, which isn't a state or a city, it's a region. They used to be Boston, but they just took up that whole area, and they play in Foxborough. There's what else? Well, there's the Rams and the Chargers that technically play in Inglewood, but they're both Los Angeles.
I was explaining to somebody the difference between California and like Oregon, and the fact that California has like 5 professional baseball teams and like multiple football teams, and yet Oregon has 0 from either.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a population thing. And
there's no one in that whole state. Like Oregon is empty.
I mean, they have enough to support an NBA franchise, which is something, but
barely. Or they lose money, man. Like it's such a farm team. It's only because the guy that owns Microsoft or whatever bought it and his wife owns it that it's even, a functional place.
Allen?
Like the Kings, Sacramento Kings, like never can make any money.
Yeah. Well, a weird one. It used to be the Angels were weird because they'd be the California Angels, and then Golden State Warriors. That's a weird one. That they were Oakland, and then they moved to San Francisco, but they are the Golden State Warriors, which is like, at least in LA, nobody likes the Golden State Warriors. It's almost seen as like a rival to the Lakers, and it's just interesting that they try to take the whole state. And I mean, we lose, I guess, if you already want to include it, like the A's to Las Vegas. So that's going to be one less baseball team. So you just have the Giants, the Padres, the Dodgers, and the Angels. And trying to think of any potential moves that you might see in the future. We're pretty good when it comes to sports franchises at this point. Like, I don't really see anything moving into San Diego because the Chargers just moved from San Diego, and the Padres are just a shit organization. They haven't been good since the 90s, and even then
It's a farm team, man. They're a pitcher and a utility player farm team. Whenever a good shortstop or a good catcher, like Benito Santiago is probably the best player in the last 100 years to ever play for them.
Tony Gwynn, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, Benito Santiago, the catcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, like name me like another. And didn't they have?
I just did Tony Gwynn. Exactly. But aside from Tony Gwynn, they have had no one in the last 100 years. Well, they haven't been around 100 years.
Yeah, Mr. 300.
Yeah,
Tony Gwynn was cool to watch. He was actually a lot of fun to watch because he had such a unique batting stance and stroke. He could just hit the ball like nothing.
Yeah, he did. And
I like Cecil Fielder watching him play too.
Yeah, I mean they were both
effortless.
They were both big boys.
Yeah, John Crook. That's another good guy. Big guy that just had no business being an athlete.
That's right.
Always looks like he should have a beer or a sandwich in his hand.
Yeah, he looks
playing baseball, just cracking dingers.
He looks more comfortable at a cookout than on the field.
Totally.
Yeah. The team
Sammy Sosa was that way too.
Oh, Sammy Sosa, when he started to bulk up, he was a muscular dude.
That whole era of like the bulked up guys, like Barry Bonds, David Ortiz, everyone's just like super jacked.
Did you ever look into Barry Bonds' arm guard? That's why he was able to hit so many home runs in addition to the steroids. He had that, you know what I'm talking about? He used to wear all kinds of armor at the plate, and he was grandfathered in an arm guard on his, on his right arm, I want to say. And it allowed him to have a perfect, like, just, I want to get the right terminology. Yo, Doug, tell me about Barry Bonds' arm guard and its alleged advantage that allowed him to have, like, a perfect swing every single time, and it was grandfathered in. Nobody ever got to look at this piece of equipment. It was, okay, so he had a custom elbow guard on his right arm, which was the subject of speculation and controversy. Some claimed it provided an unfair mechanical advantage, suggesting it helped him achieve a perfect swing by minimizing the risk of injury from inside pitches. However, no, that's not why. It was essentially like a pendulum, or like a let's see here if I can find it. This stuff becomes like difficult to find because there's so much garbage that comes in.
Well, from what I'm reading about it, it says that it shrank the strike zone.
Well, it did that. It did that too.
Pitchers had to pitch differently to him, which opened up his ability to walk more or to hit home runs.
It did that
because
too.
The ball had less of an area to like be in the zone to hit.
It did that too, but it created an unfair advantage. I'm gonna go check GPT on this one.
Yeah, I understand, because it added weight is what it's saying. So
No,
it's like adding weight, contributing
it's not that.
to home run.
It's not. It wasn't about weight. It wasn't about being a protector. It kept his left arm or his right arm perfectly straight, which gave him an advantage when swinging the ball. Just one moment. Yo,
Yeah,
what
I'm reading
is
that.
the
There's an
advantage
article written by
of
Michael Witt
Barry Bonds
in 2007
and his
Sports
arm
Illustrated.
guard that allowed him to have a perfect swing? It like forced his
Yeah.
right arm to not move and always be straight.
Yeah, plain consistency, like a hitting machine.
Exactly.
But then it got refuted. I mean, it went back and forth as if that makes sense.
And then he had it was called the Clean and the Clear or whatever from you remember it was Bay Area Balco, Bay Area Laboratory Company or something like that. And it's since gone out of business, but basically they had some kind of steroid that you could put on topically, and you would put it on and it would like work, and then if you had to take a drug test, you could use the clear and you would pass the drug test. There was a Sports Illustrated article about it and Balco, and it caused Balco to have to close. But Bonds' arm guard locked his lead arm, forced perfect mechanics, increased torque, reduced swing variability, and changed how pitchers pitched to him. And it was always kind of obvious to me, like, hey, you've got this one player who's wearing all this armor. He would always wear the thing on his ankle and that thing, and it just made it so he didn't have to fear pitchers. Pitchers had to fear him.
Have you ever seen the articles about the machines that they use to practice, and how there's 20 teams that use a specific like multi-million-dollar machine and the other teams don't? And so those teams, including the Yankees, have like most access to the pitching machines that are all sophisticated.
No, tell me about it.
Yeah, so like the Dodgers right now have the most sophisticated machines for pitching, to where in batting practice leading up to the games, it'll pitch exactly like the pitcher's going to pitch to them.
That's baller.
Yeah. Like down to like the, like it's going to show them everything in all the scenarios.
Right.
So it allows them to win more games, obviously, because the machines are very sophisticated in the training for the hitting.
You would wonder why the other teams wouldn't get their hands on those pitching machines.
They're too expensive.
Yeah, you still would think that $1 billion organization, they're all worth about $1 billion, that they still would try to get their hands on them.
Well, let me bring it up. I think some of it's preparatory. It's called Tragic Arc. It's about $1 million a year, or sorry, $250,000 a year.
That's nothing. That's
not that much.
That's like 5 cents more for hot dogs, and they'd make that.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason why. I'm asking it why everyone doesn't use them.
Right.
If someone from the Sanhedrin needs to leave, take care of his parents, so they use the restroom, can't leave unless there are 23 people. Right? That's it. You can't leave unless there are 23 people. So they'll say, by the way, think about that. Like, right? So I'm sorry, yes, sir. Second kind of yotze. Then not any yotze. So again, let's say you remember the Sanhedrin, you need to go to the bathroom. If there's 23 people there, go to the bathroom. If there's 23 people there, you can't go to the bathroom. You gotta wait until someone goes in. What's the shut down saying? It's incredible. What does it take to be a member of the Sanhedrin? What does it take in general when we have leadership positions? Achrayus. Strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. Yeah, strong bladder. True also, not incorrect. Right? Well, that's what I say. Achrayus. So listen, so often in life, right? You do stuff, and like, if it doesn't get done, or someone else will do it. Listen, what is it? Achrayus. The buck stops with you.
So the machines weigh like 1,500 pounds.
I see that they're not portable.
Yeah. And I just read that 28 out of 30 teams are using virtual reality in a hit session now against the players. And the Dodgers and Rays have been early adopters since 2017, training all their batting practice with virtual reality against the pitcher that they're supposed to face the next week. That's cool. I didn't know that they were using VR. Seems like baseball and golf and only a few others can use VR to really help them. I don't think that like the NFL with VR would really help that much.
I've seen this thing. It's like an invention for soccer players that I think will change how soccer is played. It's basically, imagine a wall with little squares that are that like almost like flip open, and what happens is a soccer player like approaches the wall with the ball, and then the wall like will light up one of the squares, and it's on the soccer player to kick it into that lit up area. If they make it, then they've done well. If they miss it, then they have to work on it or whatever. And it shoots the ball back at them if it goes through, and it just allows the player to just basically like really be able to pinpoint where they want to kick the ball. And with an invention like that, it makes something like a soccer shootout like unwinnable for the goalkeeper, because the kicker or the soccer player can achieve an upper 90 every time if they get good at it, and there's no way to really defend that as a goalkeeper if they kick it with a fast enough velocity. I just think it's interesting that basically we're getting to the point where certain technology is just changing everything not just in like industrial society, but like even entertainment and sports. I'm sure somebody will come out with one of these tragic arcs, like a portable version of it. And I mean, I see like some of them are allowing they're being used during the game when a team's at home. Like that seems like a huge advantage on your opponent.
Yeah, that's like the debacle with the Astros. Remember that?
Well, that was different. They were basically using video footage to be able to tell what the pitch was, and then using a drum or like the lid of a trash can to be able to signal to their hitters what kind of pitch it was going to be. I mean, that's kind of like old fashioned. You could have been doing that for the last, I don't know, like maybe 60 years in baseball. But this is like revolutionary. Nobody has a machine like this.
Yeah, so the revolutionary to me, like technology in sports, was when the New Orleans Saints put that young 20-year-old into the position of offensive coordinator because he was really good at Madden.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And then they went and won the Super Bowl basically with him.
Yeah, but they cheated with that. That was the whole where they were able to listen to their opponents on the radio, their headsets, and be able to intercept the calls. Like that, they should have been able to win. If you know what play calls your opponent is calling because you have tapped into their headsets, there's no doubt you should win.
And they had bounties for like injuring other players.
That's exactly true too, which a lot of teams did. Yeah. That one
it takes a lot to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It takes more than just a game.
That one I feel like Sean Payton should have been banned for life from the NFL.
I don't understand how that criminal still thinks. I love the Saints. I'm like a Saints fan, but that guy is such a crook.
Yeah.
That's why Denver's so dirty this year.
He was only banned for 1 year. I feel like that should have been like, if you're going to ban Pete Rose for betting on baseball, how aren't you going to ban the head coach who knows that you're stealing the other team's signs, and you've got a like active bounty situation? You want to ban him for 1 year? To me, that should have been.
It sounds so horrible. It's so mobster too. He's like, yeah, they got like the wiretapping and the bounties going on.
Exactly.
It's like they're just invincible.
And that's
winning Super Bowls.
And that's what it is. And I think that New Orleans, it was all after Katrina and everything. And I feel like the NFL just basically, it's a small market team, and they're just like, they kind of gave them that one. Like, okay, Your stadium got destroyed. We'll put all this money into the stadium. You're gonna get in trouble for the bounty gate. You're gonna get in trouble for the headset issue. And then I don't think the New Orleans Saints sniff a Super Bowl for the next 50 years. It's like they got.
They'll ever win again.
It's like they got their Super Bowl. Now, it's like it's almost like a child who is raising a lot of fuss. You give them what they want just to shut them up, but then they're not going to get that again. Like once we get home, you're not getting anything more, whatever it would be. Like there are other people, and we're going to share with all of them. But because you raised such a fuss, like we took care of you, and they're a small market team. The teams that I think, the big team that I think should be more successful and is not, are the New York Jets. They're in the biggest market in the NFL, and they haven't won since Joe Namath, since Super Bowl III. But I was looking at a thing, the net worth of all of the owners of the NFL. Who do you think is the wealthiest owner of an NFL team?
Jerry Jones.
It is not. He is like number 6 or something. So it's the Walton family that bought the Denver Broncos recently. They're worth like $77 billion. Like I'm sure the Waltons are worth more than that, but just like that segment of the family. And then the second biggest was, man, I forget who the second biggest was. It was the Chiefs, Lamar Hunt. They're giant. They're like $44 billion. And it goes the way you kind of think that it would go. Like the better teams generally are bigger, like have more affluent leadership. But it depends also how much they want to spend on their team. And then you've got the Packers, which are like owned like by like a trust basically. So they are kind of a different entity. But what was interesting to me, the least valuable owner was the Rooney family of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they've had a winning record like 19 years in a row, more than that. Tomlin, their coach, has like some kind of record, is like 19 straight years of a winning record. Like that's unheard of in the NFL. There's so much parity in the NFL that you're at least going to expect, like Mike Tomlin, you're going to expect a loss, like a losing season, at least half the time or so, but not with the Steelers. And they're worth, or not the franchise isn't worth, but their ownership is the least, is the smallest. Well, that doesn't include Green Bay either, because it's like a trust that owns that. But the smallest ones were like the Bears, owned by Virginia McCaskey. She's not worth that much. The Vikings, they're owned by like that Ziegel guy, Ziegel Wolf or something. They're not worth a lot. He's not worth a lot. Yeah, and then I think like the Seahawks are worth a lot because of Allen, the Microsoft guy, Steve Allen, no, Paul Allen, and but I think he died, and his family now owns it. Exactly. But yeah, it was like the Denver Broncos are worth, like, their ownership is worth like 77 times what the Rooney family of the Steelers is owned. But because of the salary cap and everything, it kind of makes them all even. Unlike in baseball, where you can just spend whatever you want. If you want to buy a championship, you can buy a championship. It's really unfair, but it is what it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, San Francisco bought that championship back with Steve Young. You know, where like every single player went to the Niners that year.
Yeah, under the
over the salary cap.
Under the DeBartolo family, they won. They had Steve Young, Jerry Rice, Deion Sanders, and they just bought. I think it was 95. They just straight up bought that. They just straight up bought the Super Bowl that year, and then I think they were sick of losing to Jerry Jones. They lost him in like the NFC title. I think like maybe not 2 years in a row, but the Cowboys had just won, and then Jerry Jones came back and just bought another championship by bringing Deion Sanders from San Francisco to Dallas, and having Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikman and that line, like with Leon Lett and all those guys, and Moose Johnston, and they just bought a super team basically. But yeah, there's more parity now, seemingly. I mean, there's the argument to be made. The reason why the New England Patriots, which before I continue, it's still amazing to me that Tom Brady has more Super Bowls than any NFL franchise. That's like a ridiculous statistic. Because when I was a kid, you would never think that one person would have more championships than any of these dynasties, but things change. But the reason why the New England Patriots, this is the argument that's made. The reason why they became so successful was because Tom Brady was married to Gisele Bündchen, and he wasn't the top earner in their family. Gisele was. And so he could actively say, I don't need to be paid to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And in exchange, they could share that salary cap with Gronk and all the other players that they get, Randy Moss and.
No, man, I don't believe in that. I think that he honestly just came off the bench that season, you know?
In 2001?
And replaced Bledsoe. Isn't that who he replaced?
Yeah.
And then was so excited to be the underdog and like there that he just wanted to win championships. And then he was told by the mind controller Bill Belichick exactly what to do at that point. He was his little like lapdog. And Belichick is such a nasty coach that he figured out how to edge out the rules so that he could be so they can win championships by Belichick
don't call it edging out the rules. It's cheating. It's cheating.
Watch their kickoffs.
They cheated.
How much they cheat on their kickoffs.
They cheated in a lot of different ways. They had Spygate.
The kickoffs is just ridiculous.
They cheated.
Anytime they kick off, their team is like standing on the field. At one point, a coach actually leveled the other players multiple times.
I remember that.
Like they had coaches just leveling other players on the kickoff return.
But
never a penalty. No one ever cared.
They straight up had two. Bill Belichick should have been banned from the NFL if the NFL had any balls. Why? For not just Spygate, where they were videotaping the Jets of all teams, but also Deflategate. Both of those are big enough controversies that they should have banned the coach and banned the general manager and anybody else in the front office who knew of the cheating that was going on. But they recognize the NFL has revenue sharing, and they recognize that, hey, so long as the New England Patriots are winning, we're all going to make more money. So let's not punish them majorly, and we'll maximize profits. It's all about profit maximization. That's why a team like the Saints or somebody who sucks who's small, the Falcons, they don't care if they're shitty all every year. They're making the same amount of money as any of the other franchises. The only thing that's different is the merchandise that they sell and the amount of the gate the gate receipts. Basically, like if you sell out more often, that is not going to be shared with everybody else. But when it comes to all of the revenue from television and advertising, that all gets shared. I think like 80% of it gets shared or something like that. So there's like no incentive if you're like the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, so we're not going to be competitive. Who cares? We're still going to make the same amount as everybody else. And for anybody, and so what they do is they'll say, we're going to be fine with mediocrity or even just being a losing franchise for 20 or 30 years. Who cares? And then when there's enough enough opportunity, we'll say that we'll change the city if you don't rebuild or build a brand new stadium for us. I mean, that's what they did with LA for all these years. They didn't have a team in LA, and then they threatened every city, if you don't build a new stadium for us, we're going to move to LA. And that's how you got all these brand new stadiums around the United States that are taxpayer funded. And then they just, in the end, just moved two teams that already existed into the LA market. And a team like, say, the Arizona Cardinals, they are still going to make the same amount as all of these larger markets. And what they'll eventually do is they will find their time where they're going to get the number one draft pick because they've been so bad for so many years. And then they'll say, okay, in 5 to 7 years or whatever, we're going to make our run at the Super Bowl. And if we win, then that's great. Then we don't need to win again for 50 years. It's the same thing that the New Orleans Saints did.
I didn't realize how profitable the NFL was. The salary cap is $280 million, and every team, the lowest revenue is $600 million.
Oh yeah.
The Cowboys are the highest at $1.2 billion, but the most poor team in the NFL clears $150 to $200 million a year after expenses.
I think the NFL's.
I had no idea. I had no idea that it was that much money.
The NFL
$200 million a year they clear at the poorest team. That's stupid.
The NFL, the NFL's the NFL TV.
That's a horrible thing.
The NFL's TV contracts, if you combine them all, I believe they're very close to $100 billion. They're $110 billion. They're $110 billion. I mean, that's 1/10 of a way to $1 trillion.
That's why I didn't realize that's how they can finance like Pop Warner football and like all of the everything from the ground up to try and get people into the league because that's so much money.
Well, it's changing. I don't think in 10 years there will be tackle football in the United States anymore. I think that it will be all flag football or 7-on-7. Oh yeah.
I think they'll be killing each other with chainsaws. Dude.
No. It's already going to be an Olympic sport.
Wait, what's going to be an Olympic sport?
7-on-7 football. Even Tom Brady's thinking about coming out of retirement to lead the United States in the gold medal. This is happening in 2028.
I mean, I hear you.
Wait, hold on. Let's talk about this for a second. Once it becomes an Olympic sport, then it's the gold standard of how people want to play. Also, the NFL owners recognize that too many guys are getting hurt. And also, they're only playing the games like 18 weeks out of the year or whatever, more than that. But with the playoffs, what they want to do is have year-round games. So maybe like a month off, but like 11 out of 12 months. There's a lot more money to be made if the NFL is going every single weekend. And you can do that in 7-on-7, and you don't have to worry about the guys getting hurt. So they're already making it an Olympic sport. Once it's an Olympic sport, and people start to watch it, it's going to be very exciting for people. Additionally, they don't have to pay for linemen anymore. Can you imagine like your salary cap is $250 million, but if you just have to pay your flex players, you're basically your what do they call it? The player, like your wide receivers, your running backs, your quarterback,
Your marquees.
your skill players.
Your marquee players, they call them marquees.
No, they call them skill players, skill positions. Yeah, if you only have to pay your skill players, your skill positions, you can cut your salary by perhaps $100 million. And the question is, okay, well, what are all these big giant guys who have been bred to be like linemen? What are they going to do? And the answer is they can go play rugby. Rugby, especially internationally, is a big time sport and has a desire, and they will start to pay rugby guys more. But when it comes to guys who can catch the ball, throw a ball, and run with the ball, 7-on-7 flag football is becoming very exciting. And there's the women's aspect of it as well. I mean, women's flag football is growing. It's already played at the collegiate level, and eventually it'll be played at a pro level as well. Now, the thing with these owners is it's all about making money, and they can still make money. They're finding if you just have people get excited for 7-on-7 football. And 7-on-7 football is doesn't have the issues with the injuries. Another thing that's really big is that these guys don't have to wear helmets, so they're more marketable. One of the big issues why guys don't like to play football is they've got to wear their helmet all the time, and they can't have their face on television. That's what the NBA has a huge advantage on them. And in 7-on-7, you're able to market these guys. So can you imagine the potential of having a guy who's an NFL player who can be marketed more than he currently is being marketed? He could be marketed like Michael Jordan or LeBron James. That's a huge advantage that the NFL currently doesn't have. And another big thing about 7-on-7 football, and I said this, but that lack of injuries. I'm not saying that nobody gets injured, but if you don't have the same kind of career-ending injury. You know how much money they put into an athlete, and the fact that on any given play, that investment could be out the door. Well, with 7-on-7, you know that generally they're not going to have anything that's career ending. And then the other issue, more than anything, is the NFL Players Association is starting to push back and say, look, CTE is a thing. Concussion protocols aren't good enough. We need a situation. We need a different. We're going to make this sport basically illegal. And maybe I say 10 years, but okay, maybe 15 years, especially as 7-on-7 football gets popular in the Olympics. You watch, it's going to spread to the NFL. I know you don't think so, and we can certainly agree to disagree on this one, but when you're able to have not only 17 weeks of football, but you're able to have 52 weeks of football, there's a lot more advantage for you to be able to sell out every single weekend. You know that your players are always going to be available. You don't have to play linemen. You don't have these giant salaries for, I think they have like a 72-man squad or something. No. 52-man squad in the NFL now. You don't need that. You just need like 25 players and you're good. You don't need all of the different trainers, and you don't need all of the different, you need like a water person, a coach. Maybe it's a simpler game that way. And then you can market it easier to children. That's another issue. Oh, you know what they're going to do, and I've heard this, is the state of California is going to make it illegal to have 11-on-11 tackle football within the next 10 years. Have you heard about this? I don't. If you're there, you're muted.
Oh yeah, the state of California is gonna make everything illegal.
Exactly, but
what do you think about 4-on-4 NBA?
I'd rather have 3-on-3 NBA, and I'd rather have it make it take it, meaning if you make the shot, you get the ball back.
So think about 4-on-4 full court though.
Okay.
Dude, like it'd be so much fun to watch. It'd be just scores would be like 130 all the time, 130 points. Like there'd be just high flying dunks. Defense would kind of be optional, and when it does happen, it's like a really spectacular block. Like I don't know, it'd just be fast paced, running gun, open, lots of dribbling, lots of dunking.
To me, the NBA is just it's a garbage league because of the role of the referee. Going back to even before Tim Donaghy, but if you remember that scandal where he was betting on games and he got caught, and they did everything to say that it was just one lone wolf referee when even Tim Donaghy to this day says everybody was doing it. I mean, you remember the Lakers versus the Kings years ago in the playoffs.
Cried, man.
Absolutely. And
Kobe Bryant punched Mike Bibby in the face. Kobe Bryant punched Mike Bibby in the face. Punched him. And then Mike Bibby got a foul, and the Kings lost. Also, the Kings in that game, though, missed 23 free throws for some reason, when all season they never did. So even though that he threw the game, like he was betting on it, you know, the ref, the Kings somehow still missed 23 free throws, which to me is, you know, very suspect.
Well, in my opinion, if I were to be Adam Silver, I know he's trying to expand the game and everything. Nobody cares about the NBA. I hate to say it because in the 90s it dominated television, and there are a few things. I think there are too many games. 82 games is a lot. I think though there are way too many baseball games. It just becomes so monotonous. It's like the games don't matter that much. If you could get it down to perhaps fewer games, also fewer players.
Well, they have the play-in now. Have you watched it now that they have the tournament?
That's absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever heard that they have that, and I think it's stupid. It doesn't count for anything. Nobody cares about it. It's just it was just a new idea that they created to mimic FIFA, which if you ask any NBA player, anybody, they're going to say, I don't give a flying fuck about that. I just care about winning a championship and making money. That's it. And so how would I change the NBA to make it better? Okay, there are no hand checks. There are no hand fouls. If you touch another player, it's a foul. And I would be really strict about it. Additionally, if you you can't travel like they currently do. You if you go in and you're like going for a dunk and somebody gets in front of you, or someone's already in front of you, that's a charge. I mean, basically I would make it like a sweet science that it should be. It should be like jazz. Basketball should be like jazz. It shouldn't be like football. And also I think I would remove at least two players on the court. Well, at least one player on the court, but probably two players on the court from each team so that it's 3-on-3. The players have just gotten so big and the court hasn't expanded at all. We're talking about a court that was the same size when you could have centers in the NBA who were like 6'4", 6'5", and they've gotten to be the point where they're 7'4". It's a different game. I would keep the hoop at 10 feet because that's kind of a standard globally. I also would. I don't know if I would want this necessarily. I would want this. I would make a 4-point line, not a 3. You have the 3-point line, and that's fine. But there'd be like a little circle. If you ever played like NBA Jam, like the tournament edition or something like that, they used to put but they used to put like a circle on the court, like pretty close to half court, and it would be worth 4 points. That would really make the game much more exciting than its current iteration, which is literally like I was reading an article about this today, and the article was this: 9-year-olds have been coaching better than everybody in the NFL and the NBA for many years. What's a 9-year-old going to do when he's playing a game, either on Madden or 2K or just in the backyard? They're going to shoot 3-pointers, and the NBA is learning or has learned that that's how you win games, is just put up a ton of 3-pointers. And then also in the NFL, go for it on 4th down. It's in your best interest. There's like a lot of guilt in the old way of doing things. Like, we don't go for it on 4th down for X, Y, and Z reasons, but it's really in your best interest to always go for it on 4th down and to always shoot a 3-pointer. And especially if you got a guy with a hot hand, it's like kind of common sense. Like, oh, these points are worth more in the NBA. Yeah, go for it. And
have you ever seen that baseball hack that no one's ever tried, where statistically, if everybody bunted, you would win?
I have seen that. And especially with virtual reality, I think that you could get a team that just got really, really good at bunting and could win the game, could make the whole game into bunting. There's also a way to bunt that people don't utilize, which is basically it's unbeatable. So what, and you could make a VR that could emulate this. So what it is you bunt the ball, but you put spin on it so that you bunt it foul, and then you run to first base or whatever, and then it very close to the end comes back in along the line right at the end. And there's some kind of advantage to do this. Now, I haven't seen it done in like a full game, but basically, if you let's say you've got like bases loaded, you bunt the ball in a position where nobody can get it, and if it goes fair at the right point, everybody's going to be safe. And if it goes foul, if somebody gets to it, then it's just a foul ball. Who cares? But it's like there are no there are no flyouts then, and it's really hard to get, like, that's under the understanding that you get guys who are trained to always be able to bunt perfectly. And
the human error, they, like you said, there's no flyouts, so the human error of the other team has to field the ball and throw it every time. They're gonna mess up.
Exactly.
Like, eventually, like, that's just baseball. Like, they're gonna have an overthrow. They're not gonna, on top of the fact that they have to make the field, like, they got to run every time to go get you out. There's no flyouts in the game. It's a huge game changer.
And there's actually
the pace and the endurance of the game.
Exactly. There's a place along the first. I've heard this argument along the third base line, but there's like a section, I don't know, maybe 20 feet away from the catcher and 20 feet away from the third baseman. There's like this no man's zone, no man's land, where nobody can get to a bunt there if it's hit at this certain speed. And the idea is
the ball's underneath your feet. Like, you're running along the ball, which is foul, and then it curves back in, and no one can get to it because it's in your base path.
There's that.
Like, you're running underneath it.
Exactly. It just takes too long to get there. Like, basically, the pitcher, it'll take him like 2 or 3 seconds to get there. The catcher, 2 or 3 seconds, and the third baseman, 2 or 3 seconds, and then it just takes too long to get there. There's also things that you can do, like, okay, so let's say you want to, like, mess with the first baseman, then you hit it down the first base line, and you basically force him to get off the bag. Now, the guy on second might try to cover it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all going to work out. And you just basically have to, if you put the ball in the right spot, basically halfway between the home plate and third base, nobody can get to that ball in time. And if you can put enough, like, the right kind of spin on it, nobody can, if somebody does get to the ball, then it's just a foul ball, because there's no, now that's under the idea that you're able to get the pitch down perfectly every time. But again, with this advancement in technology, you're going to get kids who start getting the VR headset. Nobody practices bunting like generally, like until you get into like little league, but like just like pee-wee ball, they're going to start with these VR headsets and be really really good at hand-eye coordination and be able to bunt the ball wherever they want. And it's not like the speed of a pitcher is going to get that much better, meaning the fastest pitch I think in the MLB's history is like 104.7 miles per hour. Okay, but you're not going to see anybody pitching it maybe like 110 miles an hour. It's just that's too much of a, unless they raise the mound or something like that, and they don't want to do that because that takes away from, like, they like home runs and stuff. So you can I think probably accurately say that in the next 50 years, the average speed of a pitcher, and that's the best pitcher ever at like 104 miles an hour. Let's say, I don't think it's gonna, like, the human body can't push the limit all that much more than 104 miles per hour. So that means you just have to get kids in college and in single A, double A, triple A in the majors to get used to bunting at 105 mile per hour baseball. And if they do, then they're going to start to be able to put spin on these things. And, like, if you think about it, a baseball, I would say this, especially now that they're putting masks on like they're going to be putting a facial mask on a pitch, on a hitter. These guys aren't going to be afraid to stick their face right into the strike zone just to be able to bunt. Like right now, it's a risk. Like only recently did they make it so that like you can protect the side of your face. But imagine how much less fear you would have at a pitcher if you had the whole cage, like you've seen the caged helmets. So then you're able to look down the strike zone basically and get that ball however you want, and just hit it down the base path with a bunt. And all you've got to do is work that a few times in a game. And then there's always the risk, if you don't do that, you can always just take a swing at it. Nobody says that you can't. If they're playing the infield really tightly, you're still an MLB player. Then just hit it over their heads if you need to. It just, people don't utilize the bunt enough. And especially with VR, guys are going to get really, really good at it. If you're able to start training yourself at age 8 on 105 mile per hour fastball through virtual bunting, by the time you're 18, it's going to be pretty easy for you to be able to put that ball wherever you want if you're doing it hundreds of times a day in a simulator. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's also that in baseball, they're going to perfect the slap running technique, especially for lefties, because eventually there'll be a player that just perfects that and just dominates the game.
That's true.
He's a left-hander that can just slap and run. And I don't know if you've ever seen that technique in softball. And sometimes it's used in baseball in Japan a lot, but not really in the majors.
There
hasn't been a player yet that's like perfected it.
Where you hit it like into right field just gently?
No, you're a slap hitter. So like you're already running as soon as you hit the ball.
Yes, I have seen that. And
yeah, it's done in Japan a lot with like left-handers, but there's been no dominant player yet to be able to do it.
I've never seen it in the MLB.
Yeah, but once that happens, I think there will be eventually. There'll be a player that perfects it and just dominates.
I could see that. I could also see them changing the rules of baseball. Perhaps if they keep the rules they can always change the rules to say, like, so like bunting currently, under its current rules, you can hit 1,000 foul balls through bunting and you still aren't out. I can see them changing the rules perhaps that says if you hit like on your third strike, if you hit the ball foul, then you're out. But even still, even if they make that the rule, if you got good enough at bunting, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're out of the game. I mean, you even see guys now bunt, and if they can put that bunt down right in between the catcher and the pitcher, they're going to be safe if they're at all fast. And that's another element. Guys are going to get faster and faster. You're not going to have to worry. I mean, like everybody's going to run a 4.40. Like kids are getting faster and faster, so that distance between.
I think people were faster back in the day. I mean, I just read a thing about Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson, and how their run times at the 440 were like probably even faster than what we think they are today, just due to the technology.
Okay, so those are two outlier players, and that doesn't even necessarily mean they were faster. But like,
no, I'm saying that like as far as humans are concerned, I don't think there's ever going to be a human faster or stronger than Bo Jackson or Deion Sanders for that matter.
I mean, just look at the Olympics. Guys get, I mean, like Usain Bolt, at least in like 2012.
I'm saying NFL, not just a pure runner. I'm saying like an NFL player.
Okay.
Like you realize that like LeBron James could go win the Olympics at like high jump, right?
Okay.
But he doesn't compete. Like I think he could.
No, he doesn't have the vert for that.
Really? I mean, you don't think he can just train and become like the world's best high jumper?
No, I don't.
I think he could. LeBron James, come on, he could train. In his prime, he could have been the best.
I mean, why would you say LeBron James and not Victor Wembanyama? Victor Wembanyama?
Because I don't think he's an athletic freak like LeBron James.
But he's got nearly a foot of height on him.
But not the vert. He doesn't have the vertical jump.
Okay, I mean, there are arguments to be made that there are taller players than LeBron James. I mean, really, the high jump is a lot of like how you can control your body and getting your hips over the bar as much as it is how high you can jump. I'm not saying that he couldn't be successful in it. If he were going to be successful in any sport, though, I think it would probably be as a tight end in football. I think he could have probably dominated in the NFL. He's big. He's 6'7". He's got a athletic body. He's pretty fast. So I think if he were going to do anything like that double sport kind of a thing, it would be that. But I don't agree with what you said when you said, I think people of the past are faster than they are currently. The Olympics are a perfect example of that not being true.
Yeah, I guess it's true. It's saying that Michael Jordan would not have won a gold medal in anything.
Well, aside from basketball, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. I thought that he would have been able to, but he only ran a 4.3 440 or 40-yard dash.
I doubt.
Ran a 4.3.
I doubt he even did that. That was hand calculated. You know, it wasn't timed by computer.
Yeah, it says you're right. It says a 4.6, 4.8.
That I believe. Yeah, absolutely. Especially for Michael Jordan, you don't think that the guy holding the stopwatch is gonna press go a little late and press done a little early for Michael Jordan just so he has good numbers?
No, I get it. I mean, our coaches did that even when we were in high school.
There you go.
They would sometimes shave. They would tell us like 20 seconds slower on our mile runs. We'd come in, and if it was like a 7-minute mile, and they would sometimes tell us it was like 6:40.
Just to build your confidence?
Yeah, makes you feel like you're doing better.
I understand that. I've lived with a few sub 4-minute milers, and it's incredible to me the difference between a guy who's like a 4-minute 5-second runner and a 3:59 runner, and how that takes years of work just to shave off 5 seconds off your mile. And I mean, the guys that I knew who did it, they would be like under normal circumstances, maybe like a 401 runner, but they would take maybe a bunch of caffeine, which wasn't illegal necessarily, and it would just push them over, just give them that little extra that they needed, or like maybe some kind of, and just some kind of legal way to do it. But then those guys who didn't, they would just be 401 milers for the rest of their life, very, very close, and yet not good enough, essentially. Or I mean, still very fast, but I mean, I can tell you, like, the Roger Bannister, the first guy to break the 4-minute mile in the 1950s, did it, and then a bunch of people did it thereafter, and like I think the record 4-minute, the record mile now is like 3:43, something like that. Maybe wind aided, something like that, or wind aided might be even like 3:38. When you're like that, that right there is telling us that people are getting faster, whether it's nutrition or steroids or agility or whatever. They're getting faster, and they're also procreating to get better athletes as well. So I mean, they're finding partners who are also fast, with the hopes of having their children be extremely fast, which wasn't necessarily something that was done 100 years ago as much. With that all being said, I'm saying that your average baseball player today is faster than the average baseball player 50 years ago. Maybe you've got a Bo Jackson out there, maybe you've got a Deion Sanders out there, but your average baseball player is just really fast. And I'm saying in the next 20, 30 years, the amount of time that it takes to get from home plate to first base is going to be reduced on average, so that the pitcher and the catcher and the third baseman or the first baseman, they're going to have to get to the ball faster. Yeah, they're going to be faster as well, but it's a lot easier for a player to run in one direction than a player who has to run to a ball, pick it up, and then perhaps throw off their, non-dominant foot or something like that, or throw with a non-dominant hand. It's just it's more difficult, it's more complicated. When you're telling somebody you have to run 90 feet, the amount of time that it's taking people is getting lower and lower, and the distance between home plate and first base is not increasing. So long story short, I think that the bunt is very underutilized. With VR, you could get guys who are really good at it, who are just, all they do is bunt. They never take a big swing. And that's going to reduce the amount of injuries that they have. You could in the future perhaps have just people who all they do is bunt. Like they haven't ever taken a big swing if they're good enough at it.
I don't know if the major leagues will ever allow it, because it takes the game out of it,
Yeah.
It makes the game not very much fun to watch.
Exactly.
Like if everyone just bunts the whole time.
I'm in agreement with you.
Like Bo Jackson, who can throw you out from 300 feet away. I mean, he was throwing the ball 90 miles an hour plus from the outfield.
I'm in agreement with you. It's
just ridiculous.
It's the same idea.
His arm was just so phenomenal to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the same idea like we talked about yesterday with Wilt Chamberlain. The commissioner of basketball basically had to change a bunch of rules, or else you would still have guys like Wilt Chamberlain just dominating it, just throwing the ball over the hoop on the inbound, or dunking from the.
I actually watched that.
Isn't it amazing to see that move?
I watched after we got done last night. I watched like Wilt Chamberlain and the rules to change because of him.
It's pretty wild.
YouTube, and it showed him throwing the ball over the backboard and then running in and catching it and then dunking it.
How sick is that move?
And I was like, dude, this is so gross. And then he would do this other thing where he would get the ball underneath the backboard,
right,
and then dunk it from underneath the hoop.
Right. I've seen that as well.
Which was pretty cheesy
and tough. I mean, really creative, definitely.
And he still shot the ball in a way that no one else has ever replicated, which is this like turnaround lay-in. Like it's like a turnaround layup that he does.
Right. Another, I really think that an underutilized shot is the sky hook of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And if you had a guy like Victor Wembanyama, if he could stay healthy, all you have to do is throw it up to him. Nobody's going to be able to jump higher than he does to be able to get the ball. And if he just had really good touch, he wouldn't have to force himself to the hoop. He just literally holds the ball where nobody else can get it and do a sky hook. I feel like that's a very difficult shot to be able to guard. And if if I were his coach, I would say, you're not ever going to take a 3-pointer. I know you like to sometimes take them. Don't ever do it. Don't even ever dunk the ball. All I want you to do is work on the sky hook. I mean, you can dunk the ball here or there, whatever, but never take a 15-foot jump shot. None of that. You're gonna literally just sit 3 feet from the hoop or 5 feet from the hoop. We're gonna throw the ball up to you, and you're just gonna take your big long arm and get a really good touch, basically, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did. I mean, that's how he became the NBA's highest scoring player for 40 years.
Yeah, I don't understand why they don't just run the triangle offense with Wemby. Like, you just walk down, you set up the triangle, you go put Wemby on the block, you run a little screen for him, and then it's over with. Like, right. You got triple threat to win, and it's Phil Jackson coaching at its finest. I mean,
it's actually, yeah. I believe it was Tex Avery or Tex Winters, I believe, was
yeah, you're right. Like originally, but Phil Jackson made it most famous with his Lakers.
Well, no, with the Bulls. No, it was under Tex. So Tex was the assistant coach of the Bulls in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, it was, but I feel like he really perfected it with Kobe. Like Jordan did it, but Jordan still had, they still had Rodman and they still had like the dirty panache. And so, then it was just a pure game of just dominance with the triangle by the time he coached the Lakers.
Tex Winter, but he also coached the Lakers as well during that time from 99 to 2004.
Oh, that's cool.
So, I mean, like, he took that and brought it to with the Bulls. It's really interesting. This is a guy from 1985 to 2004 was only an assistant coach. Like, you would not seemingly have that today. You have somebody, can you imagine, like, a guy who's won 6 championships? Somebody's going to pick him off to be their head coach. But no, he ended up winning a total of 9 NBA championships, which is incredible.
I mean, some guys just stay where they're at. I mean, especially when you're in a dynasty, like, why would you mix it up, Like, you're just really happy where you're at.
I get it, but probably pay and notoriety.
Sure, you got paid just fine. I mean,
yeah, but
you win championships, you get taken care of, those coaches.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to that, but
they're not suffering.
But even like under Belichick, all his coordinators eventually took positions as head coaches somewhere. He didn't have one coordinator who just was with him the whole time.
Yeah, Belichick's a maniac. I don't know how that guy sleeps. That guy's such a maniac.
Have you seen his girlfriend?
Which one? I mean, doesn't he buy Epstein Island?
No, her name is Jordan Hudson. She's 25 years old.
Oh, I know. I'm making a joke. Yeah, he's got that young girl. She's been at the head of every highlight this whole year. That's all I've been talking about.
That bitch is hot as fuck.
Dude, NFL guys know how to score the ladies.
Oh, for sure. But I think in their own way, the NBA has an advantage on them because they're taller than all those other guys. So, women are looking for that as well. So, if you have your choice, why wouldn't you go with an NBA guy? If they're making the same amount of money, Why wouldn't you want a guy who's 7 feet tall as opposed to a guy who's 6 feet tall?
Because the NBA is like really trashy compared to the NFL.
Oh, totally.
When it comes to
that guy's cheating on you.
like,
In every city, he's gonna have a chick.
yeah, like the NBA is so trash compared to the NFL. Like just the etiquette and the way the players conduct themselves is like completely, especially these days. I can't even believe the NBA is just so full of trash.
Well, I can't believe that. Like, I mean, there's like a stated like routine that happens. A guy gets a girl in every single city. That's 32 girls or so, including his wife or whatever. And she's just okay with him cheating all the time, so long as he's quote unquote safe or whatever, and not bringing home STDs. And he's going to play 82 games. And it's just like this thing. Like, after a game, there are just all these whorish girls who are ready to fuck, and they just take their choice or whatever. And um, the wife just kind of has to live with that. But because the money's so good, she can't complain. It's a sad.
You know what's funny?
It's a sad situation.
I worked at the Moda Center for a year for the Portland Trailblazers, you know?
Yeah.
And I got to see the players and how they act after the games and whatnot, what they do. And believe it or not, they're all a bunch of nerds. Like, there's a few pimps, you know, that had some girls, but the majority of the team, like 80% of the people, were either family men or nerds, and weren't even like fazed by girls. Not even like chasing that life.
I can see that. They just it adds to a lot of complications in their life, and if they ever impregnate one of these chicks, they're in trouble.
Yeah, these guys were way into like their playing. So on the team, they had 4 guys that would always be on their Nintendo Switches playing that game where you can be like Mario or Link and like Smash Bros.
Sure.
You know? Yeah, they would constantly be on Switch playing those. And then app games for their phones. Were constantly like on their phones playing app games with each other.
I could see that, and especially because they're so competitive. They
right? That like in their downtime they're just playing video games with each other.
I could see that. But
yeah.
There's a
I don't think it's that old culture. I think in the 90s and 2000s, like the Sean Kemp eras.
Well, they didn't
have. They did in every single town.
They didn't have games.
Nowadays, I don't think that
they didn't have games. I mean, they would gamble and shit. There are 2 phrases that
you go to the club. Like you'd show up, you go to the club, you go out. You know, like they'd go do all that whenever they went on away games and whatnot. And nowadays, I just don't think any of that really happens. I think they just go to the hotel.
Oh, I think it still happens. I think
very strict on lockdown.
I still think it happens. I know a guy who's an agent for some major athletes, and it's just gone to Instagram. So these guys just get to their hotel and they have some bitch come to them on Instagram, and they can be on lockdown, but perhaps still have a chick there. And everything went from this virtual world, from this in-person world to Instagram. But that's where these bitches, they've got a chick in every city if they need. There are 2 phrases.
I got to get an Instagram account. Jeez.
Oh, for sure, Doug. There are 2 phrases that come to mind that are that I've heard recently that are absolutely true. So, pussy's undefeated, which is pretty simple but extremely accurate, and also ain't no pussy like new pussy. Those 2 phrases I think are very accurate, and whenever you've got a guy who seems satisfied in his current relationship, ain't no pussy like new pussy. And why would a guy give away his whole career to cheat on his wife? Because pussy's undefeated, and ain't no pussy like new pussy. And that's how you get a guy who seems really committed to his family and everything, and will throw it all away over some floozy. But yeah. That's just that's the it's a tale as old as time.
Yeah, women. Yeah, love them, hate them. We still need them.
For the time being, that's absolutely correct.
All right, well, I'm gonna head to bed. It's getting late. I gotta wake
Excellent.
up early and stack wood.
100%. You know you're always welcome here. I enjoy speaking with you whenever you come in. You take care, my man.
Yeah, dude. Prediction really quick. Who's gonna win the Super Bowl this year?
Great question. Either the Buffalo Bills. We'll say. I'll say the Buffalo Bills, but if not the Bills, Denver Broncos are looking pretty tough. How about you?
I'm thinking Patriots this year. I don't know why. I think the fix is in. I think it's gonna be a Patriots year, just due to like political tension and all that crap. They're just gonna make the Patriots win the, you know.
I remember looking at what Robert Kraft's net worth was. It was like $11 billion, which isn't that huge. And I want to say, yeah. Not that that has anything to do with what you just said, but I would expect with all these championships that he won, maybe more money would come out of it. But they don't really. They make, I think, kind of like to own one of these franchises is just bragging rights too. If you're gonna make money, I think they have better ways to make money than just the franchise. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Okay, so you got the Patriots. Who's going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl? Derek May?
Wow, that's a tough one. No, I'm going with their running back. What's that kid's name? The running back for the Patriots right now. He's been having a killer year.
I said Derek May. I meant Drake May. All right. I will say it'll be Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. They lost 4 in a row in the 90s. And if they're ever going to make a run at it, it's now. If they don't make a run at it now, they're on the downswing of their dynasty. It's not even a dynasty, but of their like good years. And Josh Allen's getting older. So I'll say the Buffalo Bills, and if not the Bills, Denver looks pretty tough with that defense. So we'll say that. But all right, well, we'll know. I think it's February 8th is the Super Bowl in San Francisco. So there you go.
I'm going to go with Henderson.
Trayvon Henderson?
Trayvon Henderson is going to be the
Super Bowl
MVP. For the Super Bowl.
All right. And who are they going to beat?
I don't know about that. I can't predict that, but I know that they'll win.
Yeah, you can predict it.
Win the Super Bowl.
You can predict it. Okay, so we've got New England. They're going to win their 7th title, and they're going to beat what NFC team?
I don't know who could be there. Who's gonna?
Okay, so we could have Green Bay there. We could have the the Houston Texans are AFC, so they're not going to be there. Okay, so we got the Bears, the Green Bay. You could have the Rams. That might be a pick. You could have the Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Eagles.
I think it's going to be Eagles, Patriots.
Okay, that makes sense. That would be a rematch. That would be a rematch of the Super Bowl when Donovan McNabb played Tom Brady.
Yep. The Terrell Owens year, right?
Yeah.
Where Terrell Owens got injured and then came back from like a broken leg in 4 weeks.
Yeah, it was 2005, I want to say.
That was a good year. Yeah, that was the first year that they really started using that hyperbaric chambers for the recoveries.
Right.
And that got a lot of news. And then stem cell research was really coming out where they were fixing players super quick that year. And then after that, injuries kind of have gone away the way they used to happen. Like pre-2005, if someone had a leg injury, they were out for like 8 weeks to 12 weeks. Now, 2 weeks max.
Oh, depending on the injury, but they're coming back a lot faster.
So fast, especially for like high ankle sprains, toe injuries and whatnot. They've got a lot of technology now that they use. But speaking of sleep, I'm gonna go to bed and relax. But so good talking with you, man. You're the greatest.
Thank
I appreciate
you.
everything you do.
Absolutely. Thank you for your high praise. You take care, my man. Peace.
You too, man. Peace. Have a good night.
You as well.
But let's say, well, it's not getting there is another distinction, right? The other distinction, the other situation is that another person, or another distinction between a bunch of neurons, right? So this makes a direct distinction between Andre and Gabriel. You're going to want to suggest there's really 11. You have to feel that there's another person, another group, more fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Who are those individuals? The ones that decided to go is fascinating. And in the shooting this energy, cannot find people in that same honestly have to include the original ladies and gentlemen. That's like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Can the truth of capital cases? Because I really believe that what we need is everybody is in the other things. Finding people, yes, it's like a rule, sucking, some of the Swiss, right? Some of the sterile, we should be more funny. Some of them doesn't have children. It's always like, so what's the rest of the shopper? You know, what's wrong with these individuals? Today, that actually, this is incredible. Actually, says the sucking. Just shut off and divide, started repairing and investigating a ruptured natural gas line. Police shut down the line for 8 hours after the shelter in place ordered for thousands of nearby residents. Some residents reported hearing an explosion. The spokesman for the Los Angeles County Fire Department says it was actually the sound of gas escaping under pressure. Whatever the size may be, as a Russian battle, it takes some sort of everything is dangerous. It also makes rough choices and also the oil of your life. The cause is still under investigation, but SoCal Gas says crews associated with landfills near Ukraine. President Trump says the peace deal for Ukraine may be taking shape after he welcomed Ukrainian President Zelensky tomorrow Moscow today for talks aimed at ending Russia's war. Satellite weather from KFI tonight mostly cloudy with lows in the 30s to 50s. 54 degrees in Irvine, 55 in Orange. KFI 24 hours in Trump, the regime negative. $10,000 to the IRS. I just let all my taxes pile up. I have So happy, so nice. And I'm watching
the one that said they were going to try and take my property from this area. And I found out that my home was $300,000 that I was in total shock. It was a bad situation. To do. Then you know, when TRA I was only going to owe $368.
Filters no way up. Just your voice. Understand it is 1/10 of the time and cost of video. Just can't connect millions all structured, even thousands of small communities of brain. Here, just 48 hours. Visit waitvithiheart.com. That's waitvithiheart.com.
So we don't have that kind of understanding. And everything just has to be the way that you want. Don't judge. Right. That's level of rigidity. You can't have that. You understand. People can be forgiving. People can be a little bit around people and understand the circumstances in different ways. So therefore, again, something is okay. You have an eye for the kids in the household and don't judge because it's probably too rigid, too set in your ways. It's probably not as good as that one that it's Swiss say like it doesn't matter actually that's what it's like. We should everybody. That's the most together and the most active of the year. I'm sorry. Someone who's cool. But just because cruising is right word. Just somebody like just like a very cold and a different temperament. So the judge is an industry black something actions is completely different from the actions is so the judge got all the cases from the basis. Those are the exact opposite of true. So they said earlier, that's very serious. Right? What's the basis? Basis is the guy who tried to get other people to know that so that person threw the book in it. So for him, we tried the most completely different judges. And which understand for him, you know, he gets the real judges because remember again, the whole system is capital cases. The system is positioned to accelerate the defendant. That's our goal. If we can get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to basis, like when it comes to the inside level result, just the opposite. The system is there to adapt to. Okay, so I'm arguing, what's that man wants to have some? Okay, I'm going to share everything. I'm going to everyone is fit to get the medical basis. What else do you know about? What is it? What is that called? So the idea is somebody who's a geological monitor, so he's not fit for capital cases, but remember that capital cases require some entry. So entry requires geological people, but for monetary cases, it's absolutely fit. So it's like if you're just operating everything wrong, well, then you made a bunch of very well. Anyone who is fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. Sharon, welcome to the List. Let's look at some people who are fit for monetary cases. They're in the large involvement in the fascists, but they're not fit to introducing capital cases back in the law and saying that. So who's the person who is fit for monetary case, but not fit for capital case? Last year, I remember George, last year, ultimately they have to go ahead and so let's just go ahead and have the last year there, have the last year. So in reality, again, one teaching was to include there, the other was to include the answer. And I will say, why are we both in there? So I was to say both the there and the answer are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital cases. Now, why not? Yes, we're in there. If we're in there, maybe it's the monetary cases or another power. Because again, no matter restrictions, so the whole question of capabilities about monetary can't die through general incentives or the others until the monetary cases. Yes, and not very good. Just say not to share. That's what I said. Not to come to the illicit relationship. But as much as an illicit relationship for his parents, two Jews. Right? So it's incredible. Two Jews. It's an illicit relationship. But his parents, if you come really from a culture drop, how are you going to make people share? But again, you come from some of the parents. I would have thought that that's not even fit for monetary law. Therefore, again, it's so let's say one comes to teaching me how to said, yeah, what's that to that? Both are fit for monetary law, but neither are fit for capital cases. So it's like, stop a bit, just for just ask you to share. And just put it down to whatever charity is over the way, against the wall, but from coming to the children. So today is our last year. It is against this whole that we come out of the individual states to against our show for that. So it's like just setting expectations. Changes always difficult. Or especially again, setting into schedules. Any change, it's a better change, always comes with some level of changes. I don't necessarily have I don't necessarily have right? I don't have to look for the concern that I have for myself. The concern I have for myself is now no longer. And it's sometimes when that happens, you feel like the sky is falling. Those change always has turbulence. That's the way that it is. Stay choice in life. Choice in life is change. Never have any turbulence, but just stay where you are. Or it's the change. It's the change. That's the way that you actually do it. And if you're a little bit uncomfortable, but if you're open to growth, what you get, and the good news is, just come over the next morning, right? And with no set seats, so whoever code is up above. Whatever you get, and it's really good. It doesn't even, if somebody else has this stuff on the shelf there, you don't have to get it. It's open season. It's not something I'm starting to do. Right? So again, I will say again, I know a lot of things understand the policy. I got it. I understand people like it, people don't like it. So listen, we have such a source of evidence. That the Rabbi Rothschild, I think tonight is going to be down in a brand new base medrash. A brand new base medrash. That is beautiful, that is magnificent, that is incredible. Yeah, listen, listen, you don't have your attention just for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. It is so important for us to be able to take a step back and say, holy Hashem, we literally have a magnificent brush as a pattern for us. Does it check every single box? Does it give every single person every single thing? And I know everyone's going to have comments and critiques and suggestions and it's all welcome. It's all welcome. You're not going to wait to hear it from the inside show, right? All welcome. Those are some of the teachers that I say is so that the Baruch Hashem is housed in this version of this close to 7 years. The walls and the roof and the students, everything is served us to the best I'm going to go to. I sometimes I think that like when you complain about this not working, it's not working, everything's not working. I feel like the building had a voice. This version had a voice. You know what she would say? I promise you, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. I'm 150%. 150% of a 7-year-old building is only going to get you so far. She has given us the best years, from close to 7 decades. Now, Baruch Hashem, we're about to go to a new mother. We're about to go to a new Mikdash. Let's train her well. Let's love her. Let's embrace her. Let's begin. All of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin. They gave it Tulsi Mishpacha, dedicating all the Shurim and Drashos as a chus from Sonos Tavos Shran, so she's okay, to see. This is great that everybody's closer together, so it's like a lot more touch. So we should continue to say, all right, now it's really enough. Now it's enough. Why now? Right? It is a small sponsorship to continue to see those Sonos levels of public social, those to see them continue in the days ahead. Our Torah sponsorship month of Teddy's, the Kalman Shmapa, in memory of Danny Duffy, mother of Lee Rebbe, who was killed fighting with Gaza on the first night of the Ramadan. We are going to merit our Torah as the passage of Shalom Ramadan. What's good now? Let us be a lot to this today as we embark Yeah. So this goes to today's half of 12:36. I'm thinking of the days there. Let's go around 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Actually, I'm going to be see what the open section is. So it's a very, very interesting discussion about how to have capital punishment is not going to Shabbos. Execution on Shabbos established by that was the last question. That was that operational safety. Or say established that. Or it says, I'm sorry, I don't know how to means as a Shabbos. So I should be able to make an additional input that tells us that capital punishment is not so folded on your capital specifically that says that if the person will go ahead and goes to our person will kill someone else. Go ahead. So that it's not exactly like that, or it's about the level of stuff the level of the level of discuss might be serious or potentially that finish the level of but the ideal here is that the person is not that capital punishment is still capital. Somebody wants to say that we established and capital punishment is now over Shabbos, which also the capital punishment is not set aside. Couple of us got more. We're not sure. So we got general again. Avodah sets aside Shabbos for sacrificial service. Not Shabbos. So on one hand, Shabbos is no Avodah. Yet capital punishment is not no Shabbos. Therefore, Avodah should still has a Shabbos. Avodah is still has Shabbos. So capital punishment should have no Avodah. Now, I'm just saying, bacon is beneath the problem. So I hear the couple, definitely the couple. But what do you put in the as the person definitely that capital punishment is still capital. The logo also, what does that mean? It's very nice. But you say we need personal sacrifice in that kind of case, so it's called capital punishment, will be no bad karma. But in another general sense, it's about other kavanas that are not personal kavanas, ultimately again, so it's called capital punishment will not be no bad that capital. That is because that type of karma, the personal karma, is not over Shabbos. This is very popular. So we say that Avodah is over Shabbos, right? And Avodah sets aside from Shabbos. So remember, what does that mean? That's sacrifices. Right? You can't offer up your personal kavanas, chatas, Hashem, Safar, the Dar and the Damas, like you can do it Shabbos. So maybe is talking about a carbon yacht. If you're going to this high for a capital punishment, we'll go ahead and a personal carbon, then see what's going on. That's not the Shabbos either, which the Gemara says. And Rabbi Yochanan, the Lovely Shabbos, somewhere else, Rabbi says, no. Go to Hay, Sicha, don't get carbon yacht in the the truth is, capital punishment shouldn't even go to that carbon yacht from a capital punishment. What does this mean? Rabbi wants to suggest that even if a Kohen is offering up a private carbon, capital punishment should not override his ability to do so. What's the capital? The capital on the top 36a. My young Mishnah have been made carbon yucky. So he goes in now, young set aside by even personal carbons. Now, we're going to talk about this is a debate. Whereas the Rabbi is espousing it as fact, which is that I just offer up private carbons. For example, yeah, we'll say this is actually very important. A lot of times, a person comes to this with strong like these actually was so so what happens is I all of my personal comments that I have to bring, right? Not is different things like that. So Rabbi says on Yom Tiv, you're allowed to bring personal kavanas. So yet aim receive a bill also. But yet Yom Tiv, but capital punishment cannot be carried out on Yom Tiv. So capital punishment can't be built on Yom Tiv. So the Gemara says also. So it says essentially like this: if Karban Yachid can be built productive, right, and capital punishment is not built productive, then capital punishment shouldn't be built Karban Yachid. Solid. First where I said that's fine, so again, the previous understanding works well if you hold that personal covenant in hand offered up by them. Element the upper and that was breaking down the micro. But if you hold that they can't be offered up by them, what do you do with Rabbi's alcohol? Ella, Rabbi says only boy and the upper and that was breaking up the hog of his kind of making cloud. So I'll say, so Rabbi says like this, goes to that saying that brings the opinion that says that the Darn and the Davis can be offered up on the so then again, you have a problem with understanding the concept of making it the heat that are levels. The thing about Darn and Davis, according to the opinion, says that you can't offer up carbonos, private carbonos on the the Sid, citizens, whereas it's Sid, may him is the heat. What do you do with that wasn't? Or answers, it means that you're going is going ahead and be a voter, which Avoda. Notice my Mosai doesn't say Begin Hamisbeya Tika Levels. Ready for going is involved in Avoda. You should either take it from the back shows. What does it say? Begin is the sheep Tika Levels. Ultimately, again, taken from my Sbeya. What's my Sbeya? The Gemara says, Tommy. My niggle, Tommy. Bob Rahmanov, is the heat is back kind of bubbles. You don't say so. What yeah, it seems like this. Even if the coin is involved in life, what's the example like that? Carbon company, communal offerings. Even if it's involved in communal offerings, then halakha nice. Even with that, we go ahead and take it from the staff, hold it again. Okay, so it says so. Takeaway from all of this is that halakha when I saw execution is not built in Shabbos and it's not built in Yom. It is built avoda. So even if you have a coin that's actively involved in avoda and you sacrifice a service and it's either capital punishment will take you from the semi-question and execute. But that's presupposing, as we've seen now, he has not yet started that avoda. If he's started in the middle, it seems to be that we will let him finish. Then he will not change. He's engaged, but it's not yet actually done. It's just for the occasion. He's ready to go, but he has not yet actually done. But all the people pull out next week. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Remember again, if you remember, the Mishnah said like this when it comes to any military law. Halakha myself, when you start telling the judges who their opinions, you start with the greatest judge first, the most highly regarded judge first, get his opinion, then work your way to the called the regular chevra. In the fascist capital cases, we start with what's called atzat. And atzat, that means from the side. The side means the lesser known judges, right? The lesser. The junior judges, right? I put the junior judges. Let's analyze. Some are I'm not how I do we got to pay that. So Rai says like this: I was part of the base of Rebbe. I was part of the base of Rebbe. I'm not right. I'm sorry. I'm not how I do we got to pay that. When we know you have a liberation. So listen to this. Rai said I was part of the base of Rebbe, and they always started with me. They always started right. They always asked my opinion first. The person says, "Wow, but that doesn't make any sense." It says the Mishnah that we always start with the greatest of the judges, and Rav was not the greatest of the judges in Rebbe's court. So the Rav says, "What's happening over here?" Right? Do you understand like what just occurred over here? So the Mishnah says, when it comes to the Imanis, we always start with the greatest judgment and decision. Rav says, I sat on Rebbe's basement, and they always start with me, 13 Imanis. What is Rav essentially saying? What is Rav essentially saying? Right? That Mishnah, I guess the Mishnah is not how we sort of call Mishnah, because I am not the greatest judge. I'm Rebbe's court. If I do Imanis, I'm not a very long asking my opinion first. But there's a tremendous dishonesty in life. Life is important to know what I am and what I'm not. And there is no shame in knowing what you're not. Sometimes we feel very inadequate when we acknowledge what we're not. Because we think like it's like shameful. I should be everything. I should be this. I should be that. No person is. No person has Allah mindless. No person has all the qualities. No person has all the necessary skill sets. No person is everything. Sometimes the most incredible thing in the path of self-actualization is not only to know what you are, but it's also to know what you're not. Because when I know what I'm not, I know what my emotions are, I know what my needs are, and I know exactly where I need other people. Sometimes we like to put on the image that we're like full service. I'm a full service human being. Anything and everything that is needed, I can provide. But I can't. And none of us can. So there's such a profundity in this, right? God is saying, and I know I'm not a good guy, but I also know that full certainty. I am not the greatest person on Betty's basement. And that's okay. I don't have to be the greatest person on Betty's basement. I just have to be the greatest Rav. God has to be the greatest Rav. That's all. Such an incredible, spend so much time trying to pretend that we are everything to everyone. But I can't be. Instead, know what I am, know what I'm not, and maximize my personal identity. It's so profound. I'm a rabbi. So what's going on over here? But the Shining side of reconcile this. So I'm a rabbi. Great brother. He came up. Rabbi Hillel, Rabbi Galus. Shining Yonah Rebbe. Shining the Yonah Rebbe. Kulu Minyanayim and that Sakhamas. The base of the Rebbe was different. Why was the base of the Rebbe different? The base of the Rebbe was different because Rebbe was incredibly humble. So, Rebbe obviously is the base of the Rebbe, which means, like, is the ranking sage on the base of the Rebbe? Yes. Right? Rebbe. Yet, in all of the cases of Rebbe always started from the junior judges. That's what he did. That was an exercise in Rebbe's humility. Actually says over here, in Atzak HaMasili, Ibne Anova Yisera Shahaisamo. Rebbe was exceedingly humble, so therefore he always started in every case, even monetary cases, with the junior judges. That's why God says, again, I sat on Rebbe's basement, and I walked with my son. He always started with incredible. Well, I'm a rabbi, great rabbi, Rabbi Hillel, great rabbis. We both was incredible. So now we start talking about Rebbe a little bit, and Rebbe's basement. So the Gemara says as follows: Moshe, Ba'ad Rebbe, Lo Matzinu Torah, Lo B'Machor. Listen to this. From the days of Moshe Rabbeinu until the days of Rebbe, we never found individuals with both Torah and Ketubah in one place. Now, what is that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across the Makom Echad. Rashi says, Torasam, Ketubasam, Shayisam, Makom Echad. So Torah, I understand. Torah, what is Ketubah mean? So Rashi says over here, She'ein Kamoso, the Holy Israel, the Torah, Ketubah, Kigon Moshe, Shayat Gadol Al Kol Israel, Malchus, Torah. That's what it means like this. Ketubah means authority. Ketubah means authority, like Malchus. So, what the first one is like this. Let's talk about Moshe. What do you think about Moshe Rabbeinu? Moshe Rabbeinu has the substance, we've seen this before. Moshe Rabbeinu had the status, not only of a job, right? The status of a Melech. The status of a king. That's why Moshe Rabbeinu interested enough to use pencils for something like the other nation. Use Trump as like they use for a king. Moshe Rabbeinu died. He was the pencils. Yeshua did not use pencils. So, Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. So, on one hand, he was a Rebbe, and he was a Melech, right? So, he was the Torah authority, but he was also the authority. So generally, you don't have those two things consolidated in the same person. By the way, this is often like some right? Who's authority? Yehuda, right? Right? This is Yehuda, right? Yehuda is Malchus, right? Who's spiritual, who's Torah, right? So it's interesting. And by the way, this is by design. I'm points this out. That by design, there's often a split in what we'll call religious leadership and what we'll call like I don't know, I guess like authority or political leadership, right? There's a split that's there. But nevertheless, it's fun is that turns out, and this is what we speak about the kind of story that the Hashmonaim, who were the Kohanim, also became. So whether or not that's a good thing or bad thing, it's a historical level. Yes, the ones that it's like a monarch in the hands of spiritual leadership as well. So we're just points out from here that where you find an individual who does both Torah and ranking Torah authority and also again final authority on everything else. So of course it's similar to Moshe Rabbeinu had it, and other people had it. And in between the two of them, it's this. There was never another person who consolidated like these two seats of authority in one identity. You know, first of all, hello, Yoshua, right? Yoshua was the ranking Torah sage. Which was no, how bad was it? There was a lot of so again, Yoshua had a lot of authority, but it wasn't singular authority. I Bahava came close, what about Pinchas? How was the king with the elders? How was Shaul? What about Shaul? Shaul was the first king, he was also become a problem. Versus Yeshua and Bahal and Nachshai. Yeshua died. Yeshua died, where it says, Kula Shemekah, means all the days of one's authority that he had consolidated authority. In other words, all of the days that Moshe Rabbeinu was an authority figure, he had both Torah authority and also absolute authority. All of these that he had Torah authority was never shared during any point in his life. I, Baha'u'llah, David, he was one of the others for saying, one of the things so it was rather incredible that even David Abdullah did not have this consolidated authority, Torah authority, political authority, or absolute authority all in one, which is incredible. So there was a point in time where sometimes the David Abdullah was both, had both Torah and all of the Torah speak about Moshe and Moshe Rabbeinu. That is that all of these years, especially the word of leadership, they had this absolute Torah that were all called political authority. No one else had it. All of the years of their leadership. I once again, the shiny again, all of the days of leadership again, part of again that Moshe, and then all the days of leadership again, this absolute fun. I have a Hiskiah, but Hiskiah, so not Hiskiah, so what's a good at Hiskiah? Hava, Shebna, remember again, once we had the story just a little while ago, we see John Yerushalayim. Shebna, remember again, had even a bigger share, 120,000 people during this day. So there was Shebna, I, Bahat, Shebna was killed. Like Sheffield was killed. Which the ones that turn around once again, Kula Shaka. Talking about who enjoyed absolute authority all of the days of your leadership. Baal, Hava, Ezra. But again, it was Ezra. So the Gemara says, how you come to Nehemiah ben Hananiah. Alright, Ezra also had Nehemiah. So it's just a fascinating thing. That generally, again, you don't have one person has all of the tools of leadership and resources, but also Moshe and Rebbe. Again, there are no two other people, right? Moshe and Rebbe were no two other people who had all of the tools of leadership at their disposal during all of their both Torah as well as the Torah to Moshe and Rebbe. No one else had. So they said, tell us something very important. You ask something to kids, and it's historically fascinating. Like, what is it matter to us? What exactly is it? So there is I think that's an incredible fun to us, which is what it shows is from a leadership capacity. notice again, so if you look at Moshe, right, Moshe has all the tools that can have that level of absolute control all of the pieces of the world. Right? That you control all the pieces of the world. You see in life, you don't have to control all of the pieces of the world. There's an ability to exercise your influence in the areas in which your influence can develop. All of these other personalities. So apparently, David did not have absolute authority. He had Torah authority and he had absolute authority during certain stages of his life, but not during all stages. So apparently, you could be the founder of a dynastic monarchy and the father of the messianic line, even if you don't have all of the tools of life at your disposal. So partially think what we excuse non-accomplishment and non-self-actualization. Because we think, I don't have all of the necessary tools. We have all the necessary tools. We give ourselves a pass, right? But we don't push ourselves as much. Remember, this woman says, you can accomplish a lot with whatever tools you have at your disposal. You have a lot, you have a little, you take the toolbox of the trunk we're giving you, and you do something great. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I also want to add something here. Most Rebbe, I Rav Ashi, between the days of Rebbe and Rav Ashi, Torah. So now we're going through generations of Torah. So between Moshe Rebbe and Rebbe, we never found two other people other than those two, where both Torah and Ketubah in one place. So the Gemara says that after one of Rashi says, by the way, Rabbi Abba says, in the days of Rebbe until Rav Ashi, also Balatzim Torah, we never find again two other individuals who both have Torah and Ketubah concentrated in one personality below. Really? Baha, Hava, Una, Barnosan, Barnosan, to which the Gemara says, Una Barnosan make up of a kind of Rav Ashi. Una Barnosan ultimately again was subservient to Rav Ashi. So we said that word the most. So again, just fascinating Gemara, take away lesson from both of these Gemaras, the motions of any Gemara, as well as from Rav Gemara of the days of Rebbe. He said, no person is everything. There are certain people maybe who are everything of the whole package. What's the lesson you want? So take the tools that the Torah is giving you, know what you have, know what you don't, take what you can get in and accomplish yourself. Incredible. Let's go right there. Says Martin the Fashas, Masculine outside. So on the other hand, remember again, capital cases, you got to start from the junior judges. Now again, there's a good logic for that. What's the logic for that? In the capital case, what's going to happen if you start with the senior judge? What's going to happen? Like, if you're a junior judge, judge, absolutely on a certain way, like, I'm not going against that. Not in a capital case. Not in a capital case. The stakes are too high. So the problem first is, we'll never really end up getting the actual keys of judges. So instead, what we do is after my capital cases, we start from junior judges and make our way to the senior judges. Says the Gemara. So now where do we know this? Amar Achabar Papa Amar the pasuk says, "Lo sa'ane al-riv, lo sa'ane al-rav." It's like this. Lo sa'ane al-rav. What is lo sa'ane al-riv? So literally again, so the lashon of the pasuk is lo sa'ane al-riv. Lintos. Literally again, do not get involved in a fight. Lintos, the slander. Now we'll see exactly what it means. But for our purposes over here, the Gemara is darshaning lo sa'ane al-rav. Do not be careful about contradicting someone who is great in. Rashi says over here, lo sa'ane al-rav. Because remember, Sid is from the Chassid out there. Lo sa'ane al-rav. Sid below Yud. Mashma lo kachok al-muflo shel beis. In general, it may not be the best idea to get into an argument with the senior judge. Don't put a person in an uncomfortable position where they are arguing ultimately again with the senior judge. Okay, so it's Rabbi Rothschild. This is terrible. But Yomer David Agash, David said to his guy, he said to his men, Chegru ish eskarbo, v'yachru ish eskarbo. So David says literally again, gird. I mean, it's useful in so many different contexts, right? Right? Children gird yourselves when you're getting in the car, right? You know, whatever you can. So again, gird yourselves when you're starting out. Again, what's that? Gemara doctrines over here, it sounds like it's getting ready for battle. In fact, Gemara points out they're actually getting ready for judgment. David HaMelech is getting ready to adjudicate the case. So he says, go ahead and gird yourself with your swords. And then it says, Bagach gird David games karbo. David HaMelech also went ahead and girded yourself with the sword. So what he's girding yourself to record the judgment. David essentially says to the other guys, go ahead and judge first, and then I'll judge afterwards. Incredible. Okay, so the goes back there. Good. Shona says that's the first one. Right? So now we've established we just want a biblical source for this concept that when it comes to capital cases, go ahead and decide, but of course we're deciding to talk to you. Shona goes to the done it's very interesting. So that says a person teaches and then adjudicate with them even in capital cases. Shona goes to those 3 lines up before this line. Marital part of the so they done chemo, they did the chemo, all this protocol law, man did was essentially based in a lot of things that they have Already can help you understand certain concepts. Again, the public then is empowered to go ahead and put forward an opinion and it's what's the balance here? I would have thought that a person is coming out of it by myself. But if it's like educating yourself in the course of this process, those of that sound like ready to slightly opinions of the time. Right? Because obviously they're saying, oh, I'm going to tell you what it is. If shit, so again, it's fantastic. But I don't know that teaching comments that's the comments like in Torah, repeating the questions for today. Yeah, the verse says it's okay. Even if I'm using these comments, how to go ahead and take the case, comments at the end is still counting. Basically, and Talos, no, how to be the both of them, Schneider. So when it comes to passing Talos and Talos. So a father and a son, or Rebbe in this Talmud are counted like 2 of these. I will say, the truth is, that's not enough. Remember again, what do you need passing on Talos and Talos? What do you need? You don't need a basement. You just need a Rav or a common prophet. You just need someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Gemara says, okay, so of course the father and son are being a Talmud and pass on to Ara. So the daughter doesn't need a basement. The daughter can be passed by one. On the other hand, Dine Mamanis, Dine Nefashis, and Dine Makros, but again, monetary law, capital law, Malchus, any cases involved in Rashi's, Dine Shacholis, Sanctification of Iman, the Ibershala interpolation of the year, right? The year, Abu Beno, Harav Tamido, Ikolama, and Ella Archon. Those cases, the father and son are together, already all the are together, their opinion is only counted as one. Right, they are counted as one. They cannot count as 2 distinct things. This contradicts what Rav just said before, right? Rav said that the Rebbe and the Talmud together on a thing. Even if the Rebbe is not teaching the Talmud as they're going through the Torah, their opinions count as 2 opinions. Basically, it's outside the Rebbe. But in order to go our capital law, their opinions only count as 1. So what's going on there? What's Rav said that a Rebbe and their opinions are confidence to come around. We call the Rav Kahana, the Rav Asi, the Rav Safri, the Rav. So ultimately, again, the rest is right. What are you talking about? What was I talking about? It's kind of like Rav Kahana Rav Asi. Rav Kahana Rav Asi didn't need the Rebbe. And why did they need their Rebbe? Because the Rebbe gave them information. But they did not need their Rebbe for analysis. So in this kind of case, where the Rebbe provides information, not analysis, right? Analysis is not necessary. Then ultimately, again, that's where Kabbalah myself, Rebbe, the Talmud, can count as 2, right? It makes sense because here, all the Rebbe is giving information, but the processing, analyzing of that information is not coming from the Rebbe. That's coming from the Torah. That's when the Rebbe and Talmud count as 2 distinct things. When the Rebbe is providing information and analysis, that's the local right second with the Rebbe and Talmud count as one of the fascinating. So again, the literary graph opportunity needed the information from the Rebbe, the summary graph opportunity. cases, analysis came from there from on their own. Those are like some part, based on our Mishnah, we espouse 10 distinctions and differences between Dine Mamas and Dine Nefashis, right? The differences between monetary law and capital law. None of these distinctions are not by for sharness, but again, what the sharness goal? Sharness goal is sharness goal someone, and therefore so. Yes. So again, open myself, sharness makes all of the distinctions between getting errors and getting the flesh don't apply to sharness goal. Except for except for the fact that sharness goal is also higher use of the that's the base of place. So you are from where we're going to know this. Look at Ashi, by the way, Ashi says that what you know, you put it sharness goal. You also shabbat in the marshes. I thought you shaman of Harakabon, the Indian Esper Shlosha says by the fact he says the short. So we'll say circles back on base without again, back on base without the weapons. And a lot of the ice shard is called to treat like a tablet. In other words, treat the shard like you would treat. It's like you would treat its owner. Just like your owner would buy what you got tried by a base of 20. So the shard is called as treated, but it's judged by a base of 20. For myself, that's kind of where the comparisons are. That's what the comparisons are. So now, so where do you know this? Los Santos Shtat Yom Kippur. Los Santos says you have to go ahead and alter or slant the judgment on the average person during his time. Mishpat and Yom Kippur, he has to go ahead and slant the slant. Mishpat and Yom Kippur. Both of the image and slant the judgment of a shyness. Now, what is that? Actually says, oh, Saka. The law is that because it's very what it is. Oh, Saka is like using this before. When a tree in capital case, remember in capital cases, you can have the side case that the majority of one. The majority of minimum majority of two in order to somewhat in capital case. So that's much like both Saka. Do not split the judgment of the higher. In other words, you cannot pick someone in the capital case on a chart of one. But you can go ahead and differ shyness. So in other words, when you want to find out here that shyness, right, the access here because it goes somewhere. It's treated like a capital case in certain respects. And maybe that it's treated by base of 23. It's not treated like a capital case in other respects. So for example, we're at the majority of two. In order to go ahead and pick someone in the capital case, by shyness goes, you only need a majority of one. Okay, so Rashi says, right, the raw idea, and the Ataman, the Father, we have to go to the miles of the like, so one second, Sarah, you just pointed out that there are 10 distinctions between Mohammedas and the Hashis. Is that so? Is that so that there are 10? So where it says, Ha, Tesha, there are only 9. There are only 9 distinctions. Which where it says, Ha, so there's Ha, sorry, that's not true. It's 10. So I say 9. Shouldn't get that goal. Shouldn't get the S, which notion was going to see the notion that not everyone is fit to a capital case, right? And by those bodies, so Mamser, right? And a Mamser is not fit to go ahead and adjudicate a capital case. And the allocation case that we are learned out from the same source. So because those who are not from the same source, on one hand, they're reckoned as two, right? But they really also looked at as one of the divine from the same source. So the Gemara says as follows. If you take a look, what's the science? That's for sure. The nighttime of mountains are possible to cautious. Those I said, we sit in that one, we're sitting about now. Why is it not there? Not you should be comfortable. It's an edgy. It's an edgy sit. Because so we're going to see that pieces in 20 is called the sun edge plus large fit so it's really both of this here. So then we're going to say it's the same plus that teaching with that H1 for capital years. It's also the same plus that I need so that you're actually taking it. So because you have 2 out of the 10 that are effectively learned out from the same source, it's technically the same that the 2 might be 1. That's why some will say the Mishnah lists 10 distinctions, others say that the Mishnah lists 9 distinctions. Okay. There were 5 talking to animals. And we'll say 1 second. Right? Another distinction. The Mishnah said that there are distinctions. Monetary law, capital law. You're going to want to suggest there's really 11. What's the 11? There's another person, another more fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital. Who are those individuals? Who are society? Where we go, investors. Cannot following people cannot serve on the side. What does that mean? What does that mean? Then the treaty capital. That's what we how many people get something, Swiss, right? Someone is settled, someone who doesn't actually. So what's the shot? What's so take a look at Rashi. This is the Bible. Rashi says, "Sake, shachach, kibar, sar, money." Let me know that money. So it's like someone's old, has forgotten what it's like to have young children. And we'll say, what is the quality? What must possess when they have young children? Quality. You think that I'm feeling a little bit of it. I think so. Is police. Because children start all everything has to learn. It's not the children that's getting education. All we know. Patience is not a virtue. Patience is necessity. Forgiveness is not great stuff. That's a nice the first chicken falls over, right? And again, it's one of the down and down, and then the first time it falls off, it's like like the next, and this, and that, and he's like, oh, he's like, oh, you know, and like, where is his parents? Oh, it is. It's not a chest. It's on the shoulder. Right? And again, you know what? So say so with little children, your children have qualities forgiveness. Judge doesn't possess ability. Forgiveness still in him. And search forgiveness. It's really the biggest thing wrong with forgiveness is understanding. Understanding. If you don't have that understanding, you can't reach out. In other words, so what's the problem? After like that person doesn't have that understanding, everything has to be fair, right? Everything has to be fair. The way I know, the way I think, it has to be like this. So if you have that legal understanding, you're Virginia, and everything just has to be the way that you want. Right, on the nice side, right, on the nice side. That no opportunity, you can't have that. You need people to be understanding, you need people to be forgiving, you need people to be a little bit knowledgeable and understand. different ways. So therefore, again, Sunday, you have it. For mankind, don't be judged. Probably the too rigid, too set on your ways. Probably not going to get that one. So let's say I get personal action. You should know about it. But you do the most, you do the most as over here. I'm sorry. Like, or just someone who has just like a very cold and a different temperament. Like, well, let's say, so someone again, just very like very almost stoic, motionless. Again, let's say it's an incredible thing on one hand, judgment needs to be dispassionate. Let's say it's very important. Judgment needs to be dispassionate. But at the end of the day, I believe never needs dispassionate. Like I have that ability to look at things and a little bit look at facts. But facts, the more from emotion, that's not the way to emotion. Nothing is emotion. Emotion has to be here for everything. So the judge is a shticklat son, right? He's a little bit passionate, emotionless. So don't be a judge. There are other places for you. Don't be a judge. But interestingly enough, the Philistine basis was the exact opposite is true. So it's never again was no. We see this. Right? What's the basis? Basis is the guy who tries to get other people to hold that holds up. So that person throws a book in. So for him, he had the most cool and a different job. So which understand for him, we don't need to understand the judges because remember again, the whole system is that book is the system is rigged, not rigged, but the system is positioned to exonerate the defendant. That's our goal. Get them off, that's our goal. When it comes to basis, just the opposite. They're one of the like, okay, I said, when I'm our sack bubble of sickness, okay, I'm not sure what the thing about is every point is very cases, I call that student, right? People say, what is that called? What do you mean every week? What is that called? So you put a mamzer, go say, this is the mamzer, right? So the idea over here is, so here is somebody teaching the logical mamzer, he's not fit for capital cases, like, because remember again, capital cases requires Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin requires being logically fit. But for monetary cases, he's absolutely fit. So what's a particular sort of calculated how does it go? Anyone who is fit for capital cases is fit for monetary cases. The ancient Sharai of London minus, some people who are fit for monetary cases. The aim of the Rai are flushes, but they're not fit for capital cases. Example is that who is the person who is fit for monetary cases but not fit for capital cases? Last year, I remember last year, ultimately again to go ahead and the question is right, have the last year, and have the last year. So the answer again, one teaching was to include the year, the other was to include a month. And we'll say, why don't equal? Say both the year and the month are both fit for monetary law, but not fit for capital. Not one. Yes, we went there, we would use the year of the music, monetary power. The year has no marriage restrictions. I'm certainly below. I'm certainly can't guide general sense. Maybe I'm yes, I'm not very good. Just I'm very share. That's what I'm saying. I'm just but as much as the relationship, whereas parents, what incredible teachers. It's an illicit relationship, but as parents, you can really get from a pusher's drop. Doesn't come from right comes to the non-Jewish parents. I would have loved that perhaps therefore again, so there was one comes to teach me that I love when I said there, the other has something to love that. Both are fixed for monetary love or so let's say stop looking for just in the God that we just ask share just put it whatever share equals against the wall there's the chair so today is our last year in this case that's very difficult to but emotional states into just setting expectations changes both, and especially if you have to set it into a certain schedule, a certain atmosphere, a certain framework for a number of years. Any change, even if it's a better change, always comes with some level of prejudice. I don't necessarily have seat that I want. I don't necessarily have perspective that I want. I don't have the perfect setup that I have for myself. The perfect setup I have for myself is now no more. And it's telling me sometimes when that happens to feel like the sky is falling. When I say change always has turbulence. That's the way that it is. Same choice in it. Choice in everything. Don't change. Never have any turbulence. And just stay where you are. Or embrace the change. Recognize that, yeah, at the beginning it's sort of rocky, maybe even a little bit uncomfortable. But it's real. Try to find your place. And of course, you may not be happy with the button that you get. This is just right? And there's no set seat. So whatever color comes up about, whatever you get, you get. And it's what it doesn't even if somebody else has your stuff on the shelf there, you have to get it. It's open seating. It's like some class. Right? It's so you can, right? So again, and I will say again, I know I made a lot of disrespectful policy. I got it. I understand people like it, people don't like it. But listen, there's such a source ahead of us. That tonight Rothschild, I didn't provide a brand new base package. A brand new base package that is beautiful, that is magnificent, that is incredible. And I will say again, listen to me, I read just for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I was saying it's so important for us to be able to take a step back and see whole option. Literally, playing with torch. So you shoot every single box. Let's give every single person, every single thing. I know everyone's going to have comments and shit like this. And it's all welcome. All welcome. And that's what we're from your section. And it's all welcome. Listen, sometimes you just need to see. So for partnership, goals, and these units, everything is surface to me. That's the variable. And sometimes I think that like when you complain about this is not working, this is not working, you feel like when the building had a voice, it's just English had a voice. You know what she would say? She would say, try my best. She's given us the best, close to 7 digits. Rabbi Rothschild, whatever, and maybe it is going to be easy as well. Just go back to what was. Because there's only one direction for you, and that's forward. So something beautiful. So I apologize in advance for any of you who assist that today for the only episode we're short with. Able to go to shops to 2.5 price. Those of us that come tomorrow morning begin our DAX journey. Next door, what's that?
All starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at iReady.com/start. Brought to you by Kira and
I think calling people morons, idiots, creepers, imbeciles works far better than convincing them that they're wrong and I'm right. Bill Handel, which is why the show does so well. Live 6 and a half on KFI. On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, everywhere on the iHeartRadio